Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. What is up? How are you doing? It is the last day of testimony in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard today, presumably. I mean, I guess there's some crazy circumstance which that could change, but it is presumably the last day. Oh boy. And it already starts. I already see in the chat. Am I not having the DUI guy on also because there's some drama elsewhere? No, of course I don't care what other people's drama is or really about anything. DUI guy will be fully welcome to pop on the show. There's I will be sending him the link. He can come on at any time if he wants to. Not a big deal to me. Nick, you look so tighted. I think you mean tired. Your typing looks tired. Take that. Insult me, saying I look tired. I am tired, of course. I had a late night show last night. That's what I do. I normally do a late show, and it was a fun show. It was good, and all shows are late. Oh my gosh. But that's how it goes. Anyway, about late shows and everything. I have to let me make this clear right away. I'll probably have to announce this a couple times tonight. I will not be doing a night show tonight. Because the 24-hour stream is tomorrow. 24 hours of, really, the Johnny Depp coverage. And then we will be doing a jury watch for all of, the rest of Friday. I'm not quite sure 100% where everything's going to line up. I have to see what Judge Ascarati says maybe about the jury with closing arguments. But I will be on for 24 hours. I'll be inviting all sorts of guests on. We'll probably start well before this, maybe like 5 a.m. or something. And then going till 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., something around those lines. But, people will be free to pop in and out on the show as we, guests and stuff, as we wait for the jury to come back. It's a big risk for me. Because we don't actually know when they'll come back. They could not come back at all on Friday, right? Like they could come back Saturday. They could come back Sunday. They may be able to come back sometime next week. We won't know, but I will be doing that. So we'll figure that out. Where the hell is the trying to get a link here. Here we go. I think this is the one that I was using yesterday. That was good and clean. No watermarking. Will I play games in the 24-hour stream? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Do you know of how long a deliberation is the average for defamation? No, and this isn't average. Nothing about this is average. Nothing about this is something that is predictable. Okay, let me start sending out links. Let me start sending out links. Sorry, getting all this set up. Can I go to my, here, get me to my DMs. Oh my goodness. Woo! I'm going to be sticking with the regular cast for today. I think we've developed a nice little sort of standard cast for the show, this trial. We don't have, you don't want too many people on. I should say, I don't want too many people on because it gets tough to manage. Here we go. Thursday. And here we go. There we is. All right. Perfect. Everything is. So, is there a chance Turd's team will do the photograph analysis of JD's pick considering the time they have? On the idea of photoshops and everything and the pictures and all that stuff, I don't know what's coming back. Johnny Depp's team has 7 hours, but they only have one witness, and that one witness is the flight attendant. Now, it doesn't mean that they're limited to that one witness. They, in theory, could do something else with their 7 hours. What they'll end up doing is beyond me. Amber Heard is expected to testify on Amber Heard's team. She is expected to be where they use their hour on rebuttal, which is what I suggested would probably happen, simply because she'll want to get the last word, and none of their other witnesses were in person. So I'm not really sure what they would be doing on there. So I think calling Amber Heard for them is a disaster. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, folks. Good morning, Nick.
How you doing?
Well, it's one of those days, I'm 2 hours in, I'm already behind the curve, but we'll see.
How the hell are you 2 hours in? You're an hour behind me.
Yeah. Oh, I start at 5 my time, so.
What's wrong with you?
Well, I sleep at night, unless some of us, so I can actually get up at 5.
Well, okay. So you're up at 5 your time, which is 6 my
6
time.
your time.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'm doing the stupidest thing I could possibly do. I'm doing a 24-hour stream. And so the idea is to start before trial, right? Start before the closing arguments, and then do basically jury watch after the closing arguments. So my plan is
Well, what if the jury goes to bed?
Well, if they do, then it's just a show until the end of the day. And then I crash as hard as I can and pray to God I'm awake when they come back, whenever that is. But so my plan will be to invite lawyers only, I think, up until closing arguments are done for that stream. And then I'll invite other people to pop in and out as they want to talk about whatever. I mean, Johnny Depp will be kind of the main theme, I think, a big buzz about it, but I'll have other people popping in and out as able. But if you're going to be awake early and have time, I'll send you the link, but I think I'm going to start around 5 my time is the idea. So as you're able tomorrow, you're
okay.
welcome.
Yeah,
to come
send me
in.
the link and whatever guidance, because I'm not going to remember these times you just mentioned now. But
for
I'm
you,
town,
it'll.
so I'll be able to pop in and out. I can't do the 24 hours of drinking.
No,
like
no, 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 no,
you
no,
young
no.
kids.
No. So when I've done one of these 24-hour streams before, the idea is I invite like a whole bunch of people, and all throughout the day, people, if they have time and want to, they pop in, for an hour, 30 minutes,
Cool.
longer, whatever they want, and kind of cycle in, just to make sure that there's someone on making sure I'm not dead. But but yeah, I was just saying, since if you'll be up and available early, I'll be probably starting earlier, but you're welcome to come in whenever you want.
All right.
So,
I appreciate it.
well,
Yeah, I
thank
was
you.
reminded this past weekend because our neighbors had a party that for those of you may know, I've been losing weight the last few months, so not drinking much at all. It turns out drinking is a vice that requires practice. You can't simply not drink much for 3 or 4 months and then go back to the old pattern at your
Yeah.
neighbor's party. Man, I took a beating.
Oh man, that's how it goes. If you have not been drinking and you're like, oh no, I can do this. No, you actually can't. You need
There's
to
a
be
price to pay.
right. You need to be warmed up on it. All right, let's see. I'm waiting to see. Well, Sky News is live. Okay, here we've got the arrival of Amber Heard.
Good morning. How are you?
Few more days.
Is her hair getting worse?
Man, it does weird stuff. I don't know.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters?
Well, here we go. We're in.
Okay, sure. If you want to come forward.
Do I think Depp's team can call Amber Heard back on the stand? They can. They're not gonna. Because Amber's team's gonna call Amber back on the stand. You get Ethan Ralph on for your man on the street opinion from Portugal. Well, he's on the street, laying on the street after getting pummeled into it like an idiot.
For those in the comments asking, I've lost just over 20 pounds. That includes a week and a half at Disney, where I actually gained 6 pounds. Had to lose that all over again.
I was gonna say, you do. It looks good, man. You can genuinely tell that you've been putting in a lot of work.
Well, when you do a lot of video like we do, it doesn't take much before you come across a 3-month-old video. I'm like, holy Christ, who's that fat dude? That's me.
Well, see, the interesting thing is when I look at like an older video, I go, holy Christ, who's that skinny guy? God, I got to hit a gym. Because I've put on significant amounts of weight since starting this YouTube gig anyway. But yeah, it's well, you could tell
I did book my trailer, by the way, at the trailer park.
Oh God,
next month. So I'll
be
there.
Hilarious.
I'll send a photo. Probably everyone will have forgotten about it in 3 weeks from now, but
nah, send a photo. Make sure you do a live stream from there, right? Like
I'll try. They caution when you register for the room that the Wi-Fi is not great. So we'll see. Maybe Johnny will be there. Maybe he'll go back.
I wanted to meet you, Mr. Branco. Oh, okay. So this is the final day of testimony. Depp's team has about 7 hours and some change. Amber's team has 1 hour and some change, but Depp's team allegedly just has the one witness, the flight attendant. That doesn't mean they're limited. I mean, they could call somebody back. They could recall Johnny or an expert if they wanted to, I suppose. But I don't know that that's going to happen. Amber's team is expected and announced to be calling Amber Heard back as their final hour of testimony.
Right. 116, I noted yesterday, is what they have left, and then 708 for the Depp team.
Yeah. Yeah. I was commenting, I think right before you popped in, that Amber being called back to the stand seems like a terrible idea, but I can't think of who else they could call.
Okay.
The only other thing would be to rehab one of their experts, and that doesn't seem like the best.
If they brought back the crazy dude, that would be awesome.
Yeah, well, but all their experts are crazy. I mean, the best person they had is that Catherine Arnold, and she was terrible. like Richard Marks kind of just kneecapped her entire testimony.
By the way, when I was at Disney last month, folks, they still have the Captain Jack animatronic in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Yeah.
They got rid of the wenches display, but they still have Captain Jack.
We got rid of the winches?
I know. It's the only reason I was on that stupid boat.
I mean, you got to teach kids early about wenches. One of my kids, when we were there last, really just
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Think-
All right, have your seat. All right, your next
Was it during
witness.
COVID?
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr.
Oh.
Gilbert.
Okay. Dr. Gilbert is the witness.
Strut right up.
Yeah. One of my kids really liked that Pirates ride. Pamela B says, good morning. I'm so happy I found your commentary. I bounced between you and Emily Baker. Thank you for all you do. Also, I'm crushing on Law and Lumber. Justice for Johnny. Big fan of Dr. Muffins.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Let me turn this up.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Here we go.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons.
That tie is
treat
great with that
patients
suit.
non-operatively.
He likes those wide collars
In
too.
terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
That's what it looks like when you're ready to spend
Again,
10 grand on
I
a bespoke
limit my
suit.
practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately
More than one a day.
10,000, maybe a little less.
Sheesh. That's a lot
Where
of
are you currently
surgeries.
licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
I should have done the math on total surgeries.
And can you
25
describe
years
for us
times
what current
300, 400 a year.
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
100,000 hand surgeries.
In what professional organizations are you a
Jeez.
member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American
No.
Association of
10,000.
Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any
mean,
articles in your field?
Granted, I went to law school for a reason.
Lawyer math.
Have you
Yep.
testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
You are correct, sir.
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery,
Of
specialized.
course, if they claim the 100,000, the other side is lawyers too. They won't know.
12 million surgeries.
Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning it was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can you take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60 and pull up to go to page 3? And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? All right. we'll
yes,
identify
this
it as
is
60 page
Johnny
3
Depp's
and
expert witness
publish
still.
to the jury.
He's here to rebut the other expert.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you off there. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here in this
we're looking
X-ray?
at two x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury. And towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
Yeah, that got crushed.
In your
Oh,
view,
God, that looks
what types
fucking
of
painful.
mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
Nor with a knife cut.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
The velocity fracture or
In
injury
your
goes
opinion,
right
could
to what
this
Johnny
injury
said his
have been
Australian doctor
sustained in the
said.
manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
The lag will clear up, guys. For whatever reason, there's lag.
What
I
other
think it's on
injuries, if any, would you
Streamlabs or
expect to
StreamYard
see,
side.
on Mr. Depp's hand?
I
if the
thought it
injury
was
had
Max
occurred?
Headroom testifying there.
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed. And those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again, I said is rare. So you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None
My
whatsoever.
home security cameras are better than this.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes,
Okay.
but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges. It was not jagged. And generally, when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever.
Guys,
And
shut up
that's
about the
more
lag for a
consistent with the
minute.
pictures of Mr. Depp.
I know. Okay. Just chill the fuck out.
We're using the term soft tissue
I'm letting the
loss, and just to make
audio
sure
play
we're on
here.
the same
Hold on.
page. Can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
There's some weird lag spike going on. I don't know if it's between
Now,
me and
you were saying that
StreamYard or
Dr.
StreamYard and
Moore
YouTube.
testified that this was
It'll clear up
an avulsion
at some point. I
and,
can't
being
do
a
anything to
pinching
fix
injury,
it.
right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Well, not his plastic
Correct.
bottles.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Except the victim.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence
Guys,
of
it's not the fucking feed
fragments of
that's
broken
lagging.
glass
It's not
in
lagging for
Mr.
me.
Depp's
It's between
injury.
me and StreamYard or
Do you remember
StreamYard and YouTube.
Yes, I do.
And
There's
how
not
does
a
the
refresh
absence of
that will
glass
fix it.
fragments
Chill the fuck out. It'll
factor
clear
into
up
your
when it clears
analysis?
up.
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries. And I would say probably the majority, you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if
When someone walks
say,
across broken glass.
Yeah.
something of that nature,
Gets
where you get
dragged
little
through
tiny
it.
shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
You're not certified in glass making, are you, Doc?
Paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
How much?
And you
1,000.
agree, just to sum
$1,000 an
up
hour.
how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times misheard's account or misheard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes,
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
yes,
So when you were just talking about misheard's account or misheard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation.
No,
for
that's
how
not
she
true.
thinks he lost his finger. Correct?
no,
You're aware that misheard testified, and this was from your deposition. You're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
no, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Hertz testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that? correct?
Smithereens. You don't hear that every day.
Agree, I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Highfalutin terminology there.
There,
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I
Yeah.
fixed the lag. I fixed it by mentally jerking off my ISP and doing nothing else. it's, it's the internet, guys. Sometimes things just slow down for a minute, and then they
Dr. Gilbert,
don't.
you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct,
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to
Correct.
tell the truth, correct?
correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are four pages per page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
Okay,
Okay, in line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
yes,
And
It's
you've
almost
heard no
incomprehensible.
testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
correct,
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
correct,
And the nail bed was uninjured,
correct,
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct,
Okay.
yes,
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
correct,
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from,
correct,
right? But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't. There's no allegation. You've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
correct,
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
correct,
I mean, there's
And
a
the
pretty
glass
good idea
exploded,
of what
but
direction
you've
it
already
came
testified
from.
there was no glass in the wound, right?
correct,
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
correct,
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
correct,
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
correct,
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
correct,
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail. Correct?
correct.
And your explanation
That's
of
not that wild, in all
is that
honesty.
you believe
I have exactly the same injury.
his hand must have moved.
This is
at some
triggering
point
me.
during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
It would be consistent with the evidence.
Right.
He obviously wasn't personally present.
Sorry,
Page
page,
25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
no problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmer side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmer side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the course of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave.
No
under oath
reason
a
to
month or
think
two
that it
ago, right?
completely hit on the back
So
of the finger.
even though you have never read
It's
any,
much more likely to
yes,
hit the
Mr. Depp's
side.
hand moved. His hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's not
fact,
what,
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions.
All right, correct.
Oh.
You guys brought the lag back. What are you doing, chat?
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's
Need more
hand,
internet lube.
how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury. And I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
Accordion
And
door.
your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. Oh, you can just leave it there. That's fine.
Who are they
Thank you,
going to
sir.
call next? Do we have the flight
All right.
attendant?
Your next witness.
Plaintiff rests. Your
Really?
Honor.
All right.
Where's the
plaintiff
flight
rests rebuttal
attendant?
case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case.
Well, that finger
Okay.
injury has bothered me from the beginning because I have the same injury on my toe from a motorcycle accident. My steel-toed boot collapsed in on the third toe of
Always
my
a risk.
right foot, and it clipped the side of the foot, amputated on the pad of the toe, and not a single other toe was injured. It is a perfectly possible scenario because I feel that thing every damn day of my life.
So wait, you're saying when you got injured on one toe that all of the other toes weren't also injured at the same time?
Exactly. And there's no nail bed damage. The nail is perfect. It just lopped off about a third of an inch of the toe on the meaty part, and that's it.
Yeah, guys, again, with the lag, it's not the stream because it's very smooth for me. So it's between me and StreamYard on the upload, or StreamYard and YouTube on their connection. And I don't know. It doesn't tell me which one. I can see that it's lagging because it indicates to me that it's lagging, not because I witnessed the lag. For me, everything is smooth. So I know you're all very smart internet people. and you all know how to fix every problem, but you can't properly even diagnose the problem from my end because you can't see what I see. So I have
Did you wiggle the wires?
I have an indicator on StreamYard that lets me know that there's a connection issue, but they don't tell me which way that connection issue is. So if I refresh this, it won't do anything. If I refresh StreamYard, it might. It'll take me away from the stream for a second, and I'm going to try it, but I'll be right back. So it's going to take the court feed away, but I will be right back and put it back up. Here we go.
Hey,
He's disappeared.
just us.
We control it all.
lawselfdefense.com/free book, folks, for your free copy of the Law of Self-Defense Principles. Best-selling book. Check out the reviews on Amazon. All right.
Visit me and like and subscribe. Oh, never mind. Hey, he's back.
I leave and you immediately grift? Immediately? You don't even wait till my corpse is cold?
Not at all. It's no fun if it's cold.
Auto grift set to auto. Full on.
For now, the lag indicator is gone. So hopefully that fixed it. We'll see. But if that happens, guys, and the audio is fine, I'm not going to do that in the middle of testimony. Because it'll take away the audio. It'll take away the stream. So I don't want to do that.
Are you liable if your middle finger accidentally goes off? That was weird testimony. Talking about the finger going off.
Yeah,
He said twice.
All of their theory is so weird. Like, well, there must be glass in the other fingers. It's like, why? Like, just because glass explodes doesn't mean you're going to have laceration injuries everywhere else. The key component is either the pinching, crushing injury, or the possibility that a chunk of glass also lacerated the soft tissue. But it doesn't mean that glass will automatically lacerate everything else, or that slivers of glass would necessarily be in there. So, I mean, broken bottles break pretty like they're thick shards.
It's the movie thing, you know, where a window breaks or a glass breaks and it just fragments into a gajillion razor sharp objects. Anybody that's broken a bottle or a glass, it breaks in like 4 or 5 big freaking chunks.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of little pieces that you'll have around there, but it's not like every piece is going to cut you. I mean, any piece could cut you. Any piece with a sufficiently sort of jagged break with, a nice sharp component to it could cut you, but it doesn't automatically mean that you're definitely going to have glass embedded in your entire body.
Well, and you always step on the little tiny sliver of broken glass that you didn't remember or didn't get up with a vacuum 5 months later.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Ackert?
Julian Acker.
Who is Julian Acker?
I have no idea. Let me try this. Let me create a banner.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case?
What are you going to put?
Check this out. Let me try this. Hey, look at that.
Hey.
Good morning. Morning. Can you please state your name? Julian Ackert.
Eckert. Oh,
And can
fucking
you
hell.
please describe your
Hold on.
educational
Let me change it.
background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of
Sounds
Virginia.
like it.
I need
What
to
is
learn
your
all these
profession?
neat tricks.
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
Nick? Or
Yeah.
Scrolling?
Yep.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20
And the
years.
lag's back. I love it.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation.
Well, I'm
and
the
collection
64 baud
strategies,
modem generation, so
doing
hey,
data
this doesn't
collections
bother
and
me at all.
extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence: an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, a laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the
Do you have any
e-discovery area?
certificates?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
You're not board
What,
certified,
if
are
any,
you?
professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
Not much.
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you
50%.
belong to any
I say
professional
51.
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is
Gets naked in
group
Arizona.
of
Nailed it.
legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices.
Magic.
That software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this guy is
And
relevant
what,
to
if
the
any, specific
counterclaim at
types
this
of data
point.
are collected in
But
that
we'll see.
image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents.
Well, they're trying to trying to bandage the damage from Depp's expert yesterday, right? Who said basically all
Probably.
these photos are
Do you
garbage.
recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
I trust the other guy over this
And
guy's vocal
what, if
fry.
any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance.
We have to admit, this is the most likable witness.
That I
heard is put on the entire time.
Where I haven't visually changed the Word document.
I would
The
definitely
metadata
let this guy decorate my house.
indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the
What?
version that I used before printing.
He seems like he'd be
Can you
very
give any
competent.
examples of
He
visual
dresses well, so I'm
photographs
sure he'd decorate well.
visually
Too.
appear the same?
Well groomed.
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on—
Does file size matter?
So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your
Yes,
phone,
unless she's being
you
polite.
choose to use a small—
Can't make butter with a
or
toothpick.
a different size
Just
of
saying.
the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the 1s and 0s because you've changed the size of the photograph.
God damn it, Andrew! I can't listen to it without laughing now.
What, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually
This guy seems outside the scope of rebuttal.
built into the Apple.
I don't see how he's
Macintosh
related to her
operating system
counterclaim
for
at
Mac.
all. These
This
photos
is
were
the
about Johnny's
application that
claim.
launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos
album.
by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata.
You can also edit
earlier.
photos.
What is that?
Can you edit
Metadata
photos?
is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was
Why is
indicating
Jonah Hill examining it?
the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your
Objection
devices.
calls for speculation.
So
Apple
the
wants
photo
to
that was
sell
originally
products.
taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design.
Lies.
That synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671?
It's a fabulous witness.
Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
It'll be in rainbow colors.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up.
I think this guy is also for public because there's lots of accusations that Amber
Thank
Heard
you.
did not turn over
This chart
metadata.
represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister report date captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
You just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle. Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show
They're
photos.
just burning their remaining time on this guy.
Rather showed the iOS version.
What are you gonna do? Bring Amber back?
And what do the little A's
I hope
followed
so.
by numbers
They
back
said
up?
they would,
What does that
but-
mean?
Those are
Doesn't
evidence
look like
IDs.
it.
Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS.
Hell, you
backup
say.
to iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
This guy sounds like
Can
the
you just
guy who
take
ran the
stop for a second,
newsroom in
Michelle?
Independence
Pull up
Day.
1675, please. Defendant 1675.
He does, doesn't he?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Like
And
that guy?
you recognize this chart, Mr. Ackert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to
Harvey
publish
Feinstein.
defendant 1675
Sorry.
demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675, we publish this demonstrative.
Who's that young buck in the
Can
second
you
row?
please
back
describe in
there?
more detail what the three columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are three different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671? Thank you. So, Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on
The
the left,
relationship is very
you can
loving.
see in the fourth column, the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30 taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the
EXIF data and the metadata are
software version
separate.
of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices, because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
These are the pictures I took of Mrs. Doubtfire.
You can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, do you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Well, the whole case is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
The images that were created in this
Are super
case
authentic.
were included log files.
Oh, happy Camila's.
Validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original.
I feel so
evidence
validated.
files. In most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank God.
It's a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Your Honor, can we get the jury some coffee now?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Everything
You
was just shit,
worked
wasn't it?
with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before,
Oh,
Give or take, yes.
go-to witness.
for more than a dozen years.
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeier didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right.
What?
You'll agree with me that in some
Lots of
instances,
knots there.
Ms. Heard produced multiple
likes knots.
versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
yes,
All right. And you'll agree with me
These knots.
that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
no.
No?
No.
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
See, and there you go.
Okay,
You're killing
so
your credibility,
what-
buddy.
What you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
No.
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed.
No, that's not the question.
Those authentic original photographs for the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified. I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Hurd provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay.
Well, you didn't
Mr. Gibson, will you
review
pull up
them?
defendants?
You'd have no basis to know whether or not they are originals, right?
713 next to one another. Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
Can you see those, sir?
Oh, good.
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Overlap these again, please.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me. Yes.
Visually.
Visually to everybody.
Down.
No, make him answer questions about those pictures. More
Yeah.
questions about those pictures.
Yep. I would leave them up as long as possible.
Can you testify that both of these are individually original
Mr. Gibson,
pictures? Obviously,
can you
no. One's
pull up
obviously
King's
edited.
Exhibit
They have the exact same creation date
1308?
and time.
This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no.
Yeah, no kidding.
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection. All right, it's in evidence. then.
That's one of my
You know,
favorite
it's-
objections. It's just piling on our shit
Mr. Gibson,
case.
can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
Oh, it's like they had that ready to go.
Oops.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different. Yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour,
Moment.
the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
The exact same file name as each other.
And that's what the daytime metadata shows. Yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right.
Oh, did she edit the file names?
How would you have this jury decide
Make that
which one is
admission.
real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field.
Well,
But I think that's what
these were
even
images
Mr.
talked
Neumeister
about by the
said, that
doctor.
You need to look at the software metadata field.
They said they were different.
We have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
Are you going to try and like
No further
evade
questions.
that?
Right.
Okay, there
And
you
just
go.
for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record.
One of
clean.
those will appear in closing.
All
Thank
right,
you, Your Honor.
redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata
That's the stuff I
inside.
didn't look at.
I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on
Young
all
Mandy
of the photo
Patinkin goes
metadata
down in
you have
flames.
You
reviewed,
can you just
do you
put
have
it
any
right
reason
in
to
front of
question
them.
the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes.
Yeah, no
Based
kidding.
on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, Do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Eckert,
We carefully made
those
sure you didn't have
photos-
that information.
They have not.
and is
Those
it still your
photos
testimony
were
that the opinions
testified
you
to by
testified
Mr.
to today
Neumeister.
are made with a reasonable degree of forensic
The
certainty?
jury saw them
Yes.
yesterday.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
Ooh, Elaine's hustling up there.
Yeah.
They may be calling Amber Heard with their remaining time. Again, I think it's a disaster of an idea, but
Well,
Didn't
from
you with
their
the arm wrapped
perspective
around?
or our entertainment perspective?
from their perspective, our entertainment perspective, it'll be great. Yeah,
I
they're-
really
they're-
do like the voice and delivery of the white knight paladin lawyer that just comes in to destroy experts. He's very he has a
It's
great
very
voice.
memorable for sure.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
nice baritone, nice delivery.
When
If you
I
just
think,
heard him again in the future, you'd know it was that guy from the
Yeah.
Heard Depp trial.
I also think his kind of quavery style and his slow delivery makes the experts think that he's not smart. So I think it's very disarming to experts. That's the impression that I get personally.
I'd agree.
I also have a low opinion of experts. I was explaining this on a different stream. A lot of experts are good communicators, which is why they're expert witnesses. And so I think they get into this idea that that you become that part of your expertise is the ability to communicate effectively, quickly, and clearly. And so I notice a lot of people when we saw it with the one guy, right? Like the one doctor talking about Johnny Depp. Well, I was analyzing his processing speed. I'm like, he talks slower than you liked. That's all that was going on there. You weren't
and
analyzing.
people have to understand this. The whole expert, it's an industry based largely on vanity. So you have these people who would like the world to treat them like they were experts. And there are organizations out there that invite people to be added to their book
All
of
right, your next
experts.
witness.
Doesn't mean they're any good.
Your Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Oh,
They're not calling
thank
Amber
the
back.
Lord.
They're not going to bring Amber back. They realize how disastrous that was. But that's twice they have leaked who they will call, and twice they have not called them. And both times it was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. They want eyes on this.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Oh, she wears a
Yes?
mask.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Of course.
pink, yeah. But this is like Amber 2, so this is going to be equally as good, I think.
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological
President-elect.
Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard
So you're not
over 6
president yet.
visits for approximately 29 hours.
And why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why?
Now, this
Please
is within
explain.
the scope of the counterclaim because that's what the
As I
mental health stuff
testified
is.
to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and
Yeah,
tests
good luck with
and
this.
external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists. And I think
Curry
that's
wouldn't show
where
up with roots like that.
Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are
Wouldn't show up
instruments
looking
that are
anything like that.
very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Oh, no, she was.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms.
No one
that
on
I
earth
determined
believes
was,
Amber Heard did
accurate
anything in
and
a
reliable.
moderate, nuanced
Dr.
way.
Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98th percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that?
98%.
So, I mean, she said a lot of things, so let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive. Okay. Could you tell the jury
Sustained.
about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes, so,
addressed?
yes, thank you. So that's the broadband measure that
Amber's
has
PTSD stepped on a bee.
that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward, to minimize fault on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there were two other measures that we look at that to say.
Am I the only person hearing Charlie Brown's teacher throughout this entire testimony?
Of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
It's hard to look past the fact that she scored 98% higher than any person that's ever taken this test.
And ever
on
faked
on the questions specifically designed to catch fakers.
Right.
No, that you see, that was not true. She answered very moderately and nuanced answers.
Yeah. Amber Heard's about as subtle as a rhinoceros up the backside.
I mean, the jury hearing that has to go, you're kidding. She hasn't said anything moderate or nuanced about this entire trial. Even if she's telling the truth, nothing is moderate or nuanced about it. I mean, there's no equivocation. There's no contemplation. Again, and if she's telling the truth, her story is horrific, but it's certainly not moderate. I mean, being violated with a Maker's Mark bottle, having your feet and arms lacerated by this man choke slamming you into a bar, and then a ping pong table, and then the floor and the wall. It's like, what's moderate and nuanced about anything she said?
Dr. Curry, let's move to the TSI 2. Dr. Curry testified
She lost.
about. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No, again,
Please describe why. Explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual.
I told you.
Manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile rank.
I had PTSD because that flashed back to my mother when she said it like that.
Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to.
Yeah, that sounds credible.
That score, the one that's elevated, which she's talking about, that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of about, maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those
All of
memories
which can be
and
easily
without them.
faked, of
And then
course.
relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer
The M fast. How about you try some intermittent fast?
done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels.
Is Slim Fast
People
still a
who
thing
are
in the
known to
States?
malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk out all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much
Psychologist
worse than they
grifter, I
are.
just noticed
So
that.
when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this
I
person
tried
is
to just type
responding to this
psychologist. It
evaluation.
didn't work.
Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked
It
about,
autofilled.
the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater
It'll
confidence.
never cease to amaze me how
And
soulless
that is
those
in the
eyes look.
literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report that bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Damn.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said
Wait, she only had moderate PTSD
mild, moderate.
after having a maker's mark bottle
All of
inserted
hers
in her?
were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration?
I do not.
Of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And
I'm
yes,
sure
she
you
did
do
meet
it in your
PTSD
office all the
from
time.
that in January
Every time you have an
2021.
expert witness testimony coming up.
Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted
Sure you find
her test
PTSD
results. Do you agree
all
with
of the
that?
time.
Yeah. I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes, so I said that before, my stance on the MMPI and how
Freud
she
would like to have a
interpreted
word with that
is,
slip lady.
I believe, wrong, and I think most.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Amber's like, why couldn't we have retained Curry? Why do all my experts suck?
Another expert defense to an objection by Elaine. That's what we now know where they got the original transforming sound effect for Transformers. It's just Elaine responding to objections.
Dr. Hughes, to quote the great Harvey Specter, don't raise your voice, improve your arguments.
Now, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD
Lost that one too,
Lost
Elaine?
that one.
would be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Oh, she said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or
Overruled
form.
objection.
Thank you.
No,
That's
that
not what
is
she
not
said.
correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that.
He
People
said
who are
Amber's
struggling with
obviously
trauma,
very high level of functioning was inconsistent
strong,
with PTSD.
courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even
Become a
though
wine
they're
sommelier.
struggling with
Right.
these symptoms.
Third level, third degree, black
Walking
belt.
down with a 50-pound bag of flour.
Level 3 lime, some
just sort
lime.
of trying to get
Wine sommelier is
away, or
pretty
sometimes that
dedicated to your
bus
craft.
away, and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS. Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr.
Where?
Curry
Can't tell
also
the truth.
that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to
To me,
evaluate
moderate
domestic violence.
PTSD it would be different than
Of course I
functional
don't.
impairment.
That
That sounds pretty
For a
serious.
living day in, day out for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas.
She knows
Domestic
nothing about
violence is
dissemination.
part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical
I'm guessing
violence,
divorced.
psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next question.
Ooh, she got the lip curl in there.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that
I can't
you
wait for Cross.
made a determination just based on personal opinion.
I can't wait for
and
Cross at
just
all.
on checklists and
We're gonna see
a
some
couple of
domestic
tests that
violence
you
on Cross.
misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
Dr. Hughes, is it
Email
true
me
you're from New
disagree with that.
Jersey?
As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, and most importantly, therapy
Define
records and
slew.
interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And your incomplete
just
tests,
to
right?
remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert.
How many
in forensic
managers have you
psychology,
berated?
in specifically domestic violence and the
She was qualified in this proceeding like every other expert who testified in this proceeding.
and in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
But I believe
Objection,
it-
Your Honor, misstates the record.
if you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, I probably should.
I can't remember my own question.
You were qualified. I gotta find my note.
Yep.
You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
Your Honor, you
I
may
wonder
want to
if
have
they-
EMS standing by for this cross.
I wonder if they will have enough time to call Amber Heard. If so, I get to eat crow on my tweet, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I got a message. Please read. I'm 100% disabled combat veteran. I've taken these tests and was placed in psychiatric hold in 2018 to 2019. Amber scored higher than me. Like, yeah. Again, I mean, the question is who the jury believes. And at this point, I would have a hard time thinking that the jury is actually believing Dr. Hughes. I just don't think she comes across anywhere near as credible as Dr. Curry. I think Dr. Curry's analysis seemed more robust. But then maybe I'm biased. I mean, I am biased, but maybe I'm biased in this regard. So who knows?
You're mega biased.
I'm a mega pint of bias. Man, I hope they've been researching the hell out of her and we're just ready for this.
Just go for the finishing
Morning,
move
Dr.
right off
Hughes.
the bat.
Morning, Mr. Dennison.
Dennis.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we
Manual
put up
says you can't make a
1311
diagnosis
as a
off this.
demonstrative?
So someone asked the difference between a demonstrative evidence and regular evidence. Demonstrative evidence isn't public, isn't given to the jury. It's only for the purposes of court and explaining something live during testimony. So that
Any objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
the jury will have to,
The manual, Elaine.
the jury will have to remember any demonstrative evidence. It's a visual aid, but they're not going to have it back in their jury deliberation room. So it helps, someone explain something who's on the stand, oftentimes an expert. So a chart or a graph, but these things aren't evidence in a trial much of the time. So, they're data that is, again, it's a visual representation of an opinion, but the opinion is what goes back to the jury, not the representation of the opinion, because they can be prejudicial.
Thank you.
Joshua Cornelius says, first, suckers, #justice for Johnny, but you weren't first. You were second.
They're
Sorry.
getting the right one up.
Yeah, we got it. Let's use 1312.
1312. Okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to
To
move
read the
for
manual.
admission of 1312.
Hughes.
Any objection? to
Oh,
1312?
Now it's not demonstrative.
All right, 1312. yeah.
Now it's actually evidence.
Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph?
Can we blow up the
on
capital?
right?
The second paragraph.
That's the PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g. the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
She
Okay.
did it wrong.
Oops.
Sure. Read the directions.
Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a?
Can you pull up the rules?
President-elect of my HOA.
Notice that when she attacked Dr. Curry's use of anything, they never pointed out like what she did wrong.
Yes, sir.
But when they go to Don Hughes, this guy has called out exactly what she's done wrong and referenced the directions on how to do it right.
Objection of 1309 is a demonstrative.
Not just here, but also in the previous testimony. It was the same thing. It's like, it says here to do it this way, and you didn't. Well, I didn't need to do it that way because I, as a clinician, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but you didn't do it this way. Like, you just said you needed to follow the directions, and you didn't follow the directions. So it's the,
She
oh my
looks so
God,
uncomfortable right now.
the audio choppy, I guess.
Sounds fine to me.
9 and post the jury as demonstrative.
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I know.
So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented.
No, that's not the
her to a
question.
different time frame because she
Yeah.
was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right,
oriented
and
the
you
individual
know-
to not
I-
limit herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right.
Move to
We'll
strike
the last part of the answer.
her entire
Strike the last part of the
response.
answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you
Like everything
know
after
that
the
at
inhale.
time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
Of course.
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
Keep
Of course.
keep keep hitting her. She gets
Let's
pissed
do
really
another one.
quickly.
Yeah. Push that button. Not that button. The other button.
Please don't push that button.
We talked about the danger. I'm sorry. You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
The DAT.
Can we pull that up, please?
They have time to burn on her.
What
Use
number
it.
is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
And this is not that Charlie Brown teacher stuff. This is not
Any
wah,
objection?
wah, wah, wah. This is direct, on point,
Okay,
understandable.
publish to the jury.
And yeah, this was the difference between the two. He's pointing out where she did it wrong.
Dr. Hughes.
After getting her to say you have
this
to read the
is a blank
directions.
form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was
No.
somewhat collaborative.
Somewhat collaborative.
Can we
What's that mean?
blow up the second
Wait,
full
no,
paragraph?
go. Damn it, Wayne. This is where he annoys me. Like that question. What do you mean somewhat
Says,
collaborative? So you
"Using the
didn't actually
calendar,
give
please
her the
mark
test?
approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So
But
I
these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year. And
That's
not the
one,
language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides
Not in
and
the
looking back
instructions.
about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the
Nope,
previous year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice. and
That's
it's
not what I'm asking you.
Opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year.
Yeah, on this, yes, that says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right, let's look at more instructions. Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence? Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions.
Yeah, I really love the audio lag that you guys are hearing. I
Standard
don't hear it.
administration and scoring.
I don't hear it either.
Me too.
Producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait, that's good. This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And
You guys can yell
remember
lag at
that
me all you want. It's not
in
going to
every
fucking
single
change.
instance
There's nothing
that
I
you were
can
asked to fill in
do.
the
I don't even
blank
see it.
about frequency.
Earlier, I could at least see
You
the
failed to do
indication.
so.
It's not there.
Correct.
That's
So
not correct.
refresh
Oh.
or leave. I don't fucking care.
You filled in
I can't change
any
something.
blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I
Where
asked
it's
you whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page down. Let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in.
Now he's going to speak to everyone.
I think a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
All the time on this box.
We
Spend
talked
all
about
the
this
time on
before,
it.
Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you
This
chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said
Nobody wants to put anything in her box.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
because
a,
this
if
is
it's
not
not
a standardized test.
well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
He just needs to yell, "What's in the box?"
All right, let's go another one. All right, let's look at item 4B4.
I'll remove the banner, see if that fixes it, since that my editor thinks
And
that's
I asked
it.
you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
He has to be briefly. You got 3 seconds left.
Static risk factor. What did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk
I
factors.
hope it changes. That's why I quit 16 years ago.
In the last year or 5 years ago.
When you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was existed?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objectioning.
And so how does that relate to needing the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you try to evaluate the impact of something, you have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents.
She just described it. That came up. She said you floated. She said it was 88. I'm asking you specific. Okay.
Yeah, again, guys, I know that the best for lag on the stream is for you to spam lag in the chat, but it's not something. I don't have an indicator for lag on this one. And to be clear, since some of you are fucking retarded, the stream coming to me is smooth. So if it's going out to you, I can't see that if it's choppy
What is the
to you.
difference between
So resetting this
clinical
doesn't help.
scoring and clinical evaluation?
Elaine lost again.
Evaluation with respect to the CAT5 and the other tests.
Compound.
Sustained.
Elaine, learn how to ask a
It's
question.
compounded because it might be confusing to the jury.
Good. Sustain, next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled, good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because, you know, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a
Thank
seat in
you.
the courtroom or you're free to go, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take a 15-minute recess to not discuss the
The
case.
judge's wish casting.
Okay.
All right. I pulled up the stream. I can now at least hear the audio popping coming through. No idea what's causing it. So I will try restarting my
All right,
PC
well,
on the
come back
break.
At 11:05 then? Okay.
We'll see. I don't know. I can't tell if that's coming from my end. Here, wait. Does this fix it? Does this fix the audio popping? I mean, I know you guys can't hear it.
No.
So we'll have to see what happens. Yes, I know we just lost a bunch of viewers. There's literally nothing I can do to just automatically fix something that I don't cause. I know you guys think like that streamers are playing with settings. Trust me, we really don't. Because it's fucking annoying that when stuff like this happens. So it's fine now. Okay, that's the StreamYard issue that I've been dealing with the entire trial. That when I share a screen, the audio gets wonky. Again, I'm going to try restarting. I'll be back in a few minutes. The stream will stay up. I'll be right back. Sorry if you guys have to fill for a second, but I'll be back.
We'll fill.
Oh, I think we can find some way to fill.
Oh, God damn it.
Would you like to go first, Andrew?
Sure, folks. You can get your free copy of the best-selling Law of Self-Defense Principles book. Check out the reviews on Amazon. Over 1,000 reviews, 5-star rating. But don't buy it there. They'll charge you for the book as well as shipping and handling. We only charge for the shipping and handling at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Over to you, Legal Advisors.
Thanks. Hey, I'm new to this game, so I'd appreciate this. We've got over 50,000 people here now. So if ever you just take this downtime, bump over there, hit a subscribe, I can be up over 50,000 subscribers within the next minute. I tend to think I'm witty. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but hey, check me out. See if you like what you see. Subscribe, do all the YouTube-y stuff, and definitely subscribe to anything that Andrew and his legal self-defense thing does, because it's fascinating as hell.
Remarkably enough, at least I find it remarkable, I guess, I am the least subscribed of the law tubers.
I've never even noticed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. Anyway, 30,000 or so. It's but most of those folks have a multiple of that. Of course, Nick has 10 or 15-fold that many.
Yeah, well,
as he well deserves, given the disproportionate effort he puts into his YouTube stuff, for sure. Wow, so Nick's got that old PC 8086 computer booting back up with a floppy drive.
Yeah, just because of legal mindset, Andrew, I had to replace my 14-year-old computer. So this is much nicer. I went from a 12-minute boot time to a 14-second boot time.
It's nice. All right, folks, as long as Nick's not here yet, I'll also mention our almost weekly free webinars, our law of self-defense myth-busting webinars. They're a couple hours long. They don't cost a penny. You can join us almost every Wednesday. They're free, but they're limited seating. We max them out at 100, and they always fill up. So if you're interested in that, you might take a look at hardtoconvict.com. Sign up for your free seat at the Law of Self-Defense Hard to Convict webinar, generally on Wednesdays. Just pick the date off that page that's most convenient to you.
Are those live only, or are those
Live.
archived and replayable? Okay, so there's no
Live.
archive and replayable.
I don't know, actually, to tell you the truth. They may use recorded versions of past ones for marketing purposes, but the ones I'm talking about on Wednesdays are live by me. So the ones I'm involved in, I do live. I never know what the marketing people are actually doing.
How did you get into the to specialize in the law of self-defense?
Embarrassment. So I was a young attorney. I was also a member of the gun community, an active competitive shooter, and I had a concealed carry permit, brand new, as a young man. And people would come up to me and say, Andrew, you're a lawyer. When am I allowed to shoot somebody? And I did not know the answer because they don't teach us this stuff in law school. So I made the effort to actually learn my state's actual self-defense law. And what they taught me in the concealed carry course was garbage. But I lived in Massachusetts, and 30 minutes in any direction, you're in a different state. So I learned New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and I began to see a pattern, and that is every state had different statutes, jury instructions, case law on use of force, but the underlying principles were all the same. It was the 5 elements of self-defense, what I call the 5 elements of self-defense: innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. And I learned, after looking at every state's use of force law, and District of Columbia, and Guam, and Puerto Rico, any place American law applies, it's always those same 5 principles, maximum. Not always all 5, but the most you have to worry about is 5. And that really simplified use of force for most people.
Oh,
There we go.
welcome back.
Welcome, Nick. Glad you could join us.
Yeah, me too.
Rebooted that modem.
I don't think it was on my end. I really don't. But we'll see. I guess.
Our grifting was successful. I got 600 new subscribes while you were gone.
Good. It's instantly happening again. Yeah, it's something with StreamYard. I have no idea.
Who did you piss off now?
Don't know. I'm not even sharing the screen yet. So
Yeah. Hey, something I'm sure you know about, Nick, but this was interesting to me. So when you send me the link over Twitter to join you here on StreamYard, I like to go on Twitter myself and just do a post and say, hey, I'll be with Nick, and I put the YouTube link for the show. When I go to get that YouTube link, first thing in the morning, the first minute I'm here with you on StreamYard, you're right at the top of the list on YouTube results. When I do Depp v. Heard. But if I forget what the link is and I want to post it again later, I look an hour later, you're not on the page. So there's a lot of content on there that's above you on that YouTube page with far fewer viewers.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I wish I have any idea if it's
I'm going to argue that I think it may have more to do with the people's own internet packages. I have zero audio lag on my. I pulled up the YouTube audio just now, and there's zero audio problems from here with me.
Yeah, I don't know, because I pulled it up. I heard it on my phone with it, but I think it has to do with StreamYard, and it's restart the stream. I mean, I guess I can shut it down and create an entirely new link. That's the only thing I can do. I can't just restart the call room. StreamYard doesn't work that way. That would be really lovely if it did. Let's see. Fork 501. Seriously, the tech advice from the chat on like troubleshooting my PC. Guys, I have 64 gig of RAM. I have a 5850X processor, and I have a 3090 Ti. It's not going to show up on Task Manager because
You're perfect
I don't have
on my
anything
phone.
eating up the resources.
Yeah, you're perfect on my phone. You're perfect on my PC. So
So
I don't know. Did you shake the wires?
there's
You try to jumpstart it?
again the idea that there's something that I'm either doing or not doing to change stuff. Like when you get your streaming settings to work, you don't mess with them because you have to do this all the time. It's a huge pain in the ass. So I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like it, leave. Like I'm not making you stay here. I would love for you to be here, but I'm not like able to make it a perfect experience. There's no way for me to do it. Sometimes the internet's just a shit. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. But like spamming a bunch of suggestions to me isn't going to help because they literally don't work. So here we go.
I just wonder if there's not a major sort of internet problem with some major providers in the States or around the world. Because I have zero problems here in Korea. I checked the phone. I checked the stream. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing I can do. So I'm not going to sit here and worry about it constantly because I've done everything that can be done. The only thing open on my entire computer is the stuff necessary for the stream and nothing else.
And as you said, spamming lag, 40,000 people sending lag does not help the lag problem.
Yeah. So, oy vey. I hate internet. I hate internet problems. And I love that the chat automatically thinks you're just a complete idiot. Like, oh, well, it must be you. Well, I mean, maybe it is, I guess. I do this literally every day. But this day I decided to change everything. So that must be it.
Have you started drinking yet this morning?
Yeah, I'm about to.
I got some JD for the JD stream today.
Nice.
Figured low standards.
I got a bottle of Maker's Mark Premium, a Premium or Premier Select for tomorrow. So
you know this stuff sells for $50 a bottle here in Korea. That's just criminal.
Jack Daniels, $50 a bottle.
53 is the cheapest at Costco. It usually goes for around 60-ish at the bottle shops.
Yeah, that's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. Whereas like now, I think Evan Williams is about $30 a liter, which is pretty good comparatively. Maker's is about 50.
Maker's is about 50 here. So that's not I think it's like, well, it might be like 35 to 40. I don't know. I don't buy Maker's Mark because I don't, one, I don't drink it. And two, I'm not in a relationship with Amber Heard. So I don't have any use for Maker's generally. I only bought the Maker's Premier because it was Premier and because the comedy of it. That's it.
Well, the strains like that. Have you had the Whistle Pig rye?
Yep.
Whistle Pig is almost exactly the same price here as it is. It's like $80, $85 here, which is almost exactly the same price it is there. I can't see. Oh, wow.
I had
that bit jealous?
Whistle Pig? I do. I'm trying to find a Boss Hog 8, but you can't get them at all.
Damn. Best we can do is a Whistle Pig 15. Got the 10 here on the floor. Seriously, because this past week and a half talking to you and my house just looks like a fucking dorm room.
Yeah,
like
I know.
Empty bottles strewn about, wine bottles, empty whiskey bottles. I've killed about 6 bottles in the past week here.
Yeah, I know. They all like sit next to me until I have like a spare moment of lucidity to clean them all up.
Yeah, it's when the dogs come barreling in. It sounds like a bowling alley scattering across the floor.
Do you have you ever had a Black Nika?
Sorry, I have to reboot my brain. No, but I've got one of the samurai bottles. Have you seen the Japanese duty-free samurai bottles?
No, I haven't.
Oh, hang on. I'm like wearing like neon blue shorts, so I'm going to stop the cam here just for a second.
That's Black Nika whiskey is what I am talking about. See, this is a Japanese whiskey. This is an expensive whiskey, by the way. This is not. It's got a screw top, which is a little embarrassing, but it's not a cheap whiskey at all.
This is an awesome bottle. This is a cheap whiskey. It's only sold in the duty-free shops in Japan. It's a Nika whiskey.
Nice.
And this is metal.
Oh God.
And it comes off.
Yeah.
And it was this was probably $30 worth of metal and probably $5 worth of glass. This whole thing was only $50 in Japan.
Ooh.
That should tell you how good it is. This is, honest to God, the worst whiskey I have ever tasted in my entire life. But I have two of them. They make really awesome bookends. Its main marketing tag is superb whiskey aged in wood, guaranteed by our own experts.
Oh, it's guaranteed to be aged in wood.
So yeah, that's some seriously bad stuff. But hey, it was $50 and it looks awesome. How's the black, Nika?
Have you ever had the military special?
No. I don't think I want it.
By the way, guys, this is a handle. Now this one
Yeah.
wouldn't shatter because this is top quality plastic. These run, I think, on base about $8.50 a bottle for a 175.
Wow. There's a place in Nebraska called Soldier Valley Spirits that they're a bunch of patriotic guys, and they do a lot of whiskey, like a lot of military themed whiskeys. They have a great bottle that's like the old military canteens, and their tag is like a set of dog tags that hangs around the top of the bottle. It's pretty cool.
Man, that's
And we're boring Andrew to death because he's got his pappy over there. He's like laughing at us peasants.
like, I don't even drink whiskey, and I have a pappy sitting here. You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, Andrew.
He's just swearing at us. He doesn't care. He's muted.
I'm muted.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even drink the brown liquor. I got that bottle of Pappy as a gift from a client, and it just sits on my shelf.
Well, I got some shelf space back there. If you're just
If Nick ever gets out to Colorado,
I'm coming.
hey, what
I'm gonna come.
do we have a status update on Binger?
No,
is that book delivery still a possibility?
I think it's still a possibility. I think he's still there. So that should be fun. Yeah, Legal Vices. Branka and I are talking about doing a buddy cop stream where we take a bunch of the law of self-defense books and deliver them to the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office. Or no, the Kenosha County Prosecutor's Office.
Yes. 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 You just have to. Oh, I didn't know you're in Colorado.
I am indeed.
Do we want to know which part of Colorado?
Yeah, I'm just between Denver and Colorado Springs.
Okay.
So he's between the ghetto and the ghetto.
Truth to that.
Colorado Springs is empty, except for the academy thing. But no, I'll be in Denver probably. Well, the last week of July. I've got a friend that got to go see there. She used to work at the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park.
Yes, I know it well.
Great place to be.
How long have you
that's
stayed
July.
there, and how many people have you killed?
Yeah, that's a great hotel. You need to go there, Nick. It's Estes Park is beautiful.
I'd love to go to the Stanley Hotel. My wife
Yeah.
would never stay there. She'd be like, "Wait, this is a haunted place?"
We
No.
try to get a Stephen King room, but they rent out like 8-9 months in advance. Yeah, we did that 3 years ago. We just kind of did the loop. We went from. Cause I'm from Logan, Utah, which is about 25 miles south of Idaho. My father was from Star Valley, Wyoming, so we went through Star Valley, Wyoming, went to Estes Park, then we went up to Deadwood to hang out at the Deadwood. Then we went to Mount Rushmore, Devil's Tower, back through Yellowstone and back down into Utah. That was a beautiful vacation. And it was 2 weeks before Sturgis, so we just only had the trickle in of the motorcyclists coming in early.
Yeah, that's the perfect time. So I go to Sturgis every year on my motorcycle, but I don't go for the rally. I go 2 weeks before or 2 weeks after. In fact, if I end up going to see Nick with a case of books, that'll be the time frame when I go, either right before or right after Sturgis.
Well, that'll be great. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. Theodore Hochstetler says the audio issue is definitely on the viewer's end. The section cut out where Branka lagged, and then I skipped back and I could hear him, so it's definitely not on you. I know it's not on me. I've done every bit of troubleshooting that I can do. It's on, and it's likely between StreamYard and YouTube because they give me typically an indicator when there's some sort of lag. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, that indicator is long gone. I'm not going to try and fix it because there's nothing to try other than completely shutting down the stream and starting it back over, which is no guarantee of fixing it. And will also take several minutes because I have to create a home link for Rumble and for Odyssey and everything. So, yeah. Why don't you use something other than StreamYard? Because 99% of the time it works. It does this. It does this. And also migrating everything over, like all the art and everything, takes a bunch of time to another service, which might also not work at any given moment. So, and doing it during these trial days when I'm streaming for 15 hours between two different streams and my only free time is eating and sleeping, it's not very practical to spend, 2 to 5 hours getting everything set up for a different stream. So
we can feed the trolls and say you're being targeted. You're just being purposely throttled by somebody.
Yeah. It's not me. Every time Hard to Convict comes on, it starts. He's not leaving. Like, you realize that he's still here.
We're having fun talking whether you hear us or not. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Ryan, the editor, I know you were wrong about the bottom scroller. I knew you were wrong when I did it. And I know you'll be wrong for the rest of time. So you're just lucky I don't fire you. I don't know why you're lucky. That would actually probably be a blessing. Let me read some super chats. I have the YouTube stream ready to go.
Maybe your stream stepped on a bee.
Probably. This is actually really bad news. Moist John says Lucas Gerhardt appeal for his house arrest was denied by Michigan Supreme Court following this busy gun week. Yep. Actually, I thought his appeal was denied. They declined to hear it. They didn't actually rule on the appeal, but I thought that was before the shooting. So I don't know, but that is really sad. He goes to trial, I believe, on July 11th. So I'll be watching to see what happens with that. Little Fox and Jason.
Are we ready for the jury?
Nick, you must be absolutely exhausted. Thank you for the legal comedic aspects.
Yes, sure.
I mean, I'm mildly exhausted. I'm mostly enraged. Believe it or not, Chad, I don't actually like lag issues and would love to resolve them immediately. I know like it's a fun game to pretend that I want to cause lag and make the stream hard to listen to. I know that's a good thing for me to do. It's a good business model. But
do we have any update on the I Doubt It Brothers trial?
I believe that's in August, but I got to call the court to try and get confirmation because there's just been some conflicting info about it.
And the Texas port shooter guy, I haven't followed up on that one either.
I have no idea about him. Marta Joy says, do you think they will actually call Amber? I think it's a gamble. What's your win percentage for Johnny? I mean, I think Johnny's still firmly in the winning category right now on percentages. You can't predict juries, so you literally never know. You'd have the best case in the world, and a jury could come back and completely surprise you, no matter what you do. So, but I put him very high odds. I know there's a bunch of hubbub about how yesterday's cross was really bad for Johnny Depp. I don't think it was all that bad. I think it was bad relative to the rest of the trial, but I think he's got such a winning lead on the overall factors that I don't think that's going to undo him. I don't think anything that happened yesterday on Johnny Depp's cross is going to be the thing that causes him to lose. If he's going to lose at this point, he was already going to lose. And if he's going to win at this point, I think he's already going to win. I don't think there's any gotcha moments. And my personal opinion has always been that this case comes down to how much people trust Amber Heard and like and leave her versus how much they trust and like Johnny Depp. This is a case about honesty. And that's all that matters. Does the jury think that person A or person B is being honest? If they think person A, they're going to win. Person B, they're going to win. So.
A nice green hair in the back there. Danger hair. Or blue.
Well, it's green and blue.
Sort of
On
like
this
Billie
one.
Eilish. It's like Billie Eilish. I think they just have like some saturation problems looking at all the colors.
Yeah, they actually, well, those two were actually the same people. There was same picture taken at the same time. It was just one had been through photos 3.
Look at that guy's hair. Wow.
Who was the mullet guy?
Yeah, that's like, well,
That's-
that's not mullet exactly, more like a cat on his head.
Wait, where'd Uncle go?
He's not back in the courtroom yet.
Okay.
But there is a mullet guy. The mullet guy is Johnny Depp's driver.
Is that Kato Kalin sitting next to the lady in red?
Yeah. Okay. And then
There
there's
he is.
Runkle, DUI guy, Runkle.
Elric.
Let's up the quality. Runkle of Ulthawan. Matthew Perkins says, supposedly putting the turd back up there today. Camille, let's go. Sonia Hems, I'm in solidarity with Team No Sleep with you in New Zealand. 12-hour work days during the day and the trial at night with you guys, averaging 3 hours sleep max, hallucinating leprechauns at this point. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Chorgon
Camille's in the back seat there.
Chorgon Scormhammer says, chat, just move the
thank you,
the
ladies
time
and
slider
gentlemen.
back
We see
30
it.
seconds and there's
Your
no
next
audio
witness.
issues, which might be true.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there is.
Now I
a
have to go
God.
revise my tweet. What a bitch.
But who's this new girl that's sitting next to Johnny? I don't think I've ever seen her.
It's him. Water.
Spam water? Nice caption. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Oh, okay.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened
This is
every
desperation.
single day.
Projecting his
Even just walking into
list of
the courtroom,
adjectives.
sitting
Watch-
here,
Watched you walk
in
into the
front of the
courtroom.
world.
You weren't harassed at all.
having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through.
Oh Lordy, I've got
used
the
to
vape.
humiliate me. People want to kill me.
Oh, she's doing that
They
weird
call me
thing.
so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave.
People want my baby to step on a bee.
Threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived. Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's a fact, not an evidence also.
I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media.
I mean,
Now,
Cross has to be. This is all a
on
hoax, isn't it,
cameras
Miss Heard?
in this room.
You just made all this up, didn't you?
Every single day, I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules
Friends?
about
What
how
friends?
to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
Overruled.
hearsay.
Go ahead.
Unspoken
about how
rules
to
for
not
imperfect
touch me,
victims.
not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene, and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering.
You
I'm not
literally
sitting-
have been.
You literally were yesterday. You were laughing.
I'm not. This is horrible.
Who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes?
This is humiliating for any human being to go
Still no
through.
tears.
And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being.
I am not an animal.
And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Donnie has elicited millions of people on his behalf. and he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack of
it.
foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Shut up, Amber.
Amber, how have the Depp Waldman statements impacted your
I
ability
hate that Depp Waldman shit.
to do charitable work?
That should have been objected to immediately.
You know,
To do charitable work.
I would, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies.
It's because I
I
care about the
interest-
children.
is
Objection,
because I'm not-
non-responsive.
Your Honor,
Stop crying.
Long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled, good.
And cute.
Because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Can't do my charity work. That
Amber,
was,
other than the
he asked
threat,
you how.
Brad, what
I can't give
other
my $7 million
threats
to the
have you
children.
endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds
Objection
of
hearsay.
death threats
Objection hearsay.
regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started, people mocking
That has nothing to do with the claims.
my testimony about being assaulted. Making
Yeah.
fun of my
It's like so
Objection,
literally not
Rollins.
credible.
Non-responsive.
Comes to damages.
Irrelevant.
Bringing
You
her
can
up
continue.
to tell them
Amazing
about
acting skills.
how the entire world doesn't believe her isn't the best move.
agonizing, agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating
Miley Cyrus face.
thing I've ever.
Recite Johnny Depp adjectives.
I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll
On
sustain.
cross-examination, just play the "Come Back, Johnny, Please" video.
By the way, this is a common mantra of people who defame someone else. After
What do
they
you hope
defame
to
them and
reclaim
destroy them, they just want
after
the
this is
person to
over?
leave them alone.
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me.
To be an
to own my story
American.
and my truth.
Or at least
I have
know
that
it
right.
free.
I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, Camille, bring it. Gently, but savagely.
So Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, yes.
That was terrible.
That was stupid.
That was a terrible way to spend the rest of your time. Wow.
It may prove to have been catastrophic depending on how this cross goes.
Yeah. I mean, what she didn't bring anything to the jury at all other than this
Histrionic.
emotional ploy. Yeah, histrionic.
Ironically enough, right? Histrionic disorder.
Yeah.
This emotional ploy at the 11th hour of the thing, talking about the social how everybody in the world doesn't believe her, which the jury's been instructed this entire time to not look at social media. And so maybe they have not, but maybe they have. But if they haven't looked at social media, she just told them, everybody doesn't believe me. Nobody believes me. And they're going to go, that's weird. I don't either. And so if everybody else doesn't, maybe there's a reason. And look at her now. There's no tears. There's no sadness.
The utter lack of genuine emotion. It's just turn on, turn off. I object. Cut. Okay, you're ready to ask questions. Cue, and then this. There's just no genuineness.
She'd be perfect for one of the 15th Terminator movie. Just peel back her face and it's a metal shell underneath.
Well, that's what I've said since the beginning. It's just her eyes are soulless. There's just nothing there.
Black eyes, doll eyes, dead eyes.
This testimony brought to you by Gatorade.
You know what they should do? They should bring her back. They say, Miss Heard, you were present for the testimony of your acting coach, right? Do you remember when she said that you couldn't actually cry and produce tears for acting? So they could always tell when you were lying? Yes. No further questions.
I absolutely would do that.
Raider Fankeef says they can cross her for as long as they want with their remaining hours. Technically, cross exam has to be limited to the scope of direct.
But there was a lot there to work with.
There's a lot of inroads there because she just talked about basically Johnny's giant campaign against her, all of the lying about her, everything. No one believes her. So she's put her entire credibility in there. She's, I came up here to tell the truth. I'm damaged from all this stuff. So they get to go kind of where they want.
Why would nobody believe her? I mean, that is a continent of territory.
Yeah.
Then again, you don't want to just dogpile on her so much that people start feeling bad for her.
No, I would actually keep it short. I mean, precision is what you want here.
It's
Camille go, Amber, did you never mind, I rest.
Yeah. Amber Heard, that was quite the performance, wasn't it?
No.
Camille will get up there like, Miss Heard. Oh, never mind.
Seriously, no questions.
Miss
Heard,
did you have any? Miss Heard, did you have any crying scenes in Aquaman? No. We understand why. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Is it true they cast you in Aquaman because you'd be in water and they didn't have to worry about your inability to create tears? The whole ocean was your tears. Terrible move. I mean, I don't see the wisdom in that. And they're probably advised her against it, but she was probably said, this is what I want to do. We need a meme where they take that old robot from the TV show Lost in Space and put him in the witness stand here with Amber's blonde hair.
Danger, Amber Heard.
Baby
Danger,
Camille's
Johnny
legs-
Depp. Danger,
Dog
Johnny
Camille's-
Depp.
Camille's legs are longer than his.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good thing.
she has long legs and a shorter body.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see.
So you're saying
Um,
you've all noticed this before I did. I've just noticed this because I'm.
I only noticed it today, actually.
Oh.
But she also has, I mean, to be fair, she's got one of these shortcut jackets on, so
Yeah.
it actually makes her body look a little shorter.
It's a look. She's got heels on under those bell
Yeah,
button
true.
pants, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's a good look.
Let's-
I
Woodwright
recommend it,
shop.
ladies.
I'm not complaining. Just
Yeah,
wanted-
Camille has never failed to look feminine in this
Yeah.
proceeding, and Amber Heard has failed to look feminine most of the time.
Oh, here's our daily Whitney shot.
Gosh, look at how
What a-
she
my gosh, look
always
at
looks
cool.
like that.
It's the
She looks
concentration
like a
camp survivor.
hostage, right?
Yeah.
She's like one of those movies where they've strapped a bomb on under the jacket. You have to go rob the bank or they'll blow you up.
Blink 3 times if Amber's making you do this.
Let's see.
Whitney Heard
Woodwright,
starring in Under Duress.
Woodwright Shop says, would you entertain an upstart LawTube member joining the 24-hour chat tomorrow? DC Bar certified government contract attorney, brand new YouTuber. Yeah, man. Send me a DM or email me or both. And if you're still around, we'll make it happen. If my swearing at the chat earlier didn't scare you off, look, I'll never not be me. Engineer says, sent a few super chats already, but been watching since your commentary of Sargon's destruction of Akilah Hughes' lawsuit. Loving your commentary of legal matters online and snarkiness. Hey, thank you. The Dragon's Treasure says the rest of LawTube's excuse of courtroom decorum and other excuses for DUI guys utter bull. I'm disappointed, to say the least. Look, I'm not going to comment on other people's things. What I will say simply is that DUI guy is welcome on my show. He has the link, and I hope he joins us at lunch to give us his impressions of how all this is going down. But you know what other people do on their shows is up to them. Zachary Rossfield, for the 24-hour live stream, we should let some of your followers jump on calls for live questioning / discussions. That is a terrible idea. I know it sounds like a good idea because it always sounds like a good idea, but the risks you take when you allow just people to come on are twofold. One, the person will be terribly uninteresting, which is not their fault. If they don't talk for a living in some capacity, it gets a little weird sometimes. Two, the real risk though is that someone will come on and say something that can get the whole thing shut down really quickly.
Don't have the beauty of a 7-second delay.
Yeah, there's not I mean, YouTube has a delay built in, but there's not an undo button.
Yeah.
There's not like there's a 20-second delay, but that doesn't mean that I can stop it in that 20
you
seconds.
don't have the panic button.
Yeah. Skeleton says, if Amber Heard testifies again, wouldn't Johnny's team get to cross her again with their 7 hours? Yes.
Yep.
Lady lawyer would tear her apart on the stand. Amber Heard's team would be foolish to chance that sort of treatment, even with rehabilitation. Oh,
Looks
and
that
they
way.
just said, hold my beer. Kakalo Tuzaro says, wasn't he supposed to be called back? I wouldn't say he was supposed to be called back. He was held for recall, so he could be called back, but they decided not to call him. Daphne Lansborough says, good morning, Nick and Andrew. Hey, good morning, Daphne. Charles Bloomer says, yeah, but he pledged to do 7 million surgeries.
So what did DUI guy do? He got banned at Legal Bites?
Yeah. Long story
You already
short.
covered? Sorry.
No, I haven't really talked about it because it's like drama and I don't want people to infer something.
All right. I don't need to know. It's fine.
Well, now the specter's been raised. So
Okay.
my understanding of the situation was it had to do something with maybe his reaction because when that TMZ reporter annihilated Elaine with that headshot, DUI guy had a very pronounced reaction in
that.
court. Yeah, so did I. I mean,
That's
highlighted it.
We thought it was funny.
Spontaneous human reaction, right?
Yeah, highlighted it in my video, but my understanding is maybe that came across wrong or something. I don't know. Again, it's very hard to be banned from a Ricada Law stream. It's like,
because I'm still here.
you have to be like awful, not just to me, but to other people that I don't think you should be awful to.
I mean, it's not like he's a party lawyer. He's just there in the gallery. People have emotional reactions to, well, emotional testimony.
Right. So, but again, I don't know the full context. I don't know the full story. That's my understanding. And so, you know, like I said, other people are free to do on their channels what they do. There's no rules of decorum for LawTube because I would have been kicked out immediately. You know, although I've always hated the name. So if they kick me out, that's fine.
Well, at least I know my off-color jokes are always welcome here, Nick. Thank you very much.
Always welcome here. I think they're a feature, not a bug. Believe me.
I'm still worrying about protecting my image. I don't want to go too hard, too fast.
Yeah. Well, and one day that'll fade when you get older.
I haven't lit up my pipe or a cigar yet, so you know.
Oh, we got to do a cigar stream. I love sitting summertime, man. I love sitting out on my deck smoking cigars for night streams sometimes.
I've got my alien xenomorph pipe here tonight.
That's creepy.
It was made by a craftsman that's a Turkish living in Armenia.
Of course it was.
Yeah. No, and just so everybody knows, yes, I do get various complaints about comments that panelists make, and to that I say,
This is a trial about the First Amendment.
Yeah, it really is. Bob Jones says, shout out to my friend Glue Huffer. Glue, I am in the walls. He's in the walls, man.
Shout out to Glue Huffer.
Baloney Bong says, hey, Nick, I just want to say I think Legal Vices has been a great addition to the guests. Also, can I send whiskey to your P.O. box? You can. It's
my
encouraged.
P.O. box or his P.O. box?
Not yours, mine only. Yeah, if you want to send whiskey to Legal Vices, you can send it to my P.O. because shipping to Korea is hard. Send it to my P.O. box. I'll make sure it. Make sure it gets
it's well
adequately
taken
care of. Yeah.
You do
Candy
a taste
says,
tester to make sure it's not poisoned.
I can say with definite truth that I would microwave a bottle of whiskey before I would microwave Amber Heard's baby, and I wouldn't microwave a bottle of whiskey. So,
okay.
What would you microwave a bottle of whiskey?
Maybe the Nika aged in wood. I would just to see what happens, but because it's
Legal
metal.
Vices. What if any babies have you microwaved today?
I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Camille's
Under
first
advice
question.
of counsel, I
Ms. Heard, are we to understand that you're trusted with a baby?
Yeah.
Don't you just feel sorry? I have no idea about this infant, but I feel sorry for it.
Ms. Heard, has your baby developed the ability to pour a glass of wine, look at you, and say, "I'm so over you already"?
How dangerous is that baby going to be when it meets like the next generation of actors?
Oh God!
The baby came out.
Amber Heard version 3.0.
Candy says, as Amber's team misrepresented the text yesterday, insinuating he's a liar, misrepresenting Gina Duder's Instagram to strike her testimony before, can this be addressed with the judge? I mean, it can be. Whether they'll focus on it now or not is a different question. This is the home stretch, right? Like the jury has these impressions they've been developing over 6 weeks, and a fight over something like this at this point could be beneficial. It could also be detrimental. The jury could see it as distracting or concealing. Or
Camille must be up there with a death shot, a kill shot. I mean,
This is a really long
going on this long.
Yeah.
I want to go into this and this and this and
Your Honor,
this.
it's all on the record. It's all on the record. It's all previous test. Your Honor, it's in evidence. Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Finishing
Thank you. Your Honor.
Finishing the chat, rehab his rep and reveal the sliminess to the jury. Well, there is a big assumption in that, and I made the assumption too, that because it says incoming, that it's Johnny Depp's phone and the incoming text is not from Johnny Depp. It is possible. I don't know. I don't have a way to authenticate this, but it is possible that phone belongs to someone else and it's an incoming from Johnny Depp, but we can't see the phone number, so we don't know. Let's see where
there's more than 2 people.
Where does Camille go?
Wow.
Alyssa Wilkins says, I have a very bad injury to the tip of my finger when a window fell on it during my first year of college, destroyed one side of my fingernail. At
Ms.
one
Heard,
point,
you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Get her.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
Straight for the throat.
I've been lying about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody
Where are they?
You
corroborated.
testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
I'm
Where
going
are
to
they? Where are
Hicksville,
they?
Once you
folks.
brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that
$62.
guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
Everybody's a liar,
Mr.
except for
Knight
her.
of testifying and committing perjury.
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
The
We heard
manager.
Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there.
Right.
He
Like
doesn't
you.
know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
Oh, look at her
Testified he
smirking
was
and
there, Ms.
sneering.
Bird. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
So you're calling
You heard
him a
Mr.
liar.
Liar.
The computer wasn't trashed. And that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as
Thank you, Your
non-responsive.
Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In
Oh, sure.
case.
You actually had a
In
look
case.
at TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp
One who
beating
wants
up
it
some
public
kitchen cabinets, you admit
for
that you
leverage.
took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016,
I'm
right?
not aware of that.
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the videos.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't
heard
come from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified
Came
that
from your
the same
phone.
portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot
She
more.
testified she
I
didn't
was
know
leaving
how.
a mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I
This is
wanted
a
to leak it, I
classic
could-
liar's excuse.
Yeah.
They half-ass it, and then they
testified
say, "Hey,
earlier
if I'd
in
meant
this
to
trial
do
that
that,
you
I wouldn't have half-assed it."
I
Remember
don't.
that? You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
This isn't lawyerly indignation. Camille
I'd like
looks
to show you
genuinely
a
pissed.
picture from, that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
But I like this theme. Everyone's a liar but you, right? We're supposed to
Yep.
disbelieve everybody except for you. You're the only person telling the truth.
I mean, if she would have
This
even
is your
admitted
courthouse
to one
manager,
thing wrong,
TMZ.
2016 when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
Oh, they're gonna
It
have
is.
the picture from the
And
next
next to
day.
you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody
face
Gottlieb
of a
is your
woman slapped
publicist.
with a
And
mackerel.
dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
I've seen this photo.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea. If
Let's refresh your recollection.
You can
Let's
see or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way we've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
She's going in on this one.
Doesn't really matter. The
Also a
jury
picture
heard
of
it
you
all.
and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too? Ms.
That is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context.
What?
Can we please, thanks. You can have day 16 trial testimony.
I mean, she's got the sledgehammer out and she's going to hammer down again that I think that theme, everyone is lying. Everyone but me is lying.
Even the media, even the news
Everybody,
reports.
everybody.
And let's see.
Legal
I thought it was
mindset,
a
and you
longer
missed
call.
the whole testimony about people wanting to kill her and putting her baby in the microwave.
Oh, I saw it. I was microwaving food while I was doing that.
4585.
What an unlikable human. Assuming she's human. I think self-defense, Andrew's probably right.
She's clearly fallen to chaos. 100%.
And she's going to peel off her skin and reveal
Specifically
the
on,
reptilian
starting
underneath.
on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. Oh, I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
Well, this better
Starting
be
at
worth it because she's letting her really drag things out.
4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank you.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side.
Her going,
You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you
Oh,
testified
shit.
that this photograph reflected spilled wine in penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016.
oh
Didn't you?
shit.
Again, I don't know if I'm looking at a
Same
partial
photo.
picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove
cover it up.
It's the same fucking water spots. Holy shit.
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's
right.
in evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had asked me
inappropriate.
about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day.
Damn.
Holy crap.
She just eviscerated her. You just showed the same two pictures, testified they were from two different incidents. I didn't catch that because it was, attenuated.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Holy crap.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
Rottenborn sitting there going, "Oh shit! Oh
Specifically
fuck! Oh
line
god! Oh
16.
damn!"
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out.
Shut up.
Right there.
Or if you're telling the truth,
Shut up.
you would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff. I
Not
don't
off the top of your head. You testified.
You testified to both of them.
Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week.
we approach?
Yes.
Also, she's kicking our ass, Your Honor.
They
This
just seem to
seems
disrupt the flow.
insignificant, but this is brutal.
I mean, she just basically said, how am I supposed to know which one it was? You testified to the truth of both.
Both. Yep.
Yep.
And your team, this is the secret part, submitted 2 different pictures of the same image, 2 versions of the same picture.
The same picture of purportedly of two different events.
And they just, the best part is Depp's team just let it come in and saved it for this evisceration at the end. And of course, that's what you want to do. You wonder if they caught it in real time, or if they were reviewing things and found it, or if an internet sleuth found it. You never know what happened, but man, this is nasty.
It ain't good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more
the
sound,
DWI guy.
we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
People
Understood?
must have gasped.
All right, your next question.
Ms. Hurd,
That
at the beginning
one.
of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that, knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you
This is a
think you're
girl
like,
who was
honestly,
supposedly pushed down a fucking stairs 30 years ago.
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her
It would
to
have
show
nothing
up
to
or
do with
not
that.
expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and
this is
testify that
beautiful.
wasn't true, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you
Morgan
had no
Knight did
idea
it
that
the
the
last trial.
paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him.
Everybody's a liar except for me.
That's why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of
Oh,
him?
she's admitting it's Johnny now.
His power. He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
Ooh.
Excuse me. I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question?
You didn't hear it because you were narrating?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You
Who
didn't
is more
expect
interested in lying than you?
in Australia to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending.
Shut up.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp
Real tears,
after
liquid
what
tears.
you put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Ooh, look at the herd
Correct.
contingency there.
Just destroyed. Holy criminy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame
Why?
him. I don't blame him from crying. This is
Oh,
horrible.
Now she's going to cry immediately when her
Ms.
team's on?
Vasquez has suggested
Yep.
baked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Histrionic.
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Yeah, that's how damaging
Because
that
there's
was.
so
Lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much.
So many
evidence.
pictures that I
Most
had used
people
the same
don't
one
have
twice.
This kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on, and I have pictures, we have text, we have everything. Normally, you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures.
And where are they?
also,
Metadata.
so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to
non-responsive.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
The jury's
Did
got to
Mr.
be
Depp
wondering where
abuse
all
you
those
physically?
pictures are then.
Yes,
Verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
Yes.
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 The crescendoed crying. It's
We need
so
some
fucking
vote order
fake.
yeses, I think.
That Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me.
This is
He'd make me
ridiculous.
hate him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block
But he didn't do that.
Objection, Your Honor.
from
Lack of
working.
foundation, speculation,
Fact, not
hearsay,
evidence.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as a non-response.
Amongst others.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp Waldman counterclaim statements were made.
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you
Thank
can
you
have
so
a seat
much.
next to your attorney.
She got demolished.
If I could have the attorney's approach.
Demolished. That was a wicked cross from Camille.
Oh, they see that look? Camille gave her a look.
No.
It was quick. It was quick, but Camille gave a dagger's look right there.
To the chat, if you're not aware, and some people may not be, Camille Vasquez has been working on this case, but also was on the UK case. She has been waiting to drive the nail into Amber Heard this
stake.
entire time.
Well, that's what I was saying before Legal Mindset got here. Was this is not lawyerly acting? Camille is genuinely pissed.
Yeah,
she's authentically pissed.
And it was great. And lots of lawyer relationships with clients can be very transactional, but you're talking, this is someone that they've been working with now for multiple years. Even the ones who are just on this case have been on this case for 2 years. They've gotten to know Johnny Depp. They know him. They know his story. They've heard it. They've seen the evidence. They've seen the evidence that's not being admitted in court. They've heard all of the recordings. They've seen all of the video. They've read all of the text messages. They know this guy's character, their assessment of his character. So when you see that like anger and indignation, you can honestly look at it as if this is their friend. This is someone that they have developed a friendship with, that they know in a certain way. And this person has been misrepresented. And I think it's pretty telling, the indignation and the difference in posture from the two parties. Because what I see develop between Johnny's team and Johnny looks like a companionship. And when I don't see chemistry between Amber and her team, I don't see any of them with this passion. Remember, Johnny's an abuser who abused her for 5 years. And
Camille
I didn't get.
Camille walked away smiling.
Your
by
next
the way.
witness?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
There it is.
Thank you.
It's
All right,
over.
that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come
Okay.
earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that
God
when you take
forbid.
your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay?
But no
So have a
dinner.
good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
No
okay?
dinner,
Discuss
yeah.
the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Wow, short trial day.
All right. So, well, the 24-hour stream might be very interesting, might not. We'll see.
So closing tomorrow morning, and then they go into deliberations, but she doesn't serve dinner, so she's not expecting them to go late, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Oh,
she
if
never
they're going to
serves
go late,
dinner.
they're going to do it without
It's a
food.
policy, yeah.
Modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All right, I'm strongly reconsidering the 24-hour stream because I don't think it'll be well placed. If they're not going to go into Saturday, then there's no reason to keep going.
Yeah, it's just gonna stop.
If she's
Quitter.
not, because if she's not serving dinner, then they're not staying past 7.
5, 6,
Right,
yeah.
for sure.
So the way this is going to work is tomorrow they're going to come in. There's going to be jury instructions. That's going to take an hour. Jury instructions and then and prep for the closing arguments. And then they'll make the closing arguments for 4 hours, roughly. They'll have 4 hours of time. There'll be a lunch break in there. So that's 5 hours. And then they're going to have the juror selection, which will name the 2 alternates. And so by the time this is all done, they're already going to be 7 hours into the day.
Yeah, it'll be pretty much the whole day, late afternoon.
So
and the judge just set the expectation, that, I mean, there is no expectation they'll have a verdict tomorrow. She's like, oh, and come back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
So I don't think I'm going to do a 24-hour stream because I think it'll be pointless to do so. However, what I will do is I will stay until the jury goes home. Whatever we do. But there's no reason to do a 24-hour stream around this if it's not going to be beneficial. I'll do a 24-hour stream. I'm already going to do one, but it was going to be interesting to do it today when I thought they were going to go into Saturday and keep the nights. I thought she was going to try and have them out before Memorial Day.
Look at the difference here. Depp's team is just about gone. Hurd's team is still there chattering.
And do you see that interaction too? There's so much more human, like Chu came over and hugged Camille, they're just like you said, they have a gravitas, they have a feel, they have a personality and a connection to their client, versus these devoid.
Looks like a funeral on the left there. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
Yep. That's her bitching about what just happened.
Yeah, they're like, I'm sorry that Timmy's dead, but he really was a dick. I mean,
she's about to give Rottenborn a black eye.
Yeah, I mean, that was brutal by Camille. Their direct exam was a total flop. They only had like 30 minutes to do her entire direct and redirect, so they didn't have much to work with. They spent the 15, the first half they spent her direct on this emotional ploy, which was, in my opinion, effectively useless. I don't see the wisdom in what they did. I'm not sure what they could have done. I think they maybe could have just had her hit a couple of the points on stories of abuse and say, and then she could say, this is what I live with for 5 years. But this like histrionic crying about how mean social media is to her, I don't think it's good. What's up, Mindset?
No, I was going to say, Nick, you're thinking about it in the courtroom. I think that's a fantastic storyline outside the courtroom for the people that are not watching this, and to extract those statements and take them outside and publish them and try to assert this as something that it's not. I think that those statements might have been made not for this trial, but for the PR outside of this trial.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely it. I mean, if they're doing PR for their last witness, who is their key witness, I think they're in a really bad spot and they're really worried about what's going on.
I would agree with that 100%. I think they know they're in a bad way. They've been prepping for being in a bad way. And I think this is just a tell that they're in a very desperate way.
Yeah, because you don't want to end your argument for the cameras. Like that's the last thing that you want, especially when you're eliciting testimony or you're offering testimony that the cameras are part of the problem. And it kind of looks like your whole performance is for the cameras. But yeah, I think they're really concerned, and they didn't know what to do with their last 30 minutes. So they're like, well, we're going to put Amber on because we need to give her the last word. But her last word was very flaccid. I think they should have skipped trying to rehab Dr. Hughes or the photo guy. I mean, the the digital expert they brought in, he was kind of likable, but I don't think you can buy his testimony when you just put those two pictures side by side and they're the same picture, just color corrected. And he's like, no, I can't make a determination on that. It's like, I can. Anybody looking at these things can make a determination. You're muted.
Heard's evidence he was testifying to was just text. It was just text in like Excel table format. I mean, that's not compelling. I didn't pay any attention to that.
Yeah, that was super boring. And then he just said and represented that, well, every picture that he talked about is like this. And the jury's probably sitting there thinking, we've seen 100 pictures in this damn case. Which ones did we even go through yesterday? I don't know. I remember one with a bruise. Johnny had a bruise. Who knows? I mean, the fact that the headshot today, like for me, was that the two wine pictures for the two different events being testified to by Amber Heard, like that was what you're not supposed to. Over 5 years, I can't remember every single time. There's so much evidence and so much this, and it's like that's what you want, because the jury's going, but there isn't any that we actually saw. There's just this, and you used it twice. And there's just other pictures from this particular event, but now I don't know what they're from. How do I believe you? Where are the pictures? Where's the video of him hitting you? Where's the video of him screaming at you? Where's any of this stuff that you say is all there? And, oh, you could have so much more, but you just don't conveniently have it. I think it went very badly for her.
Yeah, that was even worse than I anticipated it being.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a bloodbath, but that was brutal. And like self-defense, Andrew was saying, just go through, so everyone's lying but you. That theme was the
no, Jeff. No, everyone is committing perjury.
Yep.
But Amber committing perjury. That's the thing that's just completely unbelievable. They've been willing to testify and lie.
Yep. And that whole the jury, remembering that the jury has sat through this for 6 weeks, and they know that Johnny Depp's career is toast. They know it's toast. They've heard he hasn't had a movie since 2018. They know that, like, that's the whole purpose of this. And for her to say, I know everyone will come out in support of Johnny Depp. Everyone will come out of the woodwork to support Johnny Depp. And they've got to be thinking, so where the hell have they been then?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the powerful man narrative works in the media. It really does. It starts to crumble when you analyze that the powerful man was completely undone by one word, by one sentence, by one tweet, by one domestic violence report or whatever. He was undone. And so where was everybody ready to support Johnny Depp? They're gone. Where are they? And yeah, I know a lot of people came out to the woodwork to latch onto Johnny. It's like, who? Like, what do they have to gain? What does the cop who arrested you have to gain? Like, what sitcom is she trying to star in? What producer is she trying to woo? What about that
TMZ guy who's going to face probably some legal action from TMZ now for coming up and speaking up? What does he have to gain? He has nothing to gain from that.
Yeah, if TMZ sues him, they're idiotic, by the way. After the testimony that they're litigious and might go after him for offering testimony, if he sues them, or if they sue him now, like that'll be all over, reported everywhere. But
you mean we'll report it. So
yeah. Oh man. Well, I've got invites out to DUI guy and James from court. We'll see. Hopefully they'll be popping in at some point here.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to duck out for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna sign out completely, and then I'll sign back in as soon as I get myself freed up. Something's just come up on my end. So talk to you all soon.
All right,
see you, Andrew.
Okay, I'm gonna hit some of these super chats. We'll make sure and get all the super chats that have come in today read, and stuff. I knew this would be a short day on the actual trial time, so should be plenty of time to do that. and try and address any questions or comments that you may have. Raider Fangkeef says they can cross her for as long as they want with their remaining hours. They could, as long as they didn't go beyond the scope of direct. The scope of direct got really broad because her direct was this generalized woe is me. This was all done to me thing. So Camille was able to say, well, you did this to yourself though. And go into these individual people. And she did really well on that. Darius Harvey says she is getting destroyed. Lol. Yes. David Woodmansey says, how in God's name could her attorneys not see the two pictures were the same thing? Are they that inept? Well, it was 4 days of testimony with a week break. They weren't inept. They just trusted everybody to not notice. And did you hear anybody before today talk about it? That they did that. They got that in. I didn't notice. I haven't heard anyone notice. I haven't seen and when people uncover stuff in these trials, especially when I'm covering them to, multiple thousands of people, I get emails and messages. Did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? There's no Twitter video showing those two bits of testimony. I don't know that anybody caught that. That was amazing. People are saying, I noticed, saw it on Twitter. Well, okay. Well, you guys all failed to spam my inbox with it. So that's your fault. It's not my fault. But I don't think the jury doesn't have, the jury doesn't have Twitter, presumably. The jury doesn't have an email inbox of people telling them. The jury doesn't even have discussion with other jurors about what they saw. They're just supposed to go home at the end of every day. I think her bringing that back together was such a solid, necessary point. Tankrat says confession through projection. Whitney's face when Camille was on cross-examination was priceless. I didn't see it. Let's see. Everyone has covered this. Andrea talked about it yesterday on your channel. I don't remember that.
Yeah, actually, Andrea had a tweet up about it, and somebody had tagged me in it. So I guess Andrea had posted about it. So I don't know whether they're checking people's Twitters, but the legal team is. But that would be very interesting.
Could be. Well, I guess disregard everything I said. I don't remember that. I don't even remember Andrea talking about it on the show.
I'll find it. I was tagged.
No, I believe you. Yeah. You don't need to make an offer of proof, counsel.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to unreliable testimony in this case that
pictures or it didn't happen.
No, I trust it, but this is so illustrative. This is the nature of court, especially a long proceeding. You never know what's hit with any particular person, what they do. And if Andrea talked about it on my show and I heard her talking about it, but I wasn't really clear on what pictures she was talking about, it doesn't actually register to me. Right. So that's how it hit me. So that's really interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. That people have talked about it, but that's great. I think it's still a very great move to put it in front of the jury because they don't have Twitter. So cool. Back to Alyssa Wilkins. I was reading this one. We got cut off rudely by the court. She says, I had a very bad injury to the tip of my finger when a window fell on it during my first year of college, destroyed one side of my fingernail. At one point they were talking about taking the tip off. They didn't and had to regrow the fingernail. Long recovery. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Joe Tacey, when Amber takes the stand on rebuttal, is cross limited to whatever her team introduces on rebuttal, or can Depp's team dive into topics previously discussed in the trial but not discussed during direct on rebuttal? Love the content. Well, all testimony on cross is limited to the scope of the direct that it's responding to, except in this case when the judge overruled that objection every single time, and except in Kyle Rittenhouse when the judge overruled that objection every single time. Sometimes judges want more evidence in the record, and so it is supposed to be limited to the scope of direct, but here they had some pretty good leeway. Now, Amber Heard also opened the door on direct to so much testimony through her just generalized, accusatory statements that they were allowed to go wherever they wanted pretty much, but it could have been limited. Daniel Chapman, when will this expert finally say Bueller? Anyone? Chill about the feed. I'm just waiting for Annie Lennox to be called as a witness for walking on broken glass. Austin Olson, my dog split my thumbnail in half with his tooth. Never once did my nail turn black or blue. God, that had to hurt. No, your nail will only turn black or blue if there's nowhere for the blood underneath it to go. If you have a cut or a separation of the nail from the skin that goes to where the blood is pooling, it'll come out. It'll pour out. It won't turn black and blue. And that's pretty common. And sometimes if you get a nasty one that's black and blue, you have to pierce the nail to relieve the pressure.
Drill through the, exactly.
So, Michael, I was watching Deadliest Catch one time, and those crab cages are like hundreds of pounds. And one of them,
800 pounds.
The guy had his fingers, like his thumbs, up on the top, and another one smashed down on it. And you could see, like, it was all swollen and like blue or whatever. So they're like, well, you got to pop that sucker. And he's like, what? And so they, he started drinking, and then they got like a safety pin, a big ass safety pin, and heated it up, and they popped right through the nail with it. And that looked like it hurt so bad. To the guy's credit,
called my office.
To the guy's credit, he just went.
Yep.
But those guys are pretty fucking tough, though. So
the crew injuries that I've seen, some of the most horrific pictures I've ever seen were people getting injured on vessels.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. What's the worst? What's the worst injury that you can think of?
Do you want to be demonetized or just go for it?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, the worst I ever saw was pictures. The term penis degloving should give you a bit of an idea where this goes. The guy he was standing in front of one of these gigantic ship mooring ropes that are at least this big around to tie the ship to the pier. And I mean, they can get this big, but this particular one like snapped. And the tension on those things is ridiculous. And it literally skinned him from one knee up his thigh, across his crotch, and down his other knee. It literally just peeled his skin off. He had no skin.
It's like a whip. I mean, when you see like a whip crack and it just strip the skin away for a minute, it's like that, except the whip is your entire penile area.
It just took him from one knee up his crotch, down his other inside of his thigh. And you'd never want to see some junk photographed that way.
No,
but there's like gruesome ones. Like a guy had like a high tension wire snap and sliced it like diagonally from like breastbone to the shoulder.
Yeah.
And another who happened to be standing under a gigantic platform of granite when the crane rope snapped and just pancaked him.
Oof.
I mean, that wasn't even gruesome. That was just a pancake.
Yeah. There are two great maritime injuries that I think of. The first one was in Die Hard with a Vengeance, right? when they're gonna jump down onto the boat, and they've got the and he's like, oh, we could just jump down and grab those cables. He's like, no, there's steel cables that slice you in half.
Yeah,
and then they get the idea to throw the truck winch down and like catch onto the thing and then ride the truck down. And there's that guy walking and the truck swings by and just chops him in half. I love that one. The other one was, I think it was Dave Matthews Band driving over they were on a bus. You know, the bridge.
Yeah.
Story,
The
right?
bridge story.
Yeah. They're on a tour bus driving across the bridge, and it's a graded bridge. And they flush the septic out of the truck, and there's like a tour boat underneath, and all of Dave Matthews' shit lands on this this river boat going under the bridge.
Well, see, and this is the thing. I mean, like, we're probably freaking out the chat now, but this is the thing. Like, doctors, lawyers, and police officers, we have this odd occupational sense of humor. You hear so much shit. Nobody ever comes into your office with a really good story for a really good reason. People come to you because they have problems, and you
Right.
develop this really, really dark sense of humor.
Because you have to. I mean, you work a single child abuse case, a single one, and you're like, well, my soul is dead.
Yeah.
So you know, that's it. Or these or legitimate spousal abuse cases, and you see the photos, you see the actual, you see the X-rays, you get the doctor's reports, and stuff, and you have to have some mirth about what you can, because what you deal with ends up being really, really horrific.
Listen. I don't know what you guys were dealing with, but the worst thing I had to deal with was someone tossing a gopher tortoise. So I mean, I didn't have to deal with any of this deviant ass shit.
Man,
we did have one guy that did walk too close to a stabilizing rotor on a helicopter. That was pretty cool. Just like it literally just like half his face. There was his face laying on the ground, like eyes, cheeks, mouth. I mean, just like you bite. Yeah, it was like,
yeah,
I understand. I get it.
We
I
got it. The
understand.
helicopters
Yeah.
in the cartel. Okay, very cool. No, I mean, so like on the horrific injury part, I didn't have to deal with too many. Mine was, child and spousal abuse cases. I had a couple of those, but on the darkness factor, I thank God it wasn't my case, but I had to do the plea hearing as a stand-in on a case where a guy impregnated his own daughter, and it's like, this is dark. You gotta develop a sense of humor and mirth, because otherwise, that's why lawyers have substance abuse problems, frankly, is shit like that. So anyway,
that'd be almost worse as a stand-in, because like you had nothing to do with the original case. You've just got to be the bearer of shitty news.
The reason I was a stand-in is because they were going to hire me. They definitely were going to hire me. They definitely were going to pay the retainer, but then they never did. But they never paid the other guy the retainer either, I don't think. And so he thought they were going to hire me, so he was planning on being out of the case, and so he had scheduled a trip with a family member. And so then when the hearing came up and they hadn't hired me to do it, he's like, he hired me to do the hearing for him, because he was going to be out of town. So I did it, but I had familiarity with the client in the case, but it wasn't, I wasn't actually on it. Thank God. Cause it was a rough case, and pled guilty, 12 years in prison, which was a very light, like that was I don't know why the prosecutor agreed to that. That wasn't negotiated by me, because the prosecutor had the opportunity to go for 60 years on him, and negotiated down to 12. So I guess props to that other lawyer. He did a damn good job negotiating that one.
Yeah.
Michael McCartney says, how many times have they said his hand was over the edge? That means the bottle didn't come from a downward trajectory. It came from across the room, not from the ceiling. Yeah, that one's kind of annoying, because it's like, there's no way the bottle came down on his fingertip. It had to come across.
Like that.
Because Amber Heard isn't 19 feet tall. And she didn't arc the bottle. Like, it's not a mortar lob onto Johnny Depp's hand. So she's throwing a bottle. It's going to come at a downward angle, probably about 15 to 20 degrees down, and smash into something. I mean, that's how a thrown bottle goes.
They tried to make it sound like they were alleging it just came down perpendicular to the tabletop.
Right, which is silly, because that's not how things work. Now, if he had testified that she walked up and smashed the bottle down on his hand, different story. Okay, here we go. Michael McCartney, how many times have they said, oh wait, I read that one. Let's see. Chris Willauer says, Dr. Fingers, are you just here for your 15 minutes of fame? Yes, I wish they would have asked that of the 22-year hand surgeon. Are you just here latching on to Johnny's star? This guy's like, I own more Ferraris than the people that you've met.
Shit.
Nancy Focus, if he punched the wall / phone, then why are there no other damage to his hand? Hello. Yeah. That and the attempted gotcha on Johnny with the phone thing, when they were clearly misrepresenting the fact that there's no phone on the wall, but there was a phone on the bar, and they're trying to impute the phone on the bar's presence to being on the wall was just dirty. I didn't like that. Daniel Chapman, how long before Elaine says to this witness, Eugene Levy, isn't it true that you knew you'd be on TV? You knew this would be your 15 minutes of fame. Artemis Treist, anything never said about worry getting her out of Australia and not jailed first, immediate Depp brain versus Amber brain think, get her out, then tell truth for proper care. I'm not 100% sure Oh, okay. I'm not following 100% on that. Squizgar, Nick, make the stream stop lagging. It is clearly your fault. Stop trying to blame StreamYard. StreamYards is perfect and never have errors or lag in their audio interface. Is perfect. Yeah. Gnome John. People were saying like Emily Baker didn't have lag. Correct. And if I was doing a solo stream, I wouldn't use StreamYard. I would use OBS. Probably, or something like that, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, except that I'm also restreaming to Rumble and to Odyssey, which gets complicated. Just Me says, I had all fingers on my left hand through the pulley on a tractor motor.
Oh,
by the time I got to the house, it looked like 4 plumes on the end of my hand. 4 plums, I guess, on the end of my hand. Grandfather strapped my hand down and drilled through all 4 nails with scissors. Wasn't fun.
Yeah, my dad jammed his finger in a semi truck door, and he's since he was like in his 20s, he's had this permanent gigantic blood blister in his fingers. That just sucks.
Yeah. Gnome John says, Branka, your book and courses were pimped out on a Pink Rabbits live stream last night. She thinks your site is sketchy as heck. That was Pipkin Pippa. Petrie 883, Amber to Johnny. Psst, no one's looking. Please punch me in the face so I can win. Okay, thanks. Tina Lewis says, Nick, you should hit that like button to the banner. I should, but I didn't. We've got Matthew Self. Chat, just open another stream, but mute the audio if you care that much about the lag. Loreddit Silver member, could Amber arriving in a pickup truck be a tactical move to make her look more relatable? In movies, the rich and powerful bad guys always drive big SUVs, while we associate trucks with the normal working class. Just seems odd. I'm not sure why the switch to the truck. Maybe their rental ran out. It's also important to remember. Actually, now that I say that, I believe during the week off, both Amber and Johnny did leave the Fairfax, Virginia area. Johnny went to Europe. Who knows where Amber went? Probably back to hell for a little bit, only to resurface later. But you can assume, one could assume that Johnny has a specific Cadillac Escalade with security measures in it for this purpose. And one could also assume that Amber Heard maybe cannot afford a customized Cadillac Escalade with full security features and might have had a rental SUV followed by a rental truck when she got back. So it could be that simple. But there are people, like I remember Glenn Beck talking about when he buys an Escalade, what he does, he buys it, he strips out the GPS and all the OnStar stuff. He has bulletproof glass put in and all this work done to the Escalade. And I saw it when I was down at the Blaze Studios. I saw his Escalade and I was like, oh, I bet that thing's cool.
It's like a mini, Secret Service vehicle.
Little tank.
Yeah.
I mean, they're little tanks. So that I think that might be the more logical explanation, though. Well, what do we got here? What's going on here?
Are they back in the court?
No, they're leaving the courthouse. Hold on, I'm getting there. Listen to the harassment she's getting. People threatening to microwave her baby live.
She's not crying anymore.
No, Whitney was smiling.
Whitney just looks like a concentration camp survivor. I feel bad for her.
There's Johnny. Oh, Johnny was right there when she came out. I'm very shocked they actually had her come out of the courtroom with him present. Normally they don't.
She didn't have the fake reaction this time.
Normally they will.
Starstruck.
It's the difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
If there's any truth to people coming out of the woodwork for Johnny Depp, it's not because of his celebrity, it's because of this.
I have a feeling we will see each other again.
It's that personability that he exhibits.
Johnny, this is our baby.
I'll be your mackerel.
That's going to get copyright claimed.
What, the music?
Straight into Bob Marley. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Well, R.I.P. You mean the Marley estate?
The difference is staggering. It's staggering.
Well, at least this time we didn't hear any boos. It was just silent.
Well, to be fair, we may have not heard it from the perspective, but yeah.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, they also may have corrected for booze.
Yeah.
Kind of like they
so
corrected
Nick,
for vuvuzelas during World Cup.
That was ridiculous.
And then
Yeah,
you
World
could
Cup
still
was
hear them.
ridiculous.
They fixed it a little bit, but you could still hear that it was constant. Oh, God.
Well, you should have been here in Korea when that shit was going on in 2022, in 2002. That was wild.
Wait, did they have vuvuzelas though, or no?
No,
Yeah.
just World Cup. What?
No,
Here?
because they
Korea?
came out the World Cup before.
Well, the World Cup with the famous vuvuzelas is like 20.
Was that the next one? 26?
2010?
Oh no, it would have been 2006. Yeah, I think. Or no, it was 2010. Right?
Well, then what?
It was either 6
That's
or
something
10.
that was really annoying at the Korean World Cup.
Well,
People?
I was gonna say Koreans.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
South Africa was 2010.
Okay, so yeah, wow. Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just too
remember.
old.
I remember 06 because I was working at Wells Fargo and I didn't do any work. I sat at my desk watching World Cup on the lobby TVs, and if anybody came up for help, I was like, "Go away." It's like I don't care.
I remember what it was. It was like the next year, all of the like Korean baseball team fans brought them to the stands. That's what it was.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And you just like wanted to beat people to death.
Man, that was absurd. But yeah, finding out like I think I talked to someone who worked for ESPN or something like that while that was going on, and they were talking about the audio correction that they were doing live, and he's like, what you heard on TV was horrible, but what we heard in real life was so much worse.
Yeah.
Like it was just endless.
Haunt your dreams.
Yeah. Paul Mullen, I was involved in a pressurized explosion. I suffered corneal abrasions, loss of blood through my pores, and a 4-inch long piece of steel sticking in my left hand. By Rotten Dick's logic, I should have looked like a porcupine. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. His idea that shattered glass will automatically leave a bunch of slivers and glass fragments in the rest of your body. But that's not how explosions work. It's not how punctures or slashes work. You might get cut, you might not. There's one of the more famous guys in, I don't remember his name, but in auto testing, before they invented crash test dummies, there was a guy, and he said, we need to test these things. And so he would sit there bare bare shirted or no, unbeshirted or whatever. And they would launch glass at him as if it was like a 30 or 40 mile an hour car collision, and use a high-speed camera to measure it hitting his back. And you could see, and the guy just agreed to do that so they could work on the safety measures of the glass.
That's a hell of a consent.
Yep.
There's got to be a better way of doing that.
Well, there is. Now it's a crash test dummy, but
like
he
an
was
OSHA approved.
he was the original, and he would do like those like 35 mile an hour wall collisions and stuff. He did those. I mean, they didn't go too high because they were still trying to not kill him.
This
But,
wasn't the Guinness Book of World Record guy with the face with the wind, the G-force guy, was it?
No, I wish I'm
Wow.
sure someone in the chat like knows that guy's name, but I was watching a documentary about him. It's like, dude, you are insane. You didn't get paid enough. No matter what you got paid, it wasn't
There's
enough
no
for you.
compensation for that.
Missy Lanius says this forensic expert of Amber Heard's looks and sounds like Harvey Feinstein's long lost child.
Yes, he did.
Oh my God. Amber's photos were not photoshopped. I reviewed all of them. I reviewed all of the photoshopped photos and none of them were. So I didn't really review any.
Mike, again, they left him open. They left that poor sap open for the immediate cross-examination question that Dennison asked. He said, so you're here to testify under oath that none of the photos introduced in evidence by Ms. Heard are photoshopped. I can't do that. I only can testify about these specific photos I was given. Well, and what the hell are you here for? Like,
right.
What is the fact that they did not give him every single photo that was in evidence from their side and say, please come up with your validity arguments for all of these is insane to me. Like that they didn't do that. So Mike the Dad Crosby says it's the motion of the editor, not the file size of the picture. Lancelot 652, did Amber only bring people with vocal fries? I can't stand his voice. Okay, so this was brought up on Kiwi Farms, asking if I had talked about this. And I think I have, but Amber's witness list were all people that were relative to her less attractive for her experts.
Yes.
Yes.
All
that's
of the
fair.
people she hired, none of them would compete with her in terms of attention or appearance. And I think there might be something to that, to the histrionic personality disorder. I think she's very intimidated by people who are perceived as more attractive than her, or more competent, or more anything, more talented in any way. I think that's to her detriment, honestly. In a trial like this, with so many people watching, it's not fair, it's not right, but the looks of the people involved matter. And when it's your ass on the line, hire the best looking people you can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's objective. There's data. No, there's data. I mean, literally, you view them as more reliable, trustworthy, convincing. I mean, it's just objective, and it works for men and women, right? It's cross genders, attractive people are convincing, are the best, and that's why you put on a suit going into court, right? You don't go in there in your t-shirt and your I would say wife beater, but I guess that's the wrong thing, Like
that's a 3-piece suit now. The new wife beater is a 3-piece suit with a pocket square that coordinates with your tie. I mean,
I'd like to know, number one, where Johnny Depp gets his ties, and two, can I afford one of them?
That's you probably can, but I mean, it's probably a custom. Everything that he's wearing is probably custom.
I mean, he rocks some nice, and I hate ties, and he rocks some nice ties.
Oh, the tie today had no color coordination with his suit, but it worked really fucking well anyway. Like there was no obvious color coordination, but the color combination worked amazingly. I was like, God, how do you just looking good? But it's critical. It's critical to that. People perceive they associate attractiveness with intelligence at first glance, and it's weird that they do, but they just do, and with credibility.
As the poet says, every girl crazy about a sharp dressed man.
It's true. It's true. Ethan Westcott says, I just looked at some EXIF data off my iPhone. I have photos that were synced over iCloud all the way back from my iPhone 6. The software field still shows 10.2, not iPhone 3. Yeah. I mean, I think, so he tried to deftly conflate EXIF and metadata in his testimony. And I don't think he was super convincing for the jury, but maybe he was. Welcome back.
Thank you
Andrew.
very much.
Someone wanted you to know that your book and website were reviewed by a pink bunny on YouTube the other day.
Is that that's not a porn thing?
It sounds like
No.
a sex store. It does sound like a sex store. And I'm gonna be
It
honest.
sounds like it, but it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's a VTuber, which is worse than a sex store.
It's less wholesome.
VTubers are people who use like, instead of being on a camera, they have software that maps their face and puts it onto an animated character. It syncs their mouth movements.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah,
Well, I was
it's
gonna say it's
digital
gross,
furry.
but I should-
They are the
They
most
said positive or negative things about me before I say something insulting.
I think they said they'd be open to interviewing you, but I do think they said your website was sketchy sounding or sketchy looking. So,
You say, Your Honor, I'm not a cat.
but it's Pipkin Pippa, who's hilarious. So I wouldn't take.
Are
any
they on
offense from
YouTube?
it. Yeah. Oh, please watch a Pipkin Pippa stream. That's the funniest thing that could happen from this.
I mean,
So am I looking for Pink Bunny or am I looking for?
No, type in Pipkin, Pipkin, and then Pippa, Pippa.
I want a reaction
see
video
that.
on this.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, wow.
All right. I guess I will check it out sometime.
Kawaii.
There you
And full disclosure, whilst you were gone, I ordered a copy of your book.
Oh, well, the free one, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want the audiobook so I can do it too, but I'm cheap.
Okay.
Oh, that stream is gone. Dang. Apparently. Etsaru says, do you think the jury actually cares about metadata at this point? Or do you think they're just going just one more day?
Ain't no more days left.
I don't think the metadata testimony was particularly effective for Amber Heard's counsel today because he didn't put the pictures up.
No.
They didn't pull the pictures up that he was talking about. Like you said, it's just this text wall. It's very boring. And I talked about this before any metadata experts were brought in, that discussions of metadata to jurors is boring. It's really technical. They're not used to it. But discussions of pictures side by side with obvious color correction done, much easier, much simpler. And so I think that portion of Johnny Depp's expert was useful. I don't know if the rest was, but yeah, discussion of metadata is so like, who cares?
There has to be a why there. And the why is not apparent unless it's directly connected to the image itself that the jury is seeing while you're talking about the data.
Right.
And we didn't have that. I mean, I have to wonder, what are we in sixth week now of this trial? Something
Yeah.
like that?
Yep.
It's, could there be any jurors who are still undecided? Really? I mean,
There'd have
whichever
to
way
be
they may fall, it's hard to believe that it wasn't until today that they really were leaning one way or the other.
There'd have to be something big. I mean, and I think that's why they swung for the fences with Amber Heard's emotional ploy. I just don't think it was useful.
It's already working in the press, though. They've already started circulating all the stories and everything else. The baby in the microwave, that's already rolling. So I would bet people sending me the articles right now. So very effective. Once again, highly effective in the PR.
That would be helpful.
Oh, I had a good time.
Okay. I already
jury instruction
have them in
motion
potential
hearings.
order, but let's go ahead and go through them. Oh, one thing I'll do for the record first, plaintiff's 287, which is the same as defendant's 780T, is a corrupted file that we received from both of you. I guess it's corrupted on both of them. And nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's
Okay.
just an Eastern Columbia building video, so that's fine.
That's just, it's corrupt.
This whole damn
Okay, do you
system
have
is
more
corrupt.
exhibits to give?
Mistrial.
Here.
Mistrial. Let's do it all again.
Grift hard.
All right.
Oh,
All right. So these, you want to get your list, Jamie?
this is cool. We get to see this.
It's corrupted.
All
like
right.
Amber
It's
Heard.
defendants
Tears.
393,
It smells of mackerel.
821, 857, 857A, 883, 1859.
Uchihara Zoro
1905.
says, why didn't Johnny Depp's counsel bring up the mismatch between Amber Heard and Whitney's testimonies, which are inconsistent? Because they'll do it
1050?
on cross or on closing argument. That's where you hit that. You don't want her to clean up the inconsistency.
It seems to be a longer one. Hold on. And
Tank
I
Rat.
think that is it, correct? All right. Are you missing any other exhibits?
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes,
we
you have some?
from
Okay.
today.
Let's go ahead and get those.
Let's see. Tankrat says, wasn't it in discovery to turn over all
right, so
devices
these were
and
the
cloud access to
two-
Depp's team for confirmation? Yes.
Oh, these.
As far as I know,
All right,
Heard's
so we
team
have-
only gave Depp's team the data.
Okay. I think
Also,
I think this one's theirs.
Heard's team
All
gave
right, so I
Depp's
have
team the
plaintiff's
date of the
exhibit
kitchen video yet.
1316 and 1317.
Not that I know of.
Yeah. 1301. Does anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301?
Was an Instagram post?
An Instagram post.
Almost as bad.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
And then 711A and 711B from today.
711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes,
I just remember leaving
We just
for
have
Orlando on
712,
April
713A.
30th, thinking, well, this trial will be over by the time I get back.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now, so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but it's on their list as in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right. Is that all the pieces
I have
of
a
evidence?
question for the panel on their opinion on something that I think was a misstep.
Good. Okay, so we are very close to
In a
getting all of
minute.
that. I don't want to leave here until we have every piece of evidence with Jamie and everybody has reviewed it, so we don't have to review that tomorrow and waste time with that. Okay? All right, so now I think we can do jury instructions, correct?
Do you
All
guys-
right. Let me just go over the ones that we had a
here
few
we go.
issues with.
Yeah, this will be good.
Yep.
At the first one I'm going to go over is the self-defense. There's two, that would be number 28 and 29, correct? And I took those under advisement.
Oh my God, it
the
is a use of force
self-objection to
case.
the self-defense, all right? So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
All right, so you're saying if agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We found one from 1860?
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We
while
said it was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one, so.
Well, I know I'd taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. So at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason that we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
It goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, I mean, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying even under their theory,
some weird defamatory version itself.
You're representing domestic abuse.
Not my version itself.
To say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, what, you know, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want.
You get to engage
and
in
obviously
the public
there's only
if
3
people
statements
publicly
that comprise the
defame you.
counterclaim. But as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It was, I mean, it's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
That's not what
to
that
have
means.
Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and
Are you
reasonable.
an attack dog, sir?
Privilege is appropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Rodmore noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
That's a devastating
I think it
instruction
is,
for
Your Honor. I
Heard's
mean, it can't be
counterclaim.
the case that anytime there's an alleged this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case, you say, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
you gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence at least that he's so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
Just say they're direct responses
You have
to
to make
allegations
them,
that were made.
I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of
There you go.
Just some evidence.
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
Not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence?
They're made in a
The
publication
statements fairly
about
arose in
the incident.
response to Ms. Heard's accusation.
Come on, buddy. You can
Did
do it.
anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Doesn't have to be in response to the op-ed, was the whisper.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Waldman's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's...
Well,
your case is separate from the op-ed.
Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it
Op-ed is not related to the counterclaim.
Their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
the standalone case.
What?
Your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he
But-
could
but- 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 but-
he made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky
He's
ground
offering a
because
defense
there's
in your
plus,
case.
Your Honor, couple points. There's to your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two,
Wrong.
the defense doesn't
It's the
apply.
Elaine objection.
This
He brought
is-
a stack of perjury
Well,
papers.
it doesn't, this is under the
to the
Haycox
police.
case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's co-extensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. It's so if the malice inquiry incorporates this. This is the,
Good luck finding malice.
let's see, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case, and that says statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. And in addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well,
No.
And when I say, just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation, the three we have allegations. Well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her then 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
Counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
Of course. Acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense?
About the apartment. These statements are about the apartment.
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
Against Ms. Heard's accusations, it is correct.
Her accusations
That would be crazy,
are that
Your
he
Honor, if they get a
trashed
jury
the
instruction
apartment
because
and
he
beat her.
was responding.
I understand that.
The number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article. You have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get.
If the jury finds actual malice,
Then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they can find in this case is if there is actual malice.
That's
This
the
goes
big
back
problem
to
with their legal
defense,
argument.
Slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And it's unique to this case. I understand that. But so if they find actual malice and defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So-
correct. The same with this. That's why we're
right.
not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense,
Right.
because there's no basis for it.
They're going to lose this one because of that legal issue. This guy actually came back and made an okay factual
If
issue.
the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot,
Which I agree. I think was what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay, so do you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
if you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll deny.
Deny and
That's
preserve it for appeal.
Instruction 28 and 29.
Okay, so what just happened was they were trying to introduce a self-defense.
that.
These defamatory statements are in response
All right, next
to
one I have
other
is the
defamatory statements.
republication.
But
One.
to win, Amber Heard has to prove that Johnny Depp acted with actual malice.
Okay.
If he acted with actual malice, then the self-defense part
So-
doesn't apply because it's knowledge of the falsity. You
I
can't
see both of
defend
them.
yourself with falsity.
Dueling paragraphs
So-
for the republication. Yes, sir.
So there is no
And,
defense in the end of the day for
I
this.
understand last time we spoke that you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the three.
There's no affirmative defense.
Republication. Is
I mean,
that
the
correct?
defenses are the elements have not been proven, but if the elements are proven, there's no
you must find
affirmative
that
defense
she read-
on top of that.
Or do you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth. I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right.
And they just want the one sentence at the bottom.
I will. I'll explain it a little
Okay,
more
that's
clearly.
correct.
And
when we don't have the
Your Honor,
court
we
talking as much.
Talk about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on
understand.
Friday. Your
But
Honor
no,
said
Johnny
that,
did not lose the
on
case
page 92
over
of
that
the
jury
transcript. I don't have a
instruction.
problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And
Right.
that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it
the
doesn't
republication
capture the whole
doctrine.
legal
Well,
argument.
And
doctrine.
if I may just make our argument for the record here, Your
Well,
Honor.
you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is what we
And that's fair.
what we propose. Right, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lakova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a
We'll be
new
right back.
audience. It's the same party tweeting to the
Since they're
same
gonna lose
audience,
this
so
one
there's no
anyway.
republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion to strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. What I'm willing to, what I think would also add to it, though, is after
This
you
is
must
bad
determine whether any
analysis.
content that was
Even
added
a boomer like me
Patient.
can tell this is bad analysis.
and
The New York Times reprinting a hyperlink to a New York Times
they-
article may not be reaching a new audience,
must
but Amber
determine
Heard
whether any
retweeting a
added
link in the
content
Washington Post is
published
clearly
without
reaching a
that
different audience than the original Washington Post
say it
piece.
that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if
Do you have
that's
any-
the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm
Okay.
slow on
Repeat it
the,
one more time.
yeah, that,
Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can incorporate it into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
I think we would prefer just to say just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last two sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not going back. We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, I'm going to put my court's. Okay.
Do you want us to do the revisions? Because if you do it, we may have to just get one more time from you.
Okay.
We're happy to, or
Sammy, can you do it? You gave him to Word format?
we did.
Come on, Sammy.
Can you do that? Here.
The
Good
only
job, man.
thing I would note is I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled. So
In the second line? Okay. All right.
That's Sammy.
Here's
Bad
that.
handwriting.
But adding.
Judges already mentioned this.
Adding content, yeah. It's like this one right here. Two, and then just get rid of all of this and add this instead.
He says he went to Stanford, but it was Stanford, Florida.
Okay, we'll get that done. All right, takes care of that one. Next one. It's, I think, instruction FF. Defamatory meaning, consider the publication as a whole. And we had dueling answers here. And the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which, I mean, it does say that it means you may not seize any word, phrase, or image. So it would appear that so it could apply to both of them in that context.
the problem, Your Honor, is that we believe that because the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, you must read the statements in context as a whole, to say, well, we can't do that. So therefore there's no liability. We think because it's impossible to read those statements in the context of the whole piece. And so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all Amber's statements. So the whole thing was her words. The counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, well, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about that other than you just have these one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman. So we believe that the jury's going to be confused.
Now it's not Depp Waldman.
Instruction and say, we cannot read it as a whole. So therefore we can't, we can't follow the jury instruction.
Okay. I can see your point with that. Yes, sir.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything that would indicate they can't find a liability if they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements, which is true, but you also can take the content in the context as a whole, but you can take the context of the op-ed as a whole, which is accurate. What I could do, if you want, I could keep the op-ed up top for their claim, and then for your claim, we can, in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as a second paragraph. That way they can't just pull out, because it's accurate law also, that they just can't pull out the word hoax and say, okay, this whole statement.
Agreed.
Okay.
That's fine. Thanks.
Is that okay?
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if Your Honor does that to add a clause saying disregarding any redactions on.
Well, it says the statements themselves, statements. In theirs, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Right. So, but I think, could we say in determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements or whatever are false and defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole. text of those statements in context as a whole or something.
That's kind of, you must read the statement in
You must-
context as a whole. I
You
think
must read,
that's-
can we say you must read those statements in context?
You
as a
must
whole?
read those
Because I just don't want
statements
them
in
to
context.
think that it's impossible.
If I'm understanding what's
Any
happening
problem with
here,
just putting those instead
it's
of
an
the-
argument about how
I don't
defamation
think we have a
in
problem with that, Your
Okay,
Honor.
in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false or
greater
defamatory,
publications
you must
works.
read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any
But the
one
problem
word,
is they
phrase, or image, or
redacted the
consider only
context.
one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
They
Yes.
they
All right, we'll add that
redacted
as
the
a second
context of the
paragraph.
statements.
Keep Sammy.
Okay, so this relates to the publication of articles. The whole article has to be defamatory on balance, not just
right,
a
the next
particular
one I
statement.
have
But they're not actually suing over a whole article. They're
is
suing
the
over
objections
words
and assertions of
within an
privilege.
article. And so it becomes weird
Which
because they redacted it out.
32.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
Sorry.
Depp 32.
So it's just a hard legal reality to navigate mostly.
It's a new
Except for
instruction.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
This is
you
the
have
one
the
at the end. This is the new one.
Do you have any
I would argue
objection?
the same
We
for
do.
Amber's statements because they're
The
the rest was written by
objection,
the
Your Honor, is that
ACLU.
the objections made by counsel during the course of trial, we have no problem with something on that. But instructions, what they're trying to do is to direct the jury what inference to draw from Mr. Waldman's instructions not to answer.
Well,
And
Yes.
well, the only legal inference they can draw, they can't draw any inferences from that.
Correct.
Exactly, and that's my point. Is
Well,
that
that's what this says. You may not draw any inferences from the fact that objection was made.
Yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness. No.
Right.
And instructed a witness not
That's
to answer.
allowed.
Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any. So why do they need to be told this? I mean, I think this risks confusing the jury.
Because to be fair, the depositions you wanted to keep in all those objections when we usually would take them out, but you wanted to keep them in. So I want to make sure the jury doesn't have any improper inferences from leaving those objections in. You wanted to leave them in because show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't answered, fine. But you can't infer from that, oh, well, they're hiding something then, or it's attorney-client.
Understood. I mean, just like you can't infer when someone takes the fifth in a criminal case. I get that.
Right, which
but-
I would give an instruction for.
Of course, I know, I understand that, but I think that the jury is entitled to draw their own conclusions and not
And
infer.
they wouldn't be allowed to keep
or anything from that. But
compelling someone to take the fifth over and over again in a deposition and put that in front of a jury either.
getting the jury to think, if they stand up in closing and say they haven't
I
presented.
mean, normally the court's informed that if the court is informed the witness is going to take the
then
fifth, they simply won't allow the witness to be called. They're not going to allow them to be tortured
They
on the
get up
witness
there
stand
and say
and
they
put the fifth
haven't-
over and over again.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was authorized to make the statements. Then they rely on this to hide behind that. And we're not
Well,
allowed. And
the judge already ruled on privilege.
I'm not going to say you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that, but if they're going to argue in closing the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and makes this inappropriate.
All right, yes, sir, Mr.
Your Honor,
Rose.
this is just an accurate statement of law. They chose to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Baldwin being instructed not to answer. Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
All right.
And it would also be prejudicial if they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship.
That doesn't follow from this instruction.
does.
This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They can consider whether evidence was presented or not. The instructions and objections are irrelevant to that question.
No.
All right, I understand your objections, but it is an accurate phrasing of the law. And I want to make sure that the inferences aren't taken against an attorney-client privilege.
Okay. Can you deny it over our objection?
You got it.
And-
no, I can grant it over your objection.
Sorry.
Good, Freudian
I
slip.
meant grants. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Can we get some direction for the arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor, because I don't think that's appropriate for them to point to a lack of evidence when they didn't allow Mr. Waldman to testify.
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not to say there's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
No, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to do Depp 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it. Okay. All right. Over objection. Be offered. All right. Then I have instruction JJ.
Hey guys, I know about the DUI guy drama going on right now.
We believe you should. I think the only looks like the only substantial difference is that they, rather than saying as it's written, it says
it's fabulous.
Mr. Waldman's statements. It's confusing and misleading to say that if you found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp, we already have a principal agent instruction.
Right. If they find principal or agent, I mean, that would be the only basis for it.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, if liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that was wrongful. And that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's
an interesting one.
So they're correct. Okay. They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive
punitive damages because it's done through an agent.
I disagree with that, and there's.
I disagree with it too, but I like the theory. Let's try it
here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we've already. And I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that.
I'll briefly speak on the drama when there's a pause.
On the basis
just so everybody
previously
knows.
asserted, Your Honor. And then what's the other?
But I'm okay. Here's
I'm sorry. Could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence,
I know everybody wants to know,
Mr. Waldman, while acting
do it
as
in a
an
minute.
agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly. I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there. Sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one.
It's a rather subtle issue. They're not actually dealing with the subtlety.
Right.
So who wins that? Who was typing that one up? Is
think that was
Rottenborn
it,
typing it up?
I believe Rottenborn won on that one.
Other than the verdict.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So
Let's go to the verdict.
well, the idea is that for punitive damages, you have to act with some level of impropriety. The idea would be that an agent could shield you from that intentional act. But I think the agent is imputed with the intent of the principal. I mean, that's
All right. I think
like the
with
whole purpose of
verdict
agency.
form,
So I don't
was
think it works.
just,
But the agency is supposed to be
First
within the
page.
scope of employment.
Am I correct?
So I would argue that the overreach is not necessarily within the scope of employment. I would suggest you really would have to show the malice both on the part of the agent and on the part of the principal.
That's a good argument.
I like that. I like that, Andrew.
It's not that the agent automatically shields the principal. That would be bullshit. But that you have to show, if you're going to have punitive damages on the part of the principal, you have to show the malice on the part of the principal as well.
Yeah. Okay. So I was assuming the malice on the part of the principal.
I think it was in
not on
1A.
part of
The
agent.
statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have the statement has a defamatory.
Because the principal
implication of
doesn't need
Depp
any particular intent,
Defamatory
right? It's vicarious liability.
by Ms. Hurd, which I think
Right.
is
He just
Or no,
has
I
to
was
have the
assuming
agent
malice-
as an agent.
We should track the finding instruction.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is.
Okay, yeah,
jury
I agree with
instructions
you.
C on page
Okay.
4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form.
You should have been
does.
there.
Okay.
Where the hell were you doing on the stream?
Camille, call me.
And that was C. Okay.
Oh, my wife gave a
Right.
thumbs up to Dr. Muffins,
All
by
right.
the way.
Tracks the finding instruction.
Don't have a comment section here.
Agreed
Your
that
Honor. I thought
Dr.
it was
Muffins is
emailed.
Dr. Curry, sorry, is quite a
It doesn't match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury. So we'll keep that in.
That's fine.
And then the punitive.
And so that
So on
would
the
carry
last-
through to all of the.
Oh, you withdrew all those?
We'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is fine.
All right. So the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
No, well, are you, I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure, and I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for putting it again. It's fine. All right. So verdict forms are good. So we'll keep the verdict forms. Did you print out the other?
Okay, briefly, there's drama between DUI guy and Legal Bites, him being not allowed on her
Yeah, you can
channel.
print it out. That's how.
Here's
yeah.
my quick statement on it.
So
I don't tell other
which
people how
ones
to
are we
run their
missing then?
channels
We're missing
at all.
which jury instructions?
And it's why I
You're
have
working on
been
two of them,
wary
right?
about a group, like an official group,
32 and
because
FF,
groups
and you
create
have
in groups
one
and
jury
out groups, and
instruction
I don't do that
Yes,
shit.
they're editing it right now.
So
It's JJ.
Okay,
here's
JJ is
here's the
coming
thing.
in.
DUI guys, welcome on my stream. Legal Bites is welcome on my stream. I don't get into that shit. I'm friends with people until they're not friends with me. That's my rule. But I'm also not
So,
in a group or out of
on
a
Depp
group.
32, could you take off disputed and
I
send that
hate
to us
them.
too?
Hate 'em.
I
They
noticed I
always
didn't
do
make the cute cartoon thing that somebody drew up. Did you see that?
We'll get those
Yeah.
two.
I didn't make the cut.
While I'm doing that, I do have
I guess I'm
didn't.
out.
You're
I
not
wish I
quiet
didn't make
enough,
it.
Andrew.
laptop.
Yeah.
Both sides. I'd like
So,
to
no, I
look at the jury evidence on these. They'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was we put two files on here. There's no password for it. As soon as you open up, it doesn't have any internet, and there's just two files. One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those two, and then they can watch all the audio and the video. Okay.
oh God, what a nightmare
So
that
if you
is.
want to take a look and make sure it's been
But
downloaded
it's not
to
one
everything
file.
that
It's got to be a
we put
folder.
on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't receive any new evidence today for audio or video files, so that it's everything
I
on
just
there.
saw Justice for Branca hashtag. Folks, it's fine. I don't need to be in a drawing. I really don't take it personally.
Justice for Becca.
No,
Jamie will have
guys,
it,
you
except we need to
you
get
don't
those
even
other ones.
understand how
So
much I
you
don't
have
want to
them?
be on that drawing
Yes,
because
You're in it though.
I have.
Okay,
there's
now,
lawyers
1301.
involved. So there's
Okay.
a fucking consent and release form associated
And
with
then-
it.
Your Honor, I just would like some clarification.
Sure.
I understand that
This
exhibit
is jokes online, y'all.
defendants exhibit 712 and defendants exhibit 713 were initially moved
Oh,
into
there's
evidence in
hashtag
the
muffins for
format.
Branca. I will endorse that.
Today, we offered them and put them in an unredacted form, so that's the
712A and 7.
and then
713A.
713A.
Yeah.
I believe Your Honor it should already have those in unredacted form. I believe that's how they were provided to you.
Oh, they're in our
all
binders
by-
down here?
I believe so. I will. Yes, so I believe those, you should actually have those in unredacted form
All right.
from defendants.
All right.
I added a scrolling marquee for you, Branca.
Oh yeah.
New binders down here. Hold on.
Yes, I think they would be in the binders.
That's what causes delays and lag.
12 and 713.
Now it's my fault.
Yeah. Branca's muffins.
All right, we'll take those. Yes.
I can give you a copy. I was gonna make a proper for the ones that.
Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
We're going for the long haul jury instructions.
I can give you copies of that.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here digging through binders.
Right. Well, I can give you copies of that.
I wonder if this is where
Okay,
Mitt Romney's
perfect.
binders
All right.
full of women
Now
are
we have those in
located.
evidence. Okay. Do we
I was
see
thinking
any
that
more
too.
over here?
Now
Or-
that's locked in a
One that you
secure
thought was
mountain
in evidence?
facility just
So, Your
northeast of
Honor,
Salt Lake City.
defendant, I believe, oh, excuse me, it's plaintiff's exhibit 120D. I believe actually Sammy and I had a number of back and forths about this exhibit. I believe that defendant's counsel provided a redacted
Sammy
version of that
Duvall.
exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in evidence then.
Not enough, Your Honor. I thought, and I believe
Oops.
Oof.
You gotta take this.
People are asking why the interns are doing the argument, because while everybody's been doing all of the casework, these guys have been back in the office.
Okay, all right. So I just
grinding
wanna make
out
sure,
and
'cause it was
researching the
checked off on
shit out of
somebody's
jury
list that it wasn't
instructions.
evidence. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make
Reviewing
sure.
transcripts and
No,
making
but it's
sure they
not.
can support
We're good.
their requests.
And then
It's because they've been
I
doing all the
heard
work. Trial
exhibits
attorneys haven't had a ton of
711
time to
A
do
and
this.
B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711 was
wasn't
wrong. It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy the?
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order. All right.
Ooh, looks like my Camille Vasquez rebuttal video or cross-exam video is almost uploaded. My editor has been working on it. I'm very excited to release it. It was such I mean, it was so gross.
So do you yourself, Nick, pick out the start and end points of that, or you leave that for your editor to do, use their judgment?
I tell my editors that I am too stupid to know what I want, so I
Okay.
trust them to figure out what I want.
Got it.
Mine are like, I don't understand this law tube shit. And I'm like, neither do I, bro. Neither do
Yeah.
Poor Ryan, the editor. When
Editors, what are these things of which you speak?
Poor Ryan, the editor, when I was interviewing him, I said, here's the hardest part of working with me, and it's called working with me, because I have no idea what I want, but I can tell you what I don't like when it happens.
Just like pornography.
I said, your job, because I don't have time to figure it out, is to you know me, like you've watched this, so figure out what I would like and do it. And I think he does a pretty damn good job working with the most nebulous boss on the planet. So big props to him.
So we can share them.
At some point in the
When the
future, I'll be hitting all of you up for recommendations
I'm
for
trying
these
to give you copies.
editor things that you're speaking of.
They're right, okay.
And you should receive in your email soon, FF, JJ, and 32.
Okay. So if you print those out too, Sammy.
Nicole, I can't get the UI guy on right now because he's streaming on his own channel. He has the link. He's welcome to come on
you're sending
at
FF?
any time. I assume if he does come on, we're not delving into drama.
Did you take the
It's
disputed
not
off the top?
The goal. I want the normal thing, the input on the court reactions. When Rottenborn, I want to ask the panel about this, but when Rottenborn asked the judge for an instruction to tell the gallery to stop gasping, basically, I think that was a stupid move, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that was a terrible move.
Well, he must have felt obliged. I mean, he must have seen the jury reacting, right? Like it's
Right.
influencing
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, but it also just called attention to the jury that, oh yeah, by the way, we see these reactions from the gallery and they hurt us.
Yeah.
Oh. So,
Well, I will say I got a very kind invitation from Legal Bites to her wedding in California, I guess, this summer. I can't go, but I know we sent something from the registry, so that was all very pleasant.
I'm
I
trying
don't know
to
what we
work
sent.
out.
My wife picked something out, probably a toaster or a coffee maker. That's the way those things usually go. But
Like I'm still trying to work out going with my wife. Our schedule's really
Could you
tough,
print me out
and we have
another one of AA?
that wedding there
there's a mark
and a
on this
baby
one.
shower in Kentucky like 2 days later.
Or at least email it to. Just email that
that's
to
Trying to
Sammy.
work out the logistics of it. We'd love to go, so we're
Something
trying.
in the paper,
I-
and it just doesn't.
and genuinely mean, guys. Like I'm not interested in the drama, and me having either person on is not any indication of it. That's between other people. I've maintained this policy on my channel for 4 years. I never want to fight with anybody. I think it's ridiculous. So
I mean, I would have been happy to go to her wedding if I'd been able to schedule it. I just had too many conflicts.
Until they call you a shyster lawyer or they try to copyright strike you.
Oh, no,
It's on.
right.
Then
The
it's
shyster
on.
lawyer doesn't bother me.
if-
The copyright
if you-
thing's a pain in the ass.
if you pick a fight with me, I'll fight back.
Yeah. Let's be very clear. Let's be clear. You're not a pacifist over here, Nick.
Yeah, no. I fully believe in weaponized return, but I have rules of engagement.
Yes.
And
Speaking of return, that Gunton video in Portugal was.
Dude, the front ass when he stands back up is the funniest thing I've ever seen. We'll show it when this court's over. I don't know if people understand what a front ass is.
They will then.
They will.
They will learn quickly.
So I've just got to search Gunt and Portugal, and then this will take care of it.
Taken down, so you might.
No, it's available.
It's
if you know where to look.
somewhere.
Mr. Branca, I have a self-defense potential video for you to review. Actually,
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It is self-defense.
It'll
Do
be
an
a
in-depth
self-defense analysis.
while we're waiting for the verdict here.
Please don't talk about in-depth with a front ass.
I'll do it without a tie, Nick, just for you. No ties. Law of self-defense legal analysis of the Portugal Gunt.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think, some people are quick to jump on both sides of this thing, but like most legal issues, there's ambiguity in reality. So I think it's an interesting thing. So
Yeah, it's a lot of engaging and re-engaging, which makes it an interesting analysis, actually.
Yep.
That's usually what happens when you have two guys who can't fight. I presume that's the case.
Well,
well, you'll see.
I know one of them can't for sure. The other one, it's ambiguous because, if the one is so inept at fighting, the other one might just be barely above that and have a distinct advantage. But that was a stocky boy who was throwing those hands. I wouldn't want to get punched by Dan. That guy looked pretty meaty, and his hands were big. Like, ugh, didn't look fun at all.
Oh, I feel so left out of this conversation. I'm frantically searching.
You'll get to it. You'll get to
you want me to?
Your Honor, will we?
I'll procure a
will we
link
be
for
getting
you.
Just a paper printout or an electronic copy from the court.
All I have is a paper.
Okay, so we can
All I
scan
have
it.
is a paper
Okay, that's
print.
fine.
All I have is a paper print.
And will these be posted on the
Not until after I can.
not till after? Okay, sure. And then they're read before closing.
They're read
so-
before closing. All right. So we have
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we just replace.
Almost to it. I had to remember what page it was on.
Wait, is someone said Runkle still there? Is Runkle still in the courtroom right now?
I didn't see any of them in the courtroom for this.
For the
I don't
jury
think.
instruction stuff.
I guess technically they could be, right?
Yeah, there's people in the gallery.
You want to take a look at that instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack.
Okay.
Is this the one with the guy in the blue shirt and the white t-shirt and the
Michelle, you said the actual analysis
shorts?
one.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah.
VPN recommended on that
Sorry,
if you've got
Jamie.
one.
This is Korea. We don't give it. Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's Korea. We have to have that to look at porn.
Is there?
No, I think it's fine. Is the
I'll be
court-
otherwise engaged for the
want,
next 8 minutes.
believe, Herd C, Depp 7.
No.
It
sort of
starts
things
in about
there, 'cause
4.5
Otherwise,
minutes.
we could.
Oh no. Well, yeah, the
the
numbers at
video.
top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
If I play this, will the audio feed into
No, the numbers. I
StreamYard here?
tell the jurors
should
to
not.
disregard the numbers in the heading.
Runkle is
better for the
apparently there,
record, but
4
keep it
rows
that
behind
way.
Herd's attorneys.
Okay, so are you still reading the publication? Okay.
Your Honor, can we get, sorry to bother Sammy, could we get one more printout of the actual malice instruction?
Sure.
Thank you.
Jamie, can we get another actual malice?
AA. So these are copies.
You can start 5 minutes into the video.
Oh, good. All right. Thanks. I'm trying to fast forward here. It's definitely Portugal.
Yeah. I'm corrupting this man. These are lawyers. There's no
Right, any
corruption
objection
that
to
hasn't already
republication
been
then?
subjected.
As typed.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Put that in there.
Hold on.
Is there a typo?
Nope. It's okay.
It's okay?
Yep.
All right.
Your
Okay.
Honor, I just have a very quick question regarding closing arguments, if
sure.
we may. Does the court have any objection to us playing very small clips
No,
of,
as long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
well, that's my question. So
Okay.
obviously, depositions were by video, many witnesses, especially for Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection to us playing video depositions, portions
If
of?
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No, of course, just what's in evidence.
But there's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Oh, that's
So-
weird.
The only thing that can be played to them is what is in evidence.
Yeah.
Their testimony, it's witness testimony.
Well, yeah, but but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same.
Yeah. That
would
makes
give more
sense.
weight to video depositions than witness
Well, so
testimony.
my question is a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
Okay.
The four walls of this courtroom is what the jury decides this case in.
Okay.
Period.
And just so we don't have a problem tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in
Or
evidence?
audio that's in evidence, all of that's fair game.
But
You just-
no display of written transcripts either.
No written transcripts, just only items in evidence. And,
No, I'm on the same page.
okay, I just
That's-
want to make sure.
That's
Thank
the
you, Your
right
Honor, for that
ruling.
clarification.
And you have 2
on
hours, right?
Right.
2 hours each, and you, 2 people over here and 2 people over there, is that what's going to happen?
Yes.
Was it made clear to the jury that these video depositions were not evidence?
And then only one of us will do the rebuttal.
I mean,
Okay, and
they're
that
just treated as
That has
testimony.
to just be on the rebuttal case, correct?
Right.
Right.
Because you can't have
We
Isaac
have that
Baruch
down,
come
right?
back
We've gone
in
through
and
that a few
testify
times.
to the
Mr. Chu,
jury
you
in the
have something
jury
on
room.
that?
Right.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Oh, for sure.
We were all. on the
Yeah, they
same
will
page.
give way
So,
more reliability to that.
Plaintiff goes first,
Correct.
Right.
then the defendant,
Does-
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right, they do
Then-
their defense to your claim, and also they do their
Open to their
offense to
claim.
their claim.
And then plaintiff,
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
and they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the.
Rebuttal.
To the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1-2, 1-2, and plaintiff gets 2 hours, they get 2 hours.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each?
that doesn't
That's
matter
up
to
to
me.
us.
No,
Okay,
as
thank
long as
you,
your
Ron.
time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much anybody does. with
Thank
it,
you, Ron.
Okay?
If you wanted to shorten that to about
Wow.
15 minutes.
Behind you,
I
we've
would
got
want
red,
to
white,
shorten
and blue.
minutes,
We've got the
but
American
whatever.
flag line in
That's
there.
not my take. I
We
gave you
got
2
pretty-
hours.
Next to
We
James,
got
we start
pretty
James,
efficient
red,
at
white,
the
and
end.
blue.
Well, it's amazing how that happens. You know? It's kind of like the physics, you make a circle and people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and read into the record the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll also read in the record the instructions that were denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number 3, number 10, 1, B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, E as in Echo, F, G, H, 12, 13, Y, FF, AA, BB, DD, that's David, DD, TT, CCC, 20, Z as in zebra, T, U, V as in Victor,
F
A,
U
L,
C
5,
KILLME
32, 8, 9, 16, I, 30, KK, and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to the jury in that order. Okay. The ones that were denied was instruction 22, 23, 24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn for the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11.
Oh boy.
14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ, DDD, Q, 18, J, M, N, O, P, R, S, H, H, L, L, U, U, U,
No, you.
V, V, W, W, X, X, Y, Y, Z, Z, A,
How does
A,
the
A,
demonstrative differ from regular
BBB.
evidence? Demonstratives don't go back to the jury room. Regular evidence does.
So
Demonstratives are only as a supplement to
we
witness
will- I will
testimony
get
in
you
the courtroom.
copies now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you'll have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench, just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in med mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments
Yeah,
orally.
good idea.
That's fine. I just wanted to, make
Okay.
sure that there wasn't
Just try to keep it clean.
or paraphrasing of witnesses or anything
Evidence
like
that
that.
Johnny
So
Depp
that-
murdered
that
children.
sounds Fine with everybody. Does anybody?
That's fine with me.
That's a good question, though. Are you going to have a PowerPoint?
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well for the PowerPoint?
I think so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings start at 9.
So, Your Honor,
Oh,
Mr.
slightly
Metcalf
later.
has a
Not that it
proffer
matters.
still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
'Cause
okay.
Do you want to do that now?
Oh,
If you-
no.
As does Ms.
Everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your preference.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too. That's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. This will
If you
be
can just
shorter.
get to the microphone so I can hear you better. Or the court reporter can hear you better.
This will be shorter than the other day.
Oh, good.
Thank God.
Okay.
That's also
on-
the title of the
this
sex
is
tape.
for metadata. 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms.
Big
Heard
beta
testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendant's exhibits 700 through 726 and are exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits, but redacted the metadata. And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Duders, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Duders testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. He further testified that the day after the flight, Mr. Depp told him he wanted to, quote, smooth whatever issue, end quote, existed with Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp asked Mr. Duders to, quote, write a text, end quote, to Ms. Heard and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Duders.
I hope this guy doesn't get angry.
Message
We
to
wouldn't
Ms.
like
Heard
him when
about
he's
Mr.
angry.
Depp, stating, quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained in
deflated
Exhibit
for
A,
no.
Mr. Duders' deposition. Ms. Heard moved to admit the text message into evidence, arguing it was not hearsay under Rule 2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Heard argued Mr. Duders was acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Heard was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message and testimony, finding that Mr. Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add it to
The list.
We have a box for you. All right.
Oh, I forgot I had a poll pulled up.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
And this is the other one.
So I had what is
All right,
Amber
we'll
Heard's
make them part of the
strategy?
record. Thank you, sir. All right.
50%
Yes,
manipulation.
Ms. Myers?
47% desperation,
On May
2%
25th,
honesty.
2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at issue in this trial. She also, for incidents where there was no photographic evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Heard testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the cause, or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed, consistent, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right. Thank you. Any other proffers? Okay.
So
All right.
that's-
All right. So just don't leave here.
If you guys are
until
wondering
check
why
the
so much
laptop
time
and you
was
check
left
all
on
your
the table,
evidence and make sure
not having
we
a
get
whole
your
expert
checkbox
witness
on that
is
and
one
everybody's happy
good
with it,
reason
okay?
that there'd be a
Anything
lot of
else for
time
the
gone.
court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really? She's not happy about that shit. She's like, we should have been gone 2 hours ago.
Oh,
Oof,
jeez,
what the f-
that? Oh, God. Okay.
What?
All
What?
right. I don't know what that sound was.
It was my
Okay,
eardrums
so
were burning.
to the chat, sorry about there was no real meaningful pauses in there to really talk about what was going on. That was the argument over jury instructions and the wrapping up of some extraneous issues before going into close. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., they want to read the jury instructions to the jury. They want to get those jury instructions, or they want to get those closing arguments done and get the jury into deliberations as soon as possible. So this stuff needed to be resolved by really today. They had a bunch of time to do it. It was a perfect way to close it out. Because otherwise, if they had gone the whole day today, they would have been doing this well into the night. And now everybody can go home and practice their closing arguments, finish making their visual aids, and get everything done. So with that, some of the arguments were pretty interesting. First of all, these are the two issues in this case. It's two separate cases, but the first is, did Amber Heard defame Johnny Depp in her Washington Post article? That's the first issue. And with that comes, no, that's the first issue. Okay, so then the next issue, Amber Heard's counterclaim, is, did Johnny Depp defame Amber Heard through statements made by Adam Waldman, republished by a tabloid, I think Daily Wire or something. They called it a tabloid, but I think it was Daily Wire. Might have been something else. Daily Mail. Might have been Daily Mail. Shit, I don't
Daily
know.
Mail. Yeah.
So those are the two issues in this case. Now, the question on jury instructions goes, where do we get to draw the lines on how to teach the jury about defamation law as quickly as possible, so that when they go back into the jury deliberation room, they're going to have a list of pages that tell them, this is defamation. Here's the elements of defamation. These are the things about defamation, how you find those elements. Now you take the evidence that you heard and you remember, and that you see in pictures and stuff like that, and you apply it to this outline. And if you find these things, then it's defamation. If you don't find these things, then it's not. The elements of defamation, as a reminder, are the defendant. So for Johnny's case, Amber Heard had to publish, which just means communicate, to a third party a false statement about the plaintiff that causes damage with the requisite level of fault. And in the case of public figures, and there's no dispute here that both of these are public figures, the requisite level of fault is something called actual malice, which means knowledge of the falsity or a reckless disregard for the truth of the matter. So if they have to prove those five elements, theoretically, that's what the jury is looking for. And you check off those boxes. Was this statement made by Amber Heard? Pretty clear. She admitted to writing in the op-ed these statements. Was it about Johnny Depp? There's a fact issue there. They have to resolve that, because she admitted that it's about Johnny Depp, but this is where the little bullet points start going in. Would a reasonable person be able to figure out that it's about Johnny Depp? So if they find that, was it false? That's the big issue in this case. What was her statement false? We're beyond the legal justification of this is protected opinion, stuff like that. I mean, the jury can find that, and that'll be in the instructions, but really that's a technical argument, and you don't want technical arguments before the jury. The question for the jury is, do they believe that this thing was a lie? And if they believe it was a lie, do they believe that lie caused the damage? And then do they believe that Amber Heard knew that she was lying when she stated it? That's the gist of it. That's what the jury instructions are supposed to pare down. Now, some of the stuff that they have there is, you have different sort of circumstances arise within this framework. And so that's what they were arguing about, is what do we get to include versus exclude? And one of the arguments they were getting to was this idea that this ended up not being a big deal, but what was it? Shit. My brain is breaking on what they were talking about. This idea that, the self-defense defamation statement. So if someone goes out in public and defames you, and then you respond, and then they sue you for defamation in your response, you have a privilege to respond to what someone says. Just like if someone were to come swing a fist at you, you have a privilege to punch them for, before their fist lands on you. You have a privilege to stop the fist and fight back. Defamation at its core is an assaultive action. It's just an assault through words, and your body is your reputation, or your economic production. It's really important to kind of keep that in mind, because it is an infringement of your right to your reputation. So you have a self-defense to it, and that would be your insulation for a defamatory claim. They were arguing over whether Waldman's statements were in self-defense. I think they were. However, the ultimate legal conclusion in Virginia is that if there's actual malice, which is a required element to win the case anyway, then the self-defense doesn't apply. So that ended up being moot. There were some other ones in there, but largely this is going to be on its face a self-defense claim. On the counterclaim, they have to find that Adam Waldman's statements were made on behalf of Johnny Depp.
I'm somewhat surprised, really, that based on Amber's apparent lack of acting ability in the stand, that we didn't have Warner Brothers as an intervening party to try to recover some of the salary they paid her for these Aquaman movies.
Yeah, it was.
Your Honor, we'd like some of that money back, please. You can see for yourself. It's clear in the evidence. She cannot act.
Yeah, we need.
That's just one of those things where you consider yourself $2 million lucky to get rid of her.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I think
you don't pay him for the pleasure. You pay him to go away afterwards, right? That's the.
Well, I think Aquaman 3 is a fading prospect from her option contract at this point. I think that should be pretty clear.
Well, you wouldn't be able to find anybody to work with her. Who would work with her? It would have to be her alone.
Right.
She has so much PTSD. She has rules about how she can be touched and approached and look at. And
you just couldn't take the risk.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last little line of her answer did nothing to help her career.
Yeah, not at all. I have to have all these rules.
Yeah,
well,
to work with. I freak out. I have anxiety attacks and panic attacks. And please hire me.
Hey, I feel like I should clear something up about that little cartoon drawing that was made about all the law troopers, folks. That I left something important out. That was all drawn of the law troopers who were covering this trial. Depp v. Heard. I'm not covering this trial. I haven't written a single word on it. I haven't covered it on my channel. I'm just here on Nick's channel as a guest for the past week because he lets me be here and it's fun to be here. It's not a self-defense case, so I'm not covering it. So it would not have been appropriate for me to be in the drawing anyway. So no offense taken.
But I will say, the Bronca expressions, some of the highlights of the Ricada stream.
Okay, very kind of you.
Bronca Burns is its own YouTube channel.
Yep.
Or has its own subcategory. I can't remember which one on I think Law Nerd Clips or whatever. No, it's great. And yes, and when I said that I wish I wasn't in the drawing, I meant it.
Nick's like heartfelt.
Everything's so like flattered by it, but everything gets so complicated so quickly, and especially when lawyers are involved. It's like, man, I just want to get online and make jokes. That's all I want to do in my life.
Nick, I'm just gonna say, as soon as I saw the consent, I just rolled. I would do the same thing. I rolled my eyes and just closed the window.
Well, I rolled my eyes and did it because I think mine's cute. I just like it.
You realize that any one of us can hold up that whole thing because the full consent isn't given until it's unanimously signed. When I read that, I went,
release my mustache.
You can't have my right to publicity. It's very important to me. I don't endorse anything. Okay. So we have to do an analysis.
Yes.
We have to do an analysis.
Oh my God. I'm so happy.
Don't you have to give a warning, Nick? Because one of these gentlemen for sure forgot to take their birth control.
All right. So these are the mean streets of Lisbon, Portugal. Let me briefly give the backstory on this. There's a guy involved here named Ethan Ralph. He's the host of a show called The Kill Stream, which has been a right-wing YouTube, and then once he was banned off of YouTube, other social media talk show for a very long time. Formerly, he was the editor-in-chief, is still the editor-in-chief of something called The Ralph Retort, which is his webpage before YouTube, where he wrote and blogged about various things. I have been on the Kill Stream several times, full disclosure. What was the timeout legal vices?
So that was Ethan Ralph. I remember him like being thinner than that.
He does too.
Okay. Oh, this makes sense now. Okay.
I have been on the kill stream multiple times. I guess it was this year. No, it was last year, right before the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Ethan Ralph decided to sever our friendship and relationship, which was entirely his choice, and that was a choice that he was welcome to make. But I had always been friendly with Ralph. He got mad at me because I laughed that he farted on a 24-hour live stream and his mic picked it up because I thought it was funny. Because it was very funny, and that was a gross fart, and I would laugh at it again today. So that's the disclosure of what's happened between me and him. Now, Ralph went to Portugal earlier this year, and when he got there, he was unfortunately attacked in some way. I don't know the circumstances; no one knows, but he was pummeled pretty severely by some Portuguese people who stole his man purse, and they, I list that in there because it is relevant. It was like $1,000 Chanel handbag, or like an $800 Chanel handbag that got stolen from him. And that is something that should not happen. Now, there's speculation that he may have had a part in instigating this fight, but there's no evidence about that. It's just inferred from his character. So with that, he went back to, I should mention the context in which he went to Portugal. Andy Worski is another YouTuber who is family in Portugal. Ralph was mad at Andy Worski, similar to how Ralph was mad at me, but for differing reasons. And he went to Portugal as a taunt/threat to Andy Worski's family. To be very clear, he has also threatened to come to Minnesota because I and Mr. Mediker live in Minnesota, and he has talked about specifically going to where Mr. Mediker is alleged to live and being outside of his house. This is the type of person Ralph has become. So he went to Portugal to own Andy Worski for whatever weird way, and then he got beat up. And
so I'm sorry, Ralph is the one who spends most of the time on the ground in this footage. Do I have him right? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So then this footage is from Ralph's return trip to Portugal because he got in the fight the first time, like on the first day. And so he looked like a Q-tip, like with a swollen up face, with bandages all over it. And so he probably didn't get to enjoy his trip very much the first time. So he went back, and the person who's engaged in a fight with Ralph, I have to be very clear on this, is a friend of a guy named Cognificent. The videographer here is Cognificent. And if you've never heard of these people, you count yourself lucky. This is a degenerate and ridiculous portion of the internet that should be excised like a cancer and burned like a furry. So Cog is another live streamer. He's the videographer here, and he went to Lisbon, Portugal for the sole purpose of seeking out Ethan Ralph on the street to do what's called a gunt watch. So he went there for this reason. And this is, they located him because he was live streaming. It was kind of, people can put together a location based on landmarks, right? Like anything. They found him and had followed him. I've fast forwarded the video to 5 minutes in. They were following him without interacting for 2 to 3 minutes at this point. And then this interaction takes place at a corner, a street corner, where Ralph is around the corner from Cog and his friend Dan. Okay.
So this is what happens when purportedly grown ass men don't have lady friends.
Yeah. I mean, that's a way to put it. And here, I'm going to back it up to right here. Yeah. So this is them waiting on the corner. Ralph is around to the right, and I do not condone or endorse any actions of any person.
They've seen him at this point. So that's an important context. They've seen him and they backed around the corner.
Yes, they've followed him unintrusively. He does not seem to know that they're there. They're not whooping and making noises or anything. And then he went around the corner. They've seen him. So here, maybe I'll go back just a couple more seconds to give the proper context, because they see him and they do back around the corner. they go back away from him. So I think that here is a good spot.
He's about 4'5". He's about 5'5".
Come on. Okay, that was him.
That's Ralph.
Yeah. So there's Ralph again with the phone.
So he's shorter than my mate. Let's just say that. Pressing? Nah, we're too public right now.
Hey, what's up, bitch?
Hey, Dick, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, bitch?
What are you doing, bitch?
Fuck out of my face. Get the fucking...
Fuck you, prick. You piece of shit. Cunt.
Yeah,
What are you gonna do?
What?
What are you gonna do, fucking cunt?
Oh.
Fucking gonna do? What are you coming out before you were a little dickhead?
That's
you
what
fat
you...
little gun shit. Yeah, that's right, bleeding. Look at you.
Fuck you, bitch.
You don't want to be...
Fuck you, bitch.
Sweet!
Oh, shit, that's
You got a
loud.
massive lump on your head, dude.
I don't give a fuck.
I know, right? What the fuck's going on there? What's going on there? Dickhead, let's go and get some fucking smoke.
Police in this guy.
Yeah, whatever, you're all right. Are you really going again? Ralph, you're going to get bad if you keep swearing. Stop swearing up to him, you fat cunt. Why are you swearing up to him, you fat cunt?
Fuck you, bitch.
Prick. We're walking away. Now fuck off.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you, we're walking away. Walk away or I'll have you. Walk away or I'll have you. Walk away. Walk away, you fat cunt. Oh no, big bitch. Fuck you.
Jeez.
Fuck you, we'll leave.
The Portuguese are not happy.
Oh, you're gonna follow?
Sorry
No,
for
they're
that. Blaring
The
horn.
buffet's around the corner, boys.
It's not quite done. It's about to be.
Run away. Shut us. No, we're not.
I'm just saying, I didn't know they made polos this stocky.
Shut up.
It's the beefy fit.
Yeah. Listen to
Oh, I guess there is a woman involved here. That must be Ralph's lady.
No,
friend.
she's a bystander.
Oh, she is. Okay.
No, Ralph's fiance is at home with their baby in the States. At this
Oh,
point.
okay. She's very involved for a bystander.
Yeah.
Come on, mate.
Sees the guy bleeding, probably, you know.
Oh shit, Dad.
Then they're back at it again.
Dad, mate. Leave him. Let's go. Leave him. Leave him. Leave him. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the end of the interaction here. That's the gist of it. Okay, so gentlemen, I guess assessment of the reality of this internet idiocy, because to be very clear, this is internet idiocy. This is how stupid shit happens.
Well, if I were in Portugal, I'd be riding a motorcycle through the Pyrenees. I wouldn't be getting into fat boy fights on street corners. That's
You
for
know
sure.
what else too? You can do pretty much any drug in Portugal because it's all decriminalized. There's no criminal penalties for drug use at all whatsoever in Portugal.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Yeah. So to me, there's several encounters that happen. There's the initial encounter in which it's ambiguous as to if any punch is thrown, but certainly Ethan Ralph approaches them in an aggressive manner and gets right into the face.
Yep.
And would you agree with me, Branka, that if someone were to approach you in that type of aggressive manner, using the abrasive language that
Especially
he's using,
given the history and the existing hostile relationship, the animus between the two of them, going nose to nose, saying, "Hey, what's up, bitch?" Yeah, that's You know,
Yeah,
that you don't have to be the first person to throw the punch to be the initial physical aggressor. You have to be presenting as an imminent threat of someone about to throw a punch, and that certainly looks like it to me. Now,
right.
That said, and it doesn't take anything away from being the initial aggressor. If they pursued him for the purpose of getting into a fight, then there's they could also lose self-defense. It could effectively be a mutual combat type of situation.
Right. And there is some evidence in the form of a tweet that I don't have available, but where COG either indicated it was either a tweet or another live stream segment where he did indicate that he was going to Portugal to find Ralph and perhaps engage in an altercation. I don't know the exact words. I don't know if it was puffery or whatever, but the analysis would have to include that segment, but I think the analysis would
To the
also have
extent
to
it was
include,
known by the other party, for sure.
right.
Yep.
And it may also include the idea that when they found him, though, they did not engage. I mean, that'd be a fact question for a jury in a self-defense analysis. They go, okay, well, we have this tweet of intent, but is this internet tough guy stuff? And then when they show up, do we determine that since they don't attack that tweet was a nothing burger, or do we factor it in? And that would go to a jury.
Yeah. So it could mean nothing. It could mean they were mutual combatants. It could mean they actually, because they didn't follow through on the mutual combat, that they were not actually mutual aggressors, but they presented to Ralph, who'd seen their communications before, as if they were a threat, which could justify his use of force and effectively becomes defensive then. But you need to know that communication, what each party knew, and they're all on their phones. I noticed. So who knows? For all I know, the internet is texting them, "Hey, that other dude's right around the corner from you."
I actually think that's probably likely on his live stream. I bet there were comments, "Cog's right around the corner."
Right, he's coming up behind you. Right, that could certainly be perceived as a threat.
Yeah, he didn't seem to know that they were there looking, and then when they go back around the corner, suddenly he comes
He's right
around.
there.
He's like, "What's up? What's up?" So it's almost like that has happened. So that's the initial encounter. And there's just a knockdown, I believe, at that point. It doesn't look like fists were thrown in that first one.
No, it's a push.
And so then he gets back up and there's a square off, and it's kind of hard to determine what happens next. But at this point, I don't even know how to analyze it at that point, because it's like
the guy
this
in the polo
ongoing-
threw a punch at one point for sure.
Oh yeah, he definitely there's in this second encounter after he is subsequently knocked down.
I got distracted by all the belly flying around.
So
There's
much.
a lot of belly.
So much.
Lot of belly.
Now, if I tell you you're fat, you're fat.
There is a pause frame that I might need to pull up.
Freeze
just for-
frame. Freeze frame.
It's like
the forward button.
the IHOP MMA steel cage match.
Yeah, the stand up freeze frame is bad. But yeah, there's a lot of questions there. Now these Cog and Dan, the two people who were not on the ground, were actually briefly arrested and detained by the Portuguese police. It is alleged, I'm not sure of this, it is alleged that Ralph had reported to the police that they had knives. And when the police found out that there were no knives involved and they did not have any knives in their possession, that they let them go. He also did allege on Twitter that Dan must have had brass knuckles or something because he got cut under his chin. Now, I watched that fight a couple times and I do not see any evidence of brass knuckles. And I think if there would have been brass knuckles involved, he would have been in a hospital with much more than a cut under his chin.
Brass knuckles, they crush facial bones. I mean, it's completely different. You don't just get a scratch under your chin.
So anyway, that's what happened. But I think the lesson for everyone to learn is if you are the type of person who someone will fly to another country to track you down and beat you up, maybe
just wait for it, legal biases. Wait for it. I'm gonna find you on the streets of Busan.
Yeah.
Maybe modify your approach. You may have some abrasiveness issues involved in that. But
I know you just go the boogie route and just start blasting.
I know people have been asking for an analysis of it, and I think we've given it. Once that first encounter is there, I see it almost as a continuous encounter until I would say the last one. And I would suggest that Dan is actually the aggressor on the last one. Ralph is backing away. Dan follows him. He ends up grabbing him and throwing him into the street, taking him down into the street. I think at that point, Ralph and Cog and Dan had initially communicated that the combat was over. They were both retreating, and then Dan went to pursue him back. So I do think on that one, I would probably find that Dan was the aggressor there. That seemed like the encounter should have been over, but on the initial one, it's a little bit it's a little bit more difficult to figure out.
Well, and frankly, just going into the street changes things, right? I mean, now there's the potential to get run over by a car. It becomes a potentially deadly force encounter. You throw someone into traffic, that's not a fist fight anymore.
Right. So
Well,
that was.
I would assume that Portugal is a continental law system, as opposed to a common law Anglo-American legal system, which, I mean, like in Korea, Korean law is based on Japanese law that's based on German law. And there essentially is no right to self-defense in Korea.
That's wild.
Yeah, mutual combat situations. So someone hits you, you hit them back, you've both committed assault on each other. That's essentially what it boils down to.
Okay.
You just take it. That's it. That's why a lot of the foreigners here, you're just told from the time you get here, if someone fights you, get out or just take it.
Yep.
Because two people fighting, two people get charged with assault. It's like,
so I did promise an explanation of what a front ass is, and I have finally found that is a front ass right there. This is not a photoshopped picture like in Spaceballs when they go through the transporter and
It looks like balls, though. I'm not going to lie.
Well, they're big though, I guess, to his credit.
Well, he carries a purse. I don't think his balls are that big.
They're ovaries.
So that's what that is.
He wears his ovaries on the
you're
outside.
Confused about the front or the back. What are we looking at here?
No, okay. So you may have seen the movie Spaceballs, and it's the spoof of like Star Wars and Star Trek combined. And when they go through the transporter, they come in and they're backwards, right? Like their head is looking, but when they look down, they see their ass. That's not what's happening here. This is actually a stomach. This is why he is called the gunt. That's what this is. That's a medical term, I'm pretty sure. I mean, from Zimbabwe, but it still is medicine. But yeah, so that's what that is. If people are ever wondering when I talk about this individual, what I'm referring to, that's that. So just for the edification and education of the chat. So that is the person who was allegedly going to fight Andy Worski, although he has now said that fight is off. Keemstar, who was the fight promoter, told him, bro, you need to learn how to fight. I could not possibly put you in a ring with any person. It just, wouldn't work. So that is that. Okay. What else is there to do? There are super chats. There are super chats. And I will be reading all of them.
Hey, if we have a minute, I'll do a quick grift.
Yes.
While we're here.
Grift away.
People may notice I changed the URL under my picture here. It now reads lawofselfdefense.com/law school. It's because we just launched a series of law school style legal classes: criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence, and constitutional law, taught at a law school level. So if people are interested in that kind of thing, you can learn more and/or sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/law school, which is not an accredited law school for purposes of complete transparency. It's just law school level instruction.
Very cool. And I know that's something that a lot of people have asked me to do something like that for years. And I was like, nah, that sounds like a lot of work. So I'm glad someone else is willing to do the actual work on it. And I know you put together a pretty professional product. So if you're interested in learning about the law, you should check it out. That's a resource that would normally cost you tons and tons of money. So go utilize it. Lots of people ask me what resources can I find on the law? And I'm always like, I don't know, go to law school, which is actually not my recommendation. I think that's a horrible condemnation to do that to someone's life. So thank you for putting that together. Okay. Someone asked me about time management. time management, what my impression of the time management between the parties were. Look, there's a bunch of stuff that's going on behind the scenes, and we got a glimpse of it today during that proffer. Johnny Depp's team ended with with several hours remaining, 4 to 5 hours remaining of time, but they had an entire expert witness that was excluded, that was meant to offer testimony about the finger. That expert witness, just as we've seen, just going through the CV of an expert witness, particularly a medical expert witness, is going to, it's going to take you 30 minutes to an hour to get through. They have so many stupid clubs and awards and things that they have done as part of their education background that they talk about it forever. So that was a big chunk. We know that the Jennifer Howell testimony was truncated down. So that deposition was supposed to be longer. In fact, about 30 minutes longer, which they forfeited the other day. So those types of things really impact it. There's no obligation also to use all of the time that you have. And if it's just going to be cumulative and bloaty and not really effective, it's not worth it. I think Johnny Depp's team ended on a very high note. And I think their handling of Amber Heard's rebuttal today was pretty well done.
I agree. It's better to be effective than lengthy.
Yeah. Not what she said.
I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
Peter says, remember that the defamatory statement was Amber Heard perpetrated a hoax. This fits her claim because it's attempting to show the statement is false. Noriaki says, didn't the iPhone X release in 2018? I have no idea on those. No, those aren't in evidence. They're not going to be, they may be considered by a nerdy juror in the ether, but that's not presented to the jury to consider. And that's the risk of the jury deliberation room, is if there's some guy who knows a lot about something that happens to come up at trial and he's really excited to talk about it, and they get in that deliberation room and he latches onto a thing. Hey guys, I actually know all about this. Let me tell you about this thing, why this couldn't work the way they said. Here's the thing. And you try to screen for stuff like that, but you never know when you get a hobbyist at something. Hobbyists are very dangerous because they can be wrong or they can be right. You never know. So that's a possibility. There's some guy who knows a lot about iPhone release dates who would bring that up in the jury room. Tracy Pierce says, can't believe Amber's legal is wasting time on this Joey Buttafuoco wannabe.
Oh, nice Buttafuoco blast. Good.
Dean K says, lol, what's the point of this? The photos were still modified. Did she give them all the pictures or only the modified? EXIF data is super easy to modify. Also, what are the chances she gave them? They gave him the originals and not backups. Well, it kind of seems like that's what happened, that they gave their expert the originals, but they gave Johnny Depp's team the backups through a Microsoft operating system in some way. Not quite sure how that happened. And maybe they did. Johnny Depp's team requested the production of the devices to recover the data. And I think they got them at like the 11th hour. And they did not get the original production of original data or something like that. But that's another one of those things that's not going before a jury. And so they have to make their arguments good or bad based on what they've got to put before the court. Edward Cullen, currently doing a master's in digital forensics. Neumeister has been doing DF since before DF was a thing. His testimony yesterday was absolutely 100%. If I'm innocent, I want him doing analysis, not this clown. See, in the world of experts, I think I had 2 different people email me about their digital forensics experience saying he left some things out. So who knows? Lawrence says, just want to say thank you for the coverage. Really looking forward to the 24-hour stream. Just checking. Do you love black people? I do. I do love black people. Very, very much. Again, I think the 24-hour stream is going to be mooted. Instead, it'll be just a full-on stream for the full day on Friday. But if they're not going into Saturday and they're going to not have dinner, then there's not going to be any point in doing the 24-hour thing. I'll set a separate 24-hour stream for either some other event or for just its own standalone event. Uncle Anko Stone says, Dr. Mommy versus Dr. Hughes. 2 psychers enter, 1 psycher leaves. May the emperor protect. RF, why is Amber getting witnesses? Well, this is her rebuttal time. and she gets to rebut limited to her counterclaim. So that's why. That one chick says, calling Dr. Karen Grifter Dr. Curry is Elaine's Freudian slip of the expert she wished she had on her team. Hashtag Team Dr. Muffins. Paragon says, almost every piece of Johnny's evidence and testimony lines up in harmony. Amber's evidence is absolutely chaotic. Dr. Hughes is a perfect example of how much a mess Amber's case is. Curry is a perfect example of how Johnny's case works. I agree. How did you guys think that that Amber's okay? So, how do you think that Amber's rebuttal witness roster, including her, went today overall? I mean,
including her, excluding her. I feel like adding her just really
both,
weighs it in
I
one
guess.
direction.
Okay, so exclude her first.
Yeah. Yeah, if you exclude her, I think it's a meh, right? But then when you add her into it, it looks really bad because once again, we have recency bias, right? So we remember the last thing, and because she is the last thing, and that was so bad, it's hard to remove that. I think, and I was watching, I had the other witnesses up, but I didn't feel compelled to get on, because I was still like, eating over here. And then she got on. I'm like, oh shit, I got to get on because this is a dumpster fire. I mean, it's that bad, and that's the last thing the jury is going to remember before they go in that room to deliberate.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think,
good.
again, this late in the trial, I think most of the jurors have to be strongly leaning one way or the other. I think if they're at all leaning towards Johnny, then her performance just reinforces that bias, right? Basically, he's accusing her of being histrionic and overreacting and making things up for attention grabbing, all this kind of stuff, hoax related stuff. And that's how she's presented. I mean, if your mind is open to that perception and anyone leaning in his direction, their mind would be open to that. Well, that's what she did on the witness stand. In the hopefully unlikely event that they were leaning in her direction, then I guess, if you're inclined to believe her, it's hard to believe that would happen, but if you're inclined to believe her, maybe her performance reinforces that. But I think really that's what it comes down to at this point. I don't think people are doing complicated analysis. They've just decided whether or not they believe one side or the other.
Yeah. And I think in this case, outside of you bringing in an expert, or some credible person to really show, if you had someone pop up with a video that they snuck in 2013 or of Amber Heard or Johnny Depp punching the other one in kind of outside of the view of public, but still in public, behind in an alley or something.
But it would have to be that kind of decisive, paradigm shattering piece of evidence, not these experts they come in who are just conflating and obfuscating and confusing. And I mean, there's nothing about the rebuttal today by the Heard team with their psychologist or that digital guy that is going to change anyone's position either way.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. You would have to have something massive to overcome, hold on. Something massive to overcome just the credibility of each witness weighed out before the jury. And if that's the case, and I think it is, I think the jury is going to be favoring Johnny Depp in this. I mean, I don't see how they go in favoring Amber Heard on just a regular look at it. Sure, you can always get an anomalous group of people, but I think if you take a slice of population and plop it in the jury room, you're going to have a big, strong majority in favor of Johnny Depp on the credibility aspect. Tank Commando says, as there are only two viable options for your 24-hour stream, I'm curious which you're choosing, Crinkle Bottom or switching to your phone and bringing us with you. As I tell my ladies, look, honey, I paid for the whole hour. Darius Harvey, thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. Wolfram says, Dr. Dawn Hughes destroyed her own credibility in her original testimony when opening with women are victims and men are perpetrators. She showed her own bias up front. She looked for victimhood in the testing. Yeah, I agree. I don't think her testimony today did her any favors. They brought us right back to that big blank box on the test. And they said it in court, and I hope the jury heard it, but this test needs to be filled out. Well, I have 80 pages or whatever. This needs to be filled out so that other people can evaluate the validity of the test. And you didn't do it.
but she knew that, right? So, I
Right.
mean, she knew she was doing this in preparation for litigation. So it's not, I mean, if you didn't know that, you could kind of understand maybe a clinician gets a little sloppy because they're not expecting anyone to be using that document for any particular purpose. But if you
Right.
know you're doing it for litigation, you know other people, opposing counsel is going to be demanding that document to use in court. It's got to be done right.
Yeah.
Or it's nonsense.
Right. It's effectively worthless if no one can look at it, look at the answers and evaluate whether or not those answers lead to that conclusion. And the fact that she wrote for prior trauma just in IPV by Johnny, which what is it? Well, all of it. But this thing is about specific instance that leads to a trauma reaction. And you didn't do it. I got to welcome someone to the stream. Here's James from court.
James
What's up,
from
James?
court.
How you doing, man?
James.
Good. It's not a long day today, which is nice. We got out pretty early, which is good. I think they ended it, I think, on a great note. I think Camille really hammered it in what she missed the last cross with Amber. So
Yeah, I think so too. What was the what's the buzz in the jury room? I mean, we saw, or in the courtroom, we saw at one point Rottenborn seemed to petition the judge to give an instruction to the gallery to shut the hell up. But it wasn't immediately apparent that there were massive sounds from the gallery on the live stream. So until he said that, I didn't think there was anything out of the ordinary going on. What was it actually like in the courtroom?
yeah, well, it had been a little loud all day. I think the excitement of, the second to last day. So during like the objections and when they're in sidebar and stuff, when they would play the white noise, there would actually be quite a lot of talking that you could hear it in the courtroom. But then especially during Camille's cross of Amber, when Amber would say something snarky or Camille would kind of catch her in a lie, the audience would groan and sometimes laugh, and it was quite loud, especially some of the rows in the back. And I think Rottenborn was just PO'd about it for sure.
Yeah. I think he would be.
and the jury was noticing. I mean, you could see the jury looking over in that direction.
No, they weren't
Oh,
really.
okay.
And
All right.
honestly, they're used to it. Like they've seen, by now they see when Johnny leaves and the entire audience stands up and waves and does heart signs, like crazy flailing their hands around at Johnny just to see him. I mean, they're very well aware.
Wait, that's the jury's in there for that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes. I feel like
Professional.
I guess he comes in first and they leave before he leaves, right? No, but
Yeah.
he'll turn around and people will stand up and no. They've seen that before, definitely.
Wild.
Yeah.
I would think the judge would really try and control for that much better.
It's not as bad. I mean, it's in the beginning it was worse because actually whenever anyone would stand, Johnny would stand up even just for the jury, everyone would stand up to see him. So they would stand up and they'd start waving. So, I mean, maybe they didn't really get a good look because the whole audience was standing. But I mean, I don't know how you can't tell that at least some people are there, doing that.
Right. So what was was there any specific jury reaction that was that caught your attention today? Because I mean, it was a short day, but I mean, there was some pretty big stuff that was happening there.
Yeah, I mean, the jury, I feel like this point has probably made up most of their minds, especially after the witnesses. But I mean, they didn't really love the cross-examination of Dr. Curry again, but that was yesterday. Oh my God, I have to go through all the
Dr. Hughes.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Hughes. They didn't love her regular testimony. They kind of blanked out here and there because she got very, I don't know, they kind of went in circles, and it wasn't keeping their attention that much through that part. But some of them, I feel like some of them are going to want to believe her just because, I mean, it is reported that's what she says, so they're going to want to take her for her word. But that's because I can't get a really good read on them anyway, so they could go the opposite direction. the orthopedic surgeon. Just remind me real quick, the witnesses. My mind is a blur.
So Depp had the doctor, the hand doctor.
Yes, and then the forensic guy, right? The data.
That was Heard's first witness, was the forensic guy. And then it was Dr. Dawn Hughes. And then it was Amber Heard. I think that was it.
Yeah, so I would say Amber's was the least effective, especially when she started to go back and forth with Camille. Camille is one of the more popular figures in the courtroom, especially to most of the jurors. They usually will watch her intently, and the juror 8 pretty much really likes her, will smile at her and stuff. It was interesting when Cross went up. I believe it was the data guy after Amber's team finished, and Cross came up. Juror 8 immediately started smiling. I don't know if she just knew what the cross was going to be, or she was just ready to hear it being shred apart, but she smiled at that part in anticipation. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I know that Larry has reported that he feels like juror 5 could be sympathetic to Amber. I do feel like while that's true, she was really disengaged at points and kind of would lean her head over. And they seem to be a little bit more engaged with the orthopedic surgeon than any of the other witnesses today. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, yeah, I'll let y'all ask more questions. Sorry.
Well, how was, you say Amber's was kind of least effective. How was her cross exam? Because I mean, from our end, it was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
From Camille. Was the jury paying extensive attention during it, or were they checked out? You said Camille's really popular, so.
Yeah, they definitely were not checked out. I think that they're wary to show direct emotion towards Amber because it could look unsympathetic to what she's trying to say. Juror 9 has no issues with raising his eyebrows at her, though, when she says things that he might find off base. Juror 8 was looking at her intently. A lot of times I think she was really reading her, trying to see look at your facial expressions, look at how you react to Camille, things like that. Because she would look at her, but it wasn't with any sort of fondness or dislike. It was more of very analytical. Juror 6 and Juror 7 were watching Camille pretty much the whole time. Another thing, Juror 5 I noticed blinked a lot yesterday and the days before at Johnny's witnesses. I don't know if that has anything to do, but she would whenever they would say something, she'd blink a couple times. This time she wasn't really doing that. She was a lot more calm. I don't know if that means anything.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's the hardest part of the jury analysis is we can observe these reactions, but you can never know what they end up meaning until we get a jury decision. And even then you don't know what particular reaction meant anything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard.
So what was your reaction to everything? How do you think the day went? What's your analysis of it as James, not as James from court jury watcher, but as James, I'm in the courtroom listening to this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think it was helpful to start off first. It was helpful to have another orthopedic surgeon to at least, if it's going to be a he said kind of thing, at least there's another he said to that side to offer a perspective that could make sense to people as to why Johnny's telling the truth. I think the fact that he was local, he's from Long Island. I'm from Long Island. I think, people in Virginia, they're pretty familiar with New York. They might be familiar with the Long Island area. So, that's maybe a little bit more helpful than I think the other guy. Where was he from? Either LA or Chicago or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But
I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought that was, he spoke well. He seemed to be, he wasn't terribly biased. He wasn't trying to say anyone is lying or not lying. He was just saying this. He really looked at it, although he wasn't the doctor that treated Johnny. So it wasn't as effective as I think if he had a nurse or a doctor that he had seen right away to say more about what the injury was at the time. Dr. Hughes, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I just don't like her. I never liked her. I didn't like her from the beginning. I don't like her attitude. I don't like the way she talks right to the jury. I don't like it feels like she's reading a script. I mean, and that's just maybe my biased opinion. I really do try to be unbiased in this whole case, but there's something about her that I did not gel with me. So having her back up, just to say more disparaging things about Dr. Curry, who I found really credible, kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because she really did come back and just say all the reasons why Dr. Curry was basically bad at her job and not qualified to give that testimony, where it's like, well, the court decided she was good enough to give that testimony, so I'm not really sure. But, and then of course,
Yeah.
Amber, which, you know, she hung herself today, so I'll say that.
Yeah, I agree with you on I agree with you about the Dr. Hughes. That's what I was getting to. My brain is broken. I agree with you about Dr. Hughes because while Dr. Curry would come up and criticize Dr. Hughes's work, she would point to the specific reasons that there was some critical thing going on. That was always the way she would do it. With Dr. Hughes, I don't feel like she ever articulated specifically what was wrong, just that it was wrong. Well, she just doesn't know how to do this. It's like, well, I mean, this is someone who's been doing this for a really long time, does this at a pretty high level. So to say they just don't know how to do it, but you're not showing me how. But then on cross of Dr. Hughes, they're showing her, you didn't fill this out. You didn't do this. I do think there was one miss from Wayne Dennison, though, today. And that was when he showed that big checklist. It was a blank checklist. And he asked her about, did you administer this to Amber Heard? She said, well, not really. It was a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
And I wanted him to probe on that because I guarantee you she filled out some of those boxes, maybe all of those boxes, without actually having a clinical sit down with Amber Heard. And that was her way of saying that. It was collaborative because she had a bunch of notes that she was going off of, which going off those notes is not the same as getting the information from the person.
Or is information right from the lawyers?
Right.
Hey, if our
exactly.
client has this or that or the other symptom, check.
Yep. It was that was my big problem. My only problem with the Depp team performance today was that and that's a minor quip. I just wanted Wayne Dennison to go in further on that. But what's up?
There were some moments, definitely, I think, with Dennison throughout the trial where people in the audience felt like, oh, he could have just went a little bit further. Or he could have, you know, asked that, really got that in there, or, you know, something that was maybe objected to, he could have went like tried harder, you know, to pull lies out of these people than he did. I think in this case, especially with Dr. Hughes, there was definitely more that could have been done because just as you said, I mean, she came after Dr. Curry basically for all of her credentials saying, oh, well, she just doesn't know, or, you know, I hate this when they did the board certified. Well, she's not board certified or this or that. When Dr. Curry kind of just made the argument, well, it's not that Dr. Hughes isn't knowledgeable. It's just that she's misrepresenting the data to make Amber look good. And I think everyone can get behind that. You know, no one, like, denigrating someone's academic expertise, especially in a court of law, doesn't get as far as saying, look, they're doing this basically just to prove a point and it's biased. You know,
right.
At least
Yeah.
for me.
No, I agree. I thought her attack was, it didn't come across well to me. Not at all.
And the jurors, I don't think like it, especially the ones who know medicine, who I think juror 9 is, and maybe, yeah, I think juror 9 knows something of medicine because he seems to be very intent on the medicine stuff and he doesn't need to take a lot of notes when they talk about medicine. Versus the other topics, he does take a lot of notes. And I think that's something like someone like him would be like, you know, look at it very specifically.
I mean, even on the cross of Curry, a lot of it was by Elaine. A lot of it was not, hey, isn't it true your analysis lacks merit for these reasons? It's, hey, isn't it true you had dinner? You had dinner with the legal team that hired you to be an expert in this case?
Right. It was, I thought it completely fell flat. The criticisms of Dr. Curry, because again, yeah, it was not on the substance of her analysis. What about the digital forensics guy? I mean, I think bringing metadata in at this point of the trial is basically worthless. I don't think anybody's paying attention, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because that was also, again, just like a he said now. But the problem is that his testimony wasn't as specific nor technical as the other one. So he kind of said a bunch of stuff and it's like, well, it could be true, but especially when they started getting into like, well, you don't really know because you didn't look at the metadata, did you? Or you didn't know because you didn't look at these other evidence pieces. So I think that kind of, that's something that's going to weigh in on them, especially when this is, it's not like she has all of these pictures and videos of things happening and it's like, well, is this a staged or is this a deep fake? It's like she has these random photos that she's really trying to make these outlandish claims based on, a photo of a bruise. And then if you have 3 photos of that bruise and it clearly looks like the photo's been enhanced visually,
Right.
these aren't stupid people. They have common sense. They all have phones. They know, they're smarter than I think what the lawyers are trying to pull over their head. You know what I mean? Especially
Well,
with that.
If they all have phones, they're clearly not Diablo players. So that's good. Sorry, that's kind of an inside internet joke.
You're talking about like
What
Diablo,
about
Blizzard Diablo?
Yeah.
No,
It
not-
was
yeah.
it was from BlizzCon. They invited this is like a year or two ago. They invited all these major Diablo streamers out to BlizzCon, and then they announced the Diablo mobile game, and all of them were just pissed. And the guy's like, "What? Don't you have phones?
Do you not have phones?"
Oh god, it was beautiful. It was
Nice.
beautiful. Okay, sorry, I'm getting too nerdy there. Okay, so one of the big moments for me today was when Camille Vasquez asked Amber Heard about the same exact photo being used to describe 2 different incidents. And was that a buzz in the courtroom? Because that seemed brutal.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those moments where you hear the snickering and the laughter. You know what I mean? Especially when
Yeah.
Amber tries to talk her way out of it. As far as the jury, they like Camille, so they're watching Camille and they're watching Amber to see how she reacts to Camille in those moments. They didn't make anything specific to say whether or not they didn't like what Amber was saying. I can only guess too as that part.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I to me, like that, if she had any credibility left, that and there was anybody willing to be swayed, that one shredded it to me, because I don't know how you can look at the fact that they entered 2 photos, 2 different crops of the same photo into evidence to explain 2 different events. That was
No
just brutal.
idea. She couldn't even remember that photo. I mean, that part was ludicrous when she's like, well, I don't know what that photo is. It's like, well, you testified in that photo. You've seen that photo. Your own lawyer showed you and you told the whole story. How do you not know what that photo is anymore? So, yeah.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate your courtroom insights. I'm going to read super chat so I can actually get them all done today. That's my goal. But do you have any kind of final thought? You're welcome to hang around through them if you want to respond to any of them. But before that, do you have any kind of final thoughts about the day that you want to share, or about anything going on right now?
Yeah, I guess just as a personal analysis, being there for the whole time. I mean, for the people watching, I'm sure a lot of them are Johnny Depp fans. I would feel very confident going forward. I think, we'll look at the cases made tomorrow, but I think especially with the jurors, even if the 2 most visibly expressive jurors are bumped out tomorrow, there are a solid 3 or 4 other ones for me that I think have shown enough of skepticism in Amber Heard's witnesses' testimonies that I think it'll be an outcome that won't be hurtful for Johnny Depp, basically. I think, personally.
Sure. Yeah, I think the key with the jury is if you have, a couple strong personalities on one side and you don't on the other side, then it's just a matter of time and attrition. So we'll see. Well, again, very much appreciate you coming on and giving that. I believe that DUI guy may be popping on still at some point. What? What? Okay. All right, lady, I'm on a show. Can you close my door? Okay, thank you. So my
yeah,
4-year-old came to tell me a story. I don't know what was going on there.
I can hop off and let you guys do the super chats unless you guys have specific questions or if the chats have super questions. But I can always come back on another time if you guys want to do like a special, like just super chats for questions of the jury or something. That's fine too.
I don't know that there's anything specific. So I don't, let me see. There's a recent one here. No, I don't have anything specific right now. So like I said, you're welcome to stay, but I know you've been super busy and this is an opportunity for you to get some food and rest. So
Yes,
I also don't want to take your time. So I really do appreciate you coming on, and I'll make sure and send you a link tomorrow if you want to pop in after closing arguments. I assume you're going to be there.
I will. Yeah, for sure. If I can get
So-
in, we'll see how it is tonight getting online. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
going to be a
appreciate it.
disaster.
Yeah, hopefully not. But all right, well, y'all have a good one, and thank you, everyone. Thanks, for everyone asking questions and keeping me going, and the support. I appreciate it.
Thanks
All right,
for
man.
doing this.
Have a good one.
See ya. You too.
Peace.
And for me, I'll bail too. It's 4 a.m. here. I get my 2 hours a night sleep that I've got for the past week, and we'll call it good.
Get
All right,
it.
thank you, gentlemen, for having me around again. And
Always
tomorrow.
a pleasure. I'll send you a link tomorrow. Closing arguments. It's the big day. So
And it's Friday. It'll be Friday night here, so I don't have to wake up Saturday. So
perfect.
I'll
And you'll
hang
never
around.
wake up Saturday.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Take care. And thanks for having me on, as always.
Of course, man. Have a good one.
All
Take
right.
care.
We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, guys.
Don't get in any fights.
Yeah, I will.
Don't
In
go to
Korea.
Portugal. Some of you are cool tomorrow. Some of you are
Come
cool.
out.
Don't go to Portugal tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, here I go with more of these questions. Jonathan Riggins, Dr. Dawn Karen Hughes, psychologist, grifter, professional Karen, is really coming off as just upset and insulted instead of providing a professional defense.
Yep, I concur.
And the other problem is that's how she started too. Her Dr. Curry went pretty hard on Dr. Hughes, but it was in response to Dr. Hughes attacking Dr. Curry's professional credibility, her qualification, her knowledge of her own craft. And so she retaliated. Dr. Hughes started off hostile, and both of her times on the stand were overtly hostile. So, I think that was a mistake. Mike, the dad Crosby says, women of the world, if you have been seeing Dr. Hughes, I urge you to find a new psychologist. She will only damage you. Michael Hagan, I feel like she's killing her credibility. She's just describing a reality with Amber that anyone who is watching this trial would not believe. Trial overall is a bad look for the APA. I tweeted out right when she said it that the least credible thing in the entire trial was Dr. Hughes's statement that Amber Heard responded in a moderate and a nuanced way. It's like no one watching believes that. No one at all. John McDevitt, the lag was happening while you were away, so not you. Yeah, I know. Quick comment. Heard's experts sound so bad because they changed their rules and beliefs to match what is needed for Heard's BS. You rock. Hey, thank you, John McDevitt. Believe me, like the lag is like the most frustrating thing on the planet because everybody wants to be helpful and they want to tell you how to fix it. But if you don't know the specific setup someone is using and all the different potential fail points, like for example, people assumed that I was getting choppy video. All of my video, both from the guests and from the video itself, was clean. My understanding was that also for you guys, the video was completely clean of the feed while the lag was going on and the audio wasn't popping. So it sounds like at that point it was between StreamYard and then the recipients, YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. And so there's not like something I can do to rectify that without completely shutting down the stream. I'm really glad it did fix itself because it's very frustrating being helpless to resolve an issue like that. Johnny Arbor 007 says, I got some jumper cables. It's not you. Spamming makes it worse. Amazing Wireless 2. Still popping. I tried to switch to Legal Bites, but she is terrible, so I'm back. For better or worse, or as Amber says, till death. Masiej Kaminsky says, I've been working through my PTSD and depression after losing my father for the past 15 years. This lady is a crook and a sham. Let's toast to all those troubled and distraught so that they can be happy. Well, I haven't had one in a while, so I guess we can do that. And I've finished this bottle of Kilkeman. So tomorrow's all Maker's Mark, baby.
Be careful. That stuff can go wrong real quick, I hear.
I will keep it away. To everybody who struggles with mental health issues, with post-traumatic stress, and with the burdens that life sometimes puts upon us, may they be lifted from your shoulders, and you find light, weight, and be fleet of foot into a profitable future. Cheers.
Salud.
Kara Hightower, do you think they will adjourn early today? Yes, that's what I predicted. Or go straight into either closing or jury instructions. They did do the jury instruction arguments, but they also adjourned early. Not sure what order they used there. So if they had the jury instructions completely hammered out, which would be hard to do before the close of evidence, they could have read the jury instructions to the jury. But I think even then they probably would have preferred to do it right before the testimony, because they got to get the jury good and bored, or the closing arguments. They got to get the jury good and bored before closing arguments. And I mean, realistically, they just want the instructions fresh in the mind of the jury as they go to listen to these things. So, but yeah, so that's, we saw how it worked out there. Raider Fankeev says, I think it's been proven numerous defense experts were unethical. I'd be inclined to think the jury discounts them all by default now. Very possible. Sazzy is elite. How much time does Amber's legal team have left? Now 0. T-Cool. According to Hurd's team theory, every dropped glass or bottle in a restaurant or bar should be a mass casualty event. Kethralkin. Dr. Hughes went up on stand with anger, outrage, and hurt feelings. Hard to ignore that, and it gets in the way of her rebuttal testimony. Siddharth Patro says, unpopular opinion, Wayne does the best cross-examinations.
Wayne Dennison?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought he mostly did a fine job. There's a few places I thought he fell short. I mean, in the moment, it can be hard to tell because you don't know if they have a strategy or if they're planning to come back from a different angle. Now, of course, everything's done. And it definitely felt like there was value left on the table from time to time.
There was one, and I can't remember who it was now. He did amazing. He just shredded the one expert, and it was great. The other ones, I think, like you said, he did a competent job, but there were avenues where could have seen more action from him. And they do have the specter of the time constraint, and that plays into things too. But there are no perfect attorneys. That's one very important thing to say. There's no perfect attorneys. Camille Vasquez, for all of the praise she's gotten, I'm still critical of her opening argument, that she held a piece of paper and read from it for her opening argument, standing in front of the jury. I thought that was a misstep. And for me, it took me a while to kind of warm back up to her performance, which ended up being exemplary through most of the trial. But again, there's no perfection here. These are people in a moving machine. Cardinal Restoration says, unfortunately, I don't think anyone can restore Amber Heard's reputation. Polish a turd and it's still a turd. Thank you for the shout out yesterday. It helped a ton. Can I get another? I restore antiques and vintage tools. Guys, that's Cardinal Restorations on YouTube. Sounds like a cool channel. Go check it out if you like seeing old things made fresh. That's good. The question is, if we sent Elaine to Cardinal Restorations, could he make her into a young woman?
That looks like a very cool channel, by the way.
Yeah. The channels where people have like a craft or a skill that they share, as long as they're shot relatively well, they're phenomenal. One of the channels that always gets recommended to me is this like Russian rug cleaning service. And they get these nasty rugs, like maggots and dirt and shit smeared into them. And then they spend, it's like a 30-minute, not a time lapse, but an edited down video of them doing this and like doing all the different steps of shampooing these things over and over. And it's like, these things get millions of views. So when people are able to share that craft and do it well, it's really enticing, because I can't do it. So I always like to see what I can't do. Christian Gabriel, one thing that is really bothering me is that the iPhone X didn't come out until 2018. How did she take pictures in 2016 with an iPhone X? You know, again, that can bother the audience. Probably won't bother the jury because it's not before them. Barry Soitoro says Dennison is catching bodies all trial long. Igor Slagathor, is there any chance to bring Dr. Curry yet again? No. Once Johnny rested, his witnesses are basically done. I mean, Amber could have called someone back who is subject to recall. That wasn't going to happen. They're not going to spend any time of their last hour calling one of Johnny's witnesses. They want to put their own, they should have wanted to put their own best case forward. I frankly think they should have given the entire hour to Amber Heard rather than calling the two experts who I think were ineffectual. I mean, if you're going to go for Amber being the last thing, they only gave her 20 minutes to do it. And it broke down, in my opinion.
It's scary, though. It has to be terrifying to put her on the witness stand.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going to call her, I should caveat that. If you're going to call her, I would have given her the whole hour, but I don't think they should have called her at all. I mean, they buried her at the front of the case. They should have left her at the front of the case. There's a reason they buried her, and they know that they did. They know they called her early so that the jury would forget who was sitting in front of them, and hopefully just remember some facts. Igor Slagathor, is there a chance? Oh, yeah. So finishing that up, when the jurors break for lunch, are they allowed to leave? They kept separated and have lunch provided for them. How about witnesses in Depp and Heard themselves? Witnesses, Depp and Heard, they can go wherever for lunch. They may be particularly limited to who they can speak with and what subjects they can speak about. But generally speaking, on lunch, they can go get lunch or wherever they want. They just have to be back in court. The jury, I would imagine there's a lunchroom with a lunch provided to the jury of some sort. That's how it's usually done. This judge did say she doesn't provide dinner, but I think the context would be that she does provide lunch, but I'm not going to get you dinner at all. So, Christina Pirosco says, don't insult our intelligence. They expect us to believe that Amber survived Dexter, Saw, Jaws, Combat, plus a pirate. She totally went on Dr. Hughes collaboration. Yeah. No, to me, I don't know if the jury thinks the same way, but I certainly think that Dr. Hughes's examination of Amber Heard was specifically to develop the narrative that she suffered these traumatic effects and that everything about it was tailored in that direction.
Yep.
Nathaniel Curry, don't worry, Nick. Unlike some, I'm Gen Z and understand tech sucks, but now that I think this could be attack by law and crime for making fun of them the other day. But it's a possibility, I suppose. Brian Bannock, Nick, turn off the lag feature. I'm an IT expert. Love Mystery Law Theater 4000. This is Ultra Mega Country. We need Nate for that, really. Wombat Mommy says maybe the bandwidth can't handle all the lies. That's good. Skeleton says, so since it's roboting on our end, but not yours, will the end upload sound like a robot since that's what's coming through on your end, or will it be smooth? I don't know. If it's bad, will you be re-uploading the stream so it's viewable? I have no idea. I don't normally check. I'll have to find out. I don't know how that ends up working. It really does depend on where the issue lies. Next. Oh boy. Just a second. There are many of these to go, just so everyone's aware. I will be here for a while, but I will be here. Here we go. Perfect. This is right where I left off. Sometimes that's hard to find. Next, we've got John McDevitt. The lag was happening while you were away. Wait, I read that one. Okay, weird. Because that's out of order now. Amazing Wireless 2, still popping. I tried to say, no, I read that one. What the hell? Sorry, it rearranged some of the order on these. Walter Deadman says, delete System 32 and Kurt Russell your computer like you did in The Thing. It should work better than before. Exedra, hope you've had a great day, Nick, and the crew. Dad's birthday was coming up, so I wanted to ask if you had any suggestions for single malt whiskeys, also any obscure ones that people should know of. Exedra, if you're still there, email me in giant caps like whiskey recommendation with your price range ideas. The world of whiskey is so broad. At a very basic level, if you're talking $100 whiskey, Angel's Envy finished rye is one of the best $100 whiskeys you can find. Since it's a gift for your dad, I'm going to guess $100 plus. If you want to get to like $200 whiskeys, Dalmore Cigar Malt is a fantastic whiskey that I would strongly recommend. If you want to go to $300 whiskeys, you would. My favorite is these. The Kentucky Owl Last Batch Rye. In my opinion, this is the best bottle of liquor that you can buy. They're about $3.25 if you can find them. Problem is, they're the last batch. They're hard to find. And if you want to go above that, I mean, you can really go anywhere. But that's my 100, 200, 300 recommendation. If your price range is something different, please send me an email, and I'll be happy to recommend some different ones. Theodore Hochstetler says the audio issue is definitely on the viewer's end. A section cut out where Branca lived, and then I skipped back and I could hear him, so it's definitely not on you. Pirate Grace, Hughes versus Curry testimony about how they interacted with Amber Heard is a classic example of what can happen to therapists dealing with BPD clients. Curry controlled Amber Heard. Amber Heard controlled Hughes. Why a borderline personality is risky for a psychologist too. That's interesting. Brian Alleman, I proposed to my wife in Rocky Mountain, NP, and on the trip she wanted to stay at the Stanley. In Colorado
Estes
there.
Park. Yep.
Yeah, she had never seen The Shining and didn't understand why I was against it. The TCS in the room play The Shining on a 24-hour loop. Oh, the TVs in the room play The Shining on a 24-hour loop. That's great. That's fantastic. I don't know that I've been to Estes Park. I've been to Winter Park, and Granby. My favorite place is still Pagosa Springs, Colorado. That's the best for me.
It's nice. Go over Wolf Creek Pass. You get into Durango on the Animas River there. You can take the railroad up to Silverton.
Silver Creek or
Yeah,
Silverton.
and that road up from Durango up to Ouray North is unbelievable. One of the most fantastic. Well, I guess it's fun on the car too. I've only ever been on it on a motorcycle, but it's a fantastic road. $1 Million highway, they call it.
We took our son on a train.
Yeah, the train goes from Durango up to Silverton.
Yeah, that was fun. If you have a kid, it's a fun thing to do. He was really young when we
And it's
did
a real like steam type locomotive deal.
Yeah. But it's a beautiful ride. And they have these big like panoramic glass windows on the train, so you can see all the scenery. It's great. Alexis,
the hotel where I got assaulted by the old lady was in Durango, not far from that train station.
Sounds like Durango. I almost got stuck in Durango in a nasty blizzard. We were staying in Pagosa, and people were like, "Should we stay in Durango?" I'm like, "No, my room in Pagosa is like $500 a night. I'm going back there."
Yeah. No, that
wanna be in-
pass between Durango and Pagosa Springs, Wolf Creek Pass. I've gotten caught in snow on there on the motorcycle like the last weekend of May. I mean, just before June, you can still get snow there. It's 12,000 feet, maybe higher.
Yeah, it's for reference to everybody. That was before you're like, whoa, expensive hotel. I was staying at my favorite place on earth. We had 3 days there. It was it's the Springs Resort in Pagosa Springs, Colorado. I would highly recommend staying there. You don't have to stay in the really expensive rooms. They have just regular expensive rooms. I think they start at like $200 a night. But the benefit is the Colorado River runs right in front of the hotel, and right alongside the like cliff edge of the Colorado River is they funnel the hot spring water into a bunch of the tubs. And it is this like if you go in April or October, it's like the most serene setting. Go there in the middle of the night. You can go 24 hours, go down there at like 1, 2 in the morning and just sit over the Colorado River where it's 30 degrees out, but you're in a 105-degree pool, just chilling. That's my heaven. So I haven't been there in years. Alexis Rivera says, thanks for the live coverage, Nick. I've been around since Vic, and I've been loving your live coverage streams since Rittenhouse. Comparing Rihanna versus Amber's bruises in their stories shows how much BS Amber peddles. Yeah, Rihanna got beat. Christy Mack got beat really bad by War Machine. And again, when you see the difference in what abuse looks like, and it's stunning. It's stunning. Matt Nolas says, have you tried the Elon tech support method? Date Amber Heard, then buy out StreamYard and fire everyone. Couldn't be worse, right? The Gerard Garvin, Nick's crying is more convincing than Amber Heard's. Usually. Brittany says, hi, Nick. All of us at the office have been loving your streams thus far. I had a thought that someone has probably already said, but just in case, Amber really gives off lazy Gone Girl energy. Yes. Yes, she does. I've never read Gone Girl, but my understanding of the work is that she is consistent with it. Anton Shutter says, to my fellow Kiwi, I work 12-hour nights, so I get to listen to this at work and sleep during the day. So get wrecked, sucker. Weekend Warrior says, in Gilgamesh voice, FICA? I don't know what Gilgamesh voice is. Sorry. Geyser Gestalt, Amber is talking about harassment and trauma, putting on a wavering voice, but a little while ago she was smirking and having a good time, looking directly into the camera, breaking the fourth wall, creeping us all out. That was such a misplay by her when she's like, people say I'm smirking in court and I'm not smirking. It's like, lady, everybody's been watching you for 6 weeks. You're absolutely smirking through the whole thing. It's particularly today and yesterday. Tons
They
of
just forget the
smirking.
camera's there.
Yep. Yep. It was bad. That was such a miss. Fire Sky 15 says, I checked one of the other streams with like 800,000 viewers. The chat was like fake. Oh, that would have been Law and Crime. They got over 1.2 million viewers today. Concurrent, which is insane. Palmyra Productions. I have a right to be an American to bash those who think they are free from me. I am an American who will sue you into eternity. There you go. Sounds good. Raz says, it's insane. She goes from crying for 10 minutes straight without a single tear, then boom, back to no emotion in her face. Can we say psychopath? No, just actress. I mean, not a great one. Julie Wilson says, verdict date prediction, gentlemen. Do you think this goes? I think it goes to Tuesday. I don't think it comes back Friday with no dinner.
No, that would be quick. I mean, I think this is the closing, with the breaks and the lunch, and it'll be all day, close to the end of the day. That they might have an hour or two to come. I don't see it.
Yeah, I
mean,
it
it would
think
be nice, but
right. They've got, again, we went through this earlier, but they're starting at 9. They've got jury instructions. That's going to go till 10. Then they'll start closing arguments, 2 hour. It'll be an hour. They'll have a mid-morning break. Then it'll be another hour. And then it'll be lunch. So you've got 2 hours and 15 minutes. You're already halfway through the day. Then you got 2 more hours with a mid-afternoon break. And then it's going to go to the jury. So, I mean, you're already talking about being at 3 to 4 o'clock at the earliest that they're done. And that's assuming there's not too much tomfoolery going around. So they're not, and there's no dinner. So they're going to deliberate from 4 to 6, 7, maybe. And then they're going to go back to their hotels and, or homes, or where, if they're not sequestered, there's no way they're getting a verdict on Friday.
Friday, 4 o'clock. How many people who are not subject to this terrible process as jurors they're already checked out for the week. And they know that, there's going to be no dinner. They know they're not going to have any reasonable expectation of actually arriving at a verdict within the next hour or two. They're just going to wrap up and go home. we'll deal with it next week.
Yeah, and they have Memorial Day off, so they're going to have Friday, Saturday, and Saturday, Sunday, and Memorial Day, and then come back on Tuesday. And I think I would say though that Tuesday is a possible outcome. I think Tuesday there is a verdict potential, because I just don't see there being too much room for significant disagreement. I think you're either on one team or the other. And I think the personalities are going to, on the majority team, are going to bully the other one out. Is the way I think it's going to go.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're in for a really long haul until the judge decides it's a hung jury. I mean, that's how that would go.
I just can't believe a sole juror really holding out for any meaningful period of time. This is not a case where someone could be unjustly sentenced to prison for the rest of their life. This is millionaires arguing about millions.
Right. I think they either go, this person wins, that person wins, or both these assholes lose. And that's where it ends up. QB says, can we confirm if Runkle's tie is made from mithril? It is. I threw a spear at it and it stopped the spear. Trent Thoreau says, Camille's phone goes off. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. Cute ZZ Top twirling guitars. Ralph T. Whitney looks like the unfun version of Juge Squad. Shannon says, Whitney Hurd looks like Marla Hooch from A League of Their Own. Jamie Moodley, didn't Hirohei drunkenly pull a gun in your first call-in show? He did. He and his friends were so hammered. And then all of a sudden they're like, want to see my gun? And I'm like, put that shit away. Get it away from you. You guys are destroyed. It was awful. That was also maybe a crime, maybe a criminal act. Shade Chaser says, Amber seemed very hysteric, exaggerated, and not nuanced. Right after the doc said she was the exact opposite. Side note, will admitting to watching multiple lawyers on YouTube instantly get me dismissed from jury duty? It very possibly could. Very possibly could. You could try it. Jacob says, I want to thank you and your panel for making my current job bearable. Listening to you all doing debugging and triaging bug reports is the only thing that's keeping me awake. Dark Van 20, someone needs to mix Amber Heard testimony with Jaws movie where the boat captains reminisce about shark eyes. Talent's here. As soon as Amber completed her scene, she became as serene as a Hindu cow. It's almost as though she can produce or suppress emotions on command. Yeah, it did be like that. Next, Waffles. Here we go. Just wanted to say I've been listening every day of this trial. Started back in the Vic days, and it's been awesome. It's really helped me while I work, and you've been amazing. Can we get more than one page of unbreaded during the 24-hour stream? Thanks. Well, again, the 24-hour stream is likely not going to happen because of the way the judges laid out the jury expectations. So with that, probably not. But when I do a 24-hour stream, I'll think about it. Fire Sky. Oh, wait. Time Walker Terragor says, hey, man, I want to send you a book written by a friend. It's based on Romanian mythology. Where can I find your P.O. Box information? It's at the bottom of every live streams, including this one. It's P.O. Box 97. Just scroll down the description and you'll find it. Fire Sky 15, I can feel the rage off of Camille. Yeah. And I think that honestly told a story. Rottenborn got indignant with Johnny Depp, but it didn't feel passionate to me. I don't know. Did you read anything into that?
No, not really. I mean, he tried to, he wanted to shove him around, but they have such limited facts to work with.
Yeah.
That I think it was just too difficult to get any traction there. I mean, hopefully, you hope Johnny Depp will have some kind of angry outburst. That would be awesome. But I just don't. I mean, I guess it's one of the reasons I seem to be biased in favor of Depp here on the law and the evidence is I just don't see that in Depp's character. I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Yeah. And whereas Camille, they, in my opinion, properly treated Amber Heard on the stand. They approached Amber Heard as someone who is cheapening domestic violence by lying about it for her personal gain and for the destruction of her enemy. And they had a woman do it, which is the only way you can really do it.
And I would have pushed that part harder, to be honest. I would have said, you agree that there are victims of domestic violence in America, right? Thousands, tens of thousands of them. Yeah, of course I do. And you think it hurts their cause to have a hoax run.
Yeah, that would have been
Objection,
good.
Your Honor. Doesn't matter.
It's within the scope. I mean, that's the defamation allegation that Amber Heard brought. And again,
I would
another
have made that clear. I mean, make it
Yeah.
explicit. So it's not just that Amber's lying for her own personal advantage. She's damaging genuinely harmed women in the process.
Miss Heard, are you aware you're aware that there are women out there who makeup can't cover their bruises,
Right?
Who there is no way to clear up a cut.
I mean, think
those-
about that poor guy in Portugal.
Yeah, because those cuts are real. Those bruises exist, don't they? I could see that. Put a stamp on it a little bit more. Little J, Camille should be banned under the Geneva Convention. That woman is a weapon of mass destruction. And she came out with fire, though. And that was, again, my opinion, that's the proper approach. You always have to be careful with a victim of domestic violence, but this isn't about being a domestic violence victim. This is about lying about it. And if your team isn't postured properly to convey to the jury, this is a liar who can't be trusted, and that what she's doing is awful, and you come across overly sympathetic to their pain, then they seem like a victim at that point, and that doesn't make sense.
This is not a criminal case where you're trying to mitigate, you're conceding there was domestic violence, but maybe it wasn't at a felony level, right? Maybe it was just misdemeanor at the worst. And we understand you were harmed. That's a terrible thing, but it wasn't really as bad as you're saying. They're just denying it outright. I never committed domestic violence on this person, in which case it's a complete hoax and a fraud. Right.
Devil's advocate, today's favorite seeming inconsistency. Amber, when earlier asked about leaking to TMZ, I don't even know how to do that. Also, Amber, I could have leaked it much more efficiently. That was good. Yeah, I would have done it so much better. And I tend to find that to be the liar's tell. If I would have done it, I would have done it in this better way than whatever dummy did this. It's like, well, yeah, but if you did it in the ultra sophisticated, super cool way, it would have been more obvious that it was you.
It's a typical narcissist personality because they think they're, excellent and superior to everybody. They're not, of course. So their actual conduct tends to be half-assed a lot of the time. And then when they do a half-assed lie and they get caught, they say, well, it couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been me because that's a half-assed lie and I'm excellent.
Yeah. Drew Addison, legal vices. Have you heard of tobacco blend called Yorkshire? I'm new to pipe smoking and don't know if they're standard. If not, check out the Briary. Their blends are on tobacco reviews, and I could use new tobacco suggestions. Oh, sorry, he is gone. He's dead, and by dead I mean sleeping. Pirate Tomsky, Camille didn't need a bottle to screw Amber Heard. Erica Johnson, shout out to Sean at speedyjoe.designs on TikTok, who has never let his muscular dystrophy stand in the way of his dreams. So proud of the work he's done and want him to know I'll continue to love and support him. Hey, very cool. To speedyjoe.designs on TikTok. Big shout out to him. Nicole Newbie, why would she hide the bruise with makeup after displaying it and not being with Johnny anymore? I could be wrong, but I think people usually hide bruises with makeup to protect the abuser. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, well, the idea that she was hiding bruises is nonsensical. The injuries that she described were not normally hideable. And yeah, I don't buy it. Justin Wright, total Armageddon, go Vasquez, go. Systems curmudgeon. Amber Heard didn't have PTSD coming into court today, but she will have it coming out. Darius Harvey, she's getting destroyed. Lol. Kenton Riggs, Biden just issued an executive order banning massacres on court TV, the Camille order. Axios, Adeptus Sororitas interrogates Cinch's least deceptive cultist live. Trashbot, Miss Heard, corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's the same picture. Timothy Reaper, if anyone calls in from the court, ask if they need a change of pants. CS, what bothers me was that Amber never said she has missed all this time with her 1-year-old that she will never get back because of this trial. This is a really big problem. Moms will notice. But they're going to microwave her baby. She said that.
Is that the only way she ever referenced her baby was the microwave thing? Isn't that weird?
Yes. Yeah. You know, you could throw in a story like when I go, I've suffered so much at the hands of Johnny Depp's lies that when I go
Do
to
we
the
know if the
store,
baby's a male or a female?
I don't know. It's only like one.
But I mean, if I were her, I would have said, listen, it's not just me. I don't want any women. My own daughter, I don't want her to be subject to this kind of domestic violence. That's why I was standing up.
Right. But I mean, also like when she's describing how bad the defamation against her is for her counterclaim, when I go to the store with my baby, I get hate in public while I'm with my baby.
Right.
I'm in fear that someone will attack me and take or harm my child while I'm out, while I'm just out and about. She didn't say anything about it at all. Draven Loki, after this case, if Johnny wins, Brown Rudnick is going to need to be renamed to Brown Rudnick and Vasquez. After this amazing work from her, she deserves to be a named partner. I think she deserves to be a named partner even if they lose, frankly. Charles
Partner,
Lee
sure.
started late. Herd's computer expert looks like a dollar store Jimmy Kimmel. Kind of. David
I mean,
Wood,
look kind of like the guy you bring your iPad to when your kids run over it with their bicycle and crack the screen.
right. David Woodmansey. How in God's name could her attorneys not see the two pictures were the same thing? Are they that inept? Again, I read this one earlier, but I want to reiterate. I think they were that deft. I think they got it in and most people didn't notice. Is my theory. Mike the Dad Crosby says, proud deplorable, proud ultra MAGA, proud whatever Amber Heard is claiming I am as a Johnny Depp supporter. Next, we've got Rocket Surgeon. Camille should have doubled down the moment after the moment Amber said that she wrote the op-ed because of Johnny. Like, didn't you just say this wasn't about Johnny? Again, I never saw that as that big of an issue. The idea that it was about Johnny Depp seemed clear. It was more about the technical argument. There was no way they were going to come into court and try and make the argument that it was about anyone other than Johnny Depp. That would have been case suicide. And I don't think they ever made that argument. They just made the argument that a third party should be able to identify, a reasonable third party should be able to identify from the text alone who they were referring to without special knowledge.
I mean, who is the other powerful man it would be?
Right. The other powerful man 2 years ago with a domestic violence restraining order. I mean, it's only going to be Johnny Depp. Billy the Kid Lawrence checked out Tug's tweet about the house / the phone in Australia. Let's see, where are we? Yehor Ushgalo. What's the most likely outcome of this trial in your opinion? I think both claims will fail.
Well, that's a win for Depp.
Yeah. I mean, legally, I think that is the most likely outcome on a purely legal thing. But I feel like Depp has a possibility of winning, which is weird to say because at the beginning of the trial, I didn't think so. Just because of the nature of the claims. Siddharth Petro says, question to all, what percentage in favor of Johnny winning? I mean, percentages on juries are meaningless, but I'll say a 75%. There you go. Joe the Great. What, if anything, will you do in exchange of my $2 million pledge? And why is it shouting out my Twitch where I play DBD, do magic, and make balloon animals like cats? Guys, check out Joe the Great, where the A is a 4 on Twitch. Give it a shot. Das Pooch. Another quick side note about the fake crier's testimony today. She stated openly, that's why I wrote the op-ed. Lamau. Adam Downs. I was in the Navy on a flight deck when the wire that catches the plane snapped while trying to arrest a plane on full throttle, cutting through a helicopter and through the legs of a couple people. Shit. That'd be scary. Dusty Storm, pediatric burn nurse here. We have some stories. Oh, that is the worst. Man, the kids burn unit that's, I think, one of the hardest places to be on earth. Nut Chorus, imminent movie. Honey, I microwaved the kid. Just me. I had all my fingers. Oh, wait, I read that one. Berry cream, yes, please. Hey, Legal Vices, what's the name of the blue bottle of liquor you had? Maggie, my husband is a physician, and now when he hears someone has died, his first thought is always, really? How? Tony Bettis, you can throw an object sideways, don't have to throw overhand or underhand. But I mean, I don't think it matters in any case with the Amber Heard if she's throwing. By the way, she's likely throwing a bottle overhand. That's the regular. She's not a baseball pitcher who does a sidearm style. To my knowledge, I mean, maybe she is. It's possible she did a thing with a bottle that's kind of a weird motion, sloshy liquid in there, but certainly possible. But either way, it's going to come at a sideways angle to the finger, relative to the finger, and not a downward angle. They kept hitting on that downward angle, and it's like, but why would it come down unless she's dropping it or throwing it downwards? Neon Nightmare says, since nobody knew who Amber was before this trial, constitute her 15 minutes. Yes. Sam Curry, does Johnny wish weren't there if never been have before felt Amber Heard? Seems if as not, wish were well. Denver Airport, Luis Jimenez. I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. I don't understand that text. The Real Seanster says, even though the jurors are instructed not to do any outside research, don't they see the crowds of people surrounding the streets of the courtroom standing for Depp? Do you think the jurors have a special exit? I think the jurors do have a special exit. They don't want them photographed as they leave the court. They may be ushered out at a separate time. They may clear the people around the exits for the jurors to leave. We don't really know. Jacob Laffoon says, did anybody else catch themselves audibly mocking Amber Heard's testimony with a ghostly boo when she tried to cry? It's okay if it was just me. Ryan Callender, what kind of perjury issues could she face, if any? Again, the
in theory or in practice? In practice, nothing.
In practice, none. In theory, I mean, she submitted evidence that was clearly not from a particular thing. She had to know the evidence is not from a particular thing because she testified that it was for a different particular thing and then testified it was for that one. The hard part about proving out that case is which one's the lie. How do you prove which lie she made? Well, I knew one of them was right. But which
it's
one?
always, I must have misunderstood the question, or I really meant this, or I misspoke, or.
Yeah. Christina, thanks for your hard work. Been watching you since manana. Shout out to Legal Mindset and Vices watching this trial live from Tokyo. My sleep is completely effed. Hope everyone gets good rest after. Man, I want to go to Japan and just eat ramen every single day, like 2 to 3 meals a day, and try all
it's
of
easy
them.
to do. Have you been there before?
No.
So I've only really been in Tokyo, but they have like whole shopping malls that are underground and levels of floors and floors and floors of them. I mean, the subway system goes down like 15 or 20 floors, something ridiculous. But you go to the malls and they all have these little tiny, it's almost like a booth, but everyone's a ramen restaurant that's 10 feet across with a couple little tables, and everyone has a slightly different ramen recipe. So you could probably spend years eating ramen and never have precisely the same ramen dish twice.
That's I want to go and just do that. And then I want to take a brief trip to Kobe and buy like the most absurdly overpriced steak I can get just for fun. Then I don't care what else I do for the rest of the trip, frankly. So I'll probably let, Lady Rackets decide what else to do. I assume it will involve a spa of some sort. Iric the Red says, Branca on a Pipkin stream would be similar to Gary Busey hosting Sesame Street. Weaponized Autism says, Dad was a firefighter working cleanup at an accident. A drunk guy walked onto the highway and was hit by a semi. When they found his head, the cop began to laugh and said, I'm not reporting that I found his head on the shoulder. David Kingsley says, Team Depp should have hired a ballistics expert to testify about the likely trajectories of the bottle that cut his finger off. Ballistics apply to any projectile, whether fired, thrown, or kicked. I don't think they needed to. I think that's getting way, way into the weeds. And again, the jury understands that if Amber Heard is standing 10, 15 feet away, that the bottle being thrown comes from about 5'10" at a slightly downward angle until it hits the bar, which is at about probably 4'2" or something. I don't know what the measurement of bars is that's standard in Australia, but they know what it looks like because it's intuitively obvious. She wasn't standing on a ladder. She wasn't throwing it from another room. It wasn't an alleged like lob or something for them to nitpick around. The jurors know exactly what happened because they've seen anything thrown ever. Tyleris, we might get to see Amber cry for real when the jury comes back. We know she can't fake cry, but I'm also questioning if she can real cry. Mr. Shado says, I just saw pictures of this Virginia courtroom. It's a beautiful building and trial space. Do you slick lawyer types ever appreciate the architecture of the courtrooms on which you do battle?
Well, they're not all the same. I mean,
only
some
federal
of them,
court.
some of them are not at all.
Yeah. Like, I do the state court, the county courthouse here that's close to me is unassuming, semi-modern building. There's no particular architecture to it. Sterile 1970s hallways.
Yep.
And then you go into the courtrooms and there's basic woodwork. It's not like ornate and everything's just there. And there's some tables and microphones. However, there's a town about 25 minutes away that I sometimes have to go to practice. And there, the courtroom's a really old building. And I really enjoy going there because it's this old building, but inside it sucks. But outside it's this really old, nice, cool looking building. But then when you go to like Minneapolis to the domestic violence court or whatever, it's just in a huge building. It's just a floor or whatever. So it's, they're all different, but the federal courthouses usually are where you can go appreciate some nice
Pretty
architecture.
posh. Yeah.
Yeah. Caleb Funk says, little behind, but legal vices. My man, not only a Utahn, but from Logan too. Any chance you miss our fair homeland? Have they got cool mountains out there too? I don't know if they do have some mountains in Korea.
For sure. We fought in them.
Yeah. Dying 90s kid says, hey guys, I just woke up 1:30 p.m. What have I missed so far? By the way, started watching your stream at work due to a coworker and I love it. PPS, since Turd knows she is losing, can she forfeit or dismiss herself?
Nope.
No, not unless Johnny settled with her. That would be it. And the judge would have to approve the settlement. So that would be the trouble there. Lieutenant Heavy Metal. In all seriousness, Nick, bless you, your family, and your guests for all the no BS approach to bringing real commentary to the trials and subjects you cover. Cheers. Hey, thank you. Drew
Folks,
Bola.
I am not a vet. I did not fight in the Korean War. I said we, America, not me personally.
My grandfather single-handedly ended the Korean War. He was an army musician. He showed up there and then it was over. It was amazing. So much credit to him. Drew Bolak says, I'm a little over 2 hours behind and you'll be reading this later anyhow, but why wasn't the question, did you still own the copyright for the video that you filmed? When did you sell or give up the rights? Because the objection calls for a legal conclusion. She's not a copyright expert. She would just say, I don't know any of that. The implication is enough. Legal TMZ is a litigious company that is deeply concerned about their copyright rights, and they're very, very careful about them. The idea that they would just willy-nilly grab a video of a celebrity from an unnamed source and publish it as their own copyright is absolute nonsense. If they did it, they'd be sued into the dirt 9 times out of 10. And to try and sell somebody this is the one time that they didn't do that is wrong. Either it was transferred to them expressly, probably in writing, or it was sold to them expressly, probably in writing. Those are the two options. And the only person who can do it, and they know this, is Amber Heard. It doesn't matter if she knows this or not. Right. TMZ does know this and would not air something that they don't have the copyright to because of the risk that they would have. A Great US says, for you lazy shyster bigot, what do you feel Johnny Depp deserves in money reward? Anonymous poll. There's a pull there. Honorable Mr.
Deserves?
Bronco.
I mean, probably the 50 million is low.
The starting point to what he
Yeah.
deserves. Yeah. I mean, his career was undeniably damaged greater than 50 million, because though they testified he had a $22 million deal on Pirates, on all of the Pirates movies after the first one, he had a lower starting salary. I think it started around 12 million and migrated up to the 20s, and then took a bigger residual on the back end. And in the past 3 Pirates movies, he cleared $45 million per movie. So just from Pirates 6 alone, we can infer he stood to make $30 to $50 million. Even if it tanks, he's going to make $30 to $50 million.
And he
Plus,
had the Harry Potter thing.
He got
right?
paid for the Harry Potter thing. So
Right, but that would have been a sequence of films as well.
Right. Yes. Because it's a franchise film, and he likely would have been in the next one. So yeah, I mean, the actual like real world damage he suffered is well in excess of 50 million. Legal damages that you can prove under the legal scrutiny required, 50 million is it's a hard verdict to reach, because even if you take, well, he lost 22 million from Pirates, it's like, okay, that's 22 million. Show me the next 28. He's like, well, is kind of these other engagements, but they didn't really prove those out. And I don't think they need to, because I don't think they expect a $50 million verdict, and it's effectively unenforceable against Amber because she can't pay it. So whether he gets awarded $5 million or $50 million, he's going to get the same amount of money.
Yeah. Or a dollar. Frankly, it doesn't matter what he's awarded.
Right. Because if he wins at all, then he gets a movie deal. He's paid more than Amber will ever pay him. So That's it. Honorable Mr. Branca of heart many of your burns, e.g. Golden Corral LLC logo, 5 out of 5 stars. Ricada Law, bless your sharp legal mind, and glad you were humble in sharing with the world. Bless your family. Hey, thank you.
Man, the audience remembers burns I've long forgotten about.
I made fun of a fat chick on Tuesday, every Tuesday. Matthew Perkins, any update on yesterday's Gunt Stomp? Also, does bragging about making large sums of money, can that jack up your child support responsibilities, or they only consider officially reported income? Oh, no. If you're making public representations about how much you make, the other party absolutely will and should be grabbing those public representations and bringing them into a child support court. And then you get the honor of showing why you lied in public, and you get to tell the court that you're a liar. That's a great way to go about it.
And the court is going to be so unsympathetic. It's unbelievable, because the court doesn't care about you at all. I mean, their only interest, to the extent they have one, is the child.
Yep. And so the starting point, I mentioned that his fiance and baby were in the States, but he has another baby in a different state. And he's talking about going for full custody now because they demanded $1,100 a month in child support. And he's like, I'm not going to pay that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, you represented to the court of Virginia in your criminal case under oath that you make $70,000 a year. So now they have that number under oath, but you represent online that you make a lot more than that. Talking about $1,200, $1,300 a day when he does his shows. So if he's representing $1,200 to $1,300 a day, and he does, 200 shows a year or 200 days out of the year, that's $250,000 or $250,000 that he'll have to account for. And I would not make those representations if you have a child support risk.
And who is that?
That's Ethan Ralph, the guy who got beat
Oh,
up
that
in
guy.
Portugal.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah. Can you tell us what was left out of closing that's damaging to Johnny Depp? Well, closing hasn't happened yet. I don't know of anything we know that's particularly excluded that's super damaging. Wendy or Jennifer Howell's testimony refuting Whitney Heard's staircase story would have been nice. That was supposed to be in evidence. The flight attendant vanished. They were going to call the flight attendant. That disappeared. So we don't know what happened there. I think that flight attendant would have been powerful testimony, but Camille dealt with that on cross. You lied about it. You lied about this. You lied and just Amber had no way to really recover other than to just say, no, I didn't,
Right.
which she was saying to all of the other lies that were there. So it was kind of couched in. But, you know, I don't know what else is left out on close. Bladed Cloud as Richards. Can you do a brief summary of closing arguments as Johnny Depp's lawyers? Your Honor, members of the jury, we're here for one reason. This hag's a liar. It's obvious she's a liar. She lied about everything. Hocus pocus, this bitch is out of focus, just like her pictures. And I think we can call that case closed, Your Honor. There you go. There's a summary. Matthew Dombrowski says, thanks for not getting into the drama. That's why I keep coming back to this channel. Like, YouTube is my job and business. And just like in any job or business that you or I have ever been in, the last thing you want to do is go into work and hear drama, right? Like everything you want to do is just, you want to go do your work, the thing that you're either good at, you have fun doing, or the thing that pays the bills. That's what you want to do. Dealing with anything else makes me want to die. So I do not want to engage in it at all. Comfortably Numb says, Marley says hi to her husband listening to Ricada at work. He's a big fan. Also, does the jury need to be unanimous in their decision? Yes, they do. Jeremiah Lutz is a combat vet with PTSD. I'm curious, how did Amber make it through 6 weeks of trial, reliving past trauma without a panic attack if her PTSD is so bad? Yeah, I mean, again, she don't crack. Apparently she's the most stone cold stoic PTSD survivor with legitimate life interference. Because that's the measure of a lot of these diagnoses, to my understanding, and particularly when it comes to court, when you've raised your mental impairment as a state or as a part of the claim, because she's suing for $100 million for defamation, but part of her damages claim is her mental anguish and health. You have to show impairment in your daily life. You have to show the inability to do a thing you would otherwise do. What is she not able to do? Everything she testified to, she goes to the gym. She's a level 3 wine sommelier, which she got after the PTSD. She does engagements publicly. The only thing she's not able to do is shoot movies because no one wants to hire her. But in fact, she did shoot Aquaman. So there goes that too. And they brought no testimony from a single other actor from Aquaman or Aquaman 2 to corroborate the fact that she has all of these rules and breakdowns. Seems like it would have been pretty simple to get someone. Yeah. Because a personal
Is it exceptionally hard to work with Miss Heard in her combat sequences in these movies because the special rules you have to have in place for PTSD? Nobody like that testified. If they had that person would have testified.
And in a production as big as Aquaman or Aquaman 2, not only will there be someone with that testimony, there will be a staff person assigned to Miss Heard as like a violence coach, as a traumatic stress aid to help the other actors work around these rules. There will be a person, whatever their title will be, assistant or second assistant to Miss Heard or whatever. This is a movie that costs $300 million to make. There's 60 grand for some guy to sit, or some guy, or more likely a woman, to go help her co-actors navigate these rules. They could have brought that person in, except they don't exist. It's frankly ludicrous. Lee S., hoping you can mention my YouTube, Just a Guy with a TBI. It's about myself living life with a traumatic injury and some symptoms that come with it, trying to help teach people about injuries that cannot always be seen. Okay, there you go, guys. Just a Guy with a TBI, traumatic brain injury. On YouTube, you can check it out and see what life is like. Not One of Us says, Nick, check your Twitter DMs. I sent you a 4-minute clip from Pippa's stream where she checks out Branka's site.
Why would a cartoon character on YouTube check out my site?
Someone probably sent her a super chat.
How funny.
Let's see. Shit, who sent that? I'll check to see if I can find it. The problem
I will
is,
mention in passing, just a short while ago, I mentioned the new thing we're doing, these law school level courses at Law Self-Defense. I should mention the first 10 students who sign up get 50% off the normal price because we want to get that first 10 to kind of lock in that everything's moving forward. 4 of those seats are gone, folks, already, just in the last 40 minutes. So if you're at all interested and are interested in saving quite a bit of money, you might want to take a look sooner rather than later.
Well, there you go. Okay, so here you go. Here, let's see how she roasts you.
Okay, so what is this?
Oh my God.
This is
Carry a gun so you're.
what the hell? Come on.
More lagging.
Okay, so what is this?
We were 12 seconds in. Oh, jeez.
Carry a gun so you're hard to kill, know the law so you're hard to convict. I've heard that. He has commercials, doesn't he? I think this good. Unless he stole this slogan from somebody else. I know for a fact I've heard this.
Yeah, that's me.
Fact I've heard this. He's been on the racket. Maybe that's where I don't know.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard that slogan. Our mission, make you hard to convict. Let's face it, the world isn't always nice. That's why you take steps to protect yourself and your family. But if you're like most people, your preparations still lack a critical element. You need to know how to survive the fight that looms after.
I'll need to send her a book.
Information.
I guess maybe a graphic novel version of the law of self-defense.
Oh, you should do one. Sell 1,000,000 copies.
Jimmy doesn't even want to know. The free book thing is legit. Got a copy a couple months ago. Branca is a recurring.
Oh, nice. This is so creepy.
Did you ever think in your life that you would be visited by a pink cartoon bunny?
I'm glad this stuff wasn't out there when I was getting divorced, man. I would not have wanted this kind of stuff to be in the
There's a free book. You just need to pay
child custody hearings. Your Honor, this man, just look at his website. Just look.
You need to pay shipping on the book, but that's it for your shipping. Learn now, free trial. Get in. You can hire him. Like there's an end game to this. Okay, learn now.
It might be a money-making enterprise.
Are you guys sure this is legit? Are you guys sure this is legit? Dude, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. This kind of like reeks of like the typical
Oh no.
Looks legit. It does not look legit, dude. It's $199.95 legit. Oh god.
Okay. It's just roasting you a little bit there.
That's all right. I could take it.
Yeah, Pipkin Pippa is pretty funny. But that's the world of VTubing, man. That is the so whatever anybody thinks a live streamer makes on YouTube on super chats. And I've recently moved into the #2 super chat earner of all time in the United States.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well earned.
I am below about 20 of these. They clean house on YouTube, and it's not even close. I mean, it's not even close.
By the way, I see some people in the comments. If I do like the law of self-defense for Sweden and other countries, I don't, folks. It's only America. We sell a remarkable number of books to people outside of America. I don't know why they buy them. I don't know anything about self-defense law outside of America, or even if it has self-defense law outside of America. But if you want to buy a book, that's appreciated. Just be aware of what you're buying. You're buying American law.
Yes. And to the chat, yes, Tim Pool is the #1 super chat earner in the United States. So of all time, that's not like
well earned there too. That guy also works his ass off.
Yeah, and that's not like a day by day, week by week, month by month. Those things move around a lot, but that was just a cool statistic. Never been good at anything in my life. Sherry Law says, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life when this trial is over. I'm probably headed for divorce. There's a chance my husband and kids have already left. And I just had notice. Oh, well, I'll look into that next week. Don't worry. Maybe you could be the first divorce streamed live. And then we could cover that. Mint Sky says stats. Amber Heard B, born 84, 38 years old. Career starts in 04, 18 years in business, 51 film credits, 1 in pre, 2 in post. Versus Depp, born 63, 59 years old. Career starts in 84, years in business, 38. Film, TV, docu credits, 99, with 1 in pre, 1 filming. IMDb is a source.
The
Yeah, and-
numbers are not comparable. I mean, Amber Heard's, movie references or TV references are no way comparable just by raw number to what Johnny Depp's done.
Yeah, by raw number they're not, and by quality
career
of
earnings.
the quality of the comparisons would be insane too. I mean, Amber Heard doesn't have a lead role in a Pirates of the Caribbean and never will. She's pretty much killed that. Chance. Okay, where were we? Moving back over to this. Almost found it. Oh, is that pretty up to date? It's close here. Where do we go? Here we are. Tim Refner says, what are the chances Heard sues for ineffective assistance of counsel? Is that possible in a civil case? It is possible. It's also possible she sues. It is extremely unlikely that she wins.
For ineffective assistance?
Yeah.
No. I guess she could do whatever she wants. I mean, what's a filing fee? $135 or something? But she's not going to win ineffective assistance.
Ineffective assistance. Someone was talking about this the other day. Andrea yesterday was talking about how courts have found that people whose lawyers have shown up drunk or on illegal drugs to the hearings
during proceedings,
or
not necessarily ineffective.
Right, or sleep through witness counsel have been deemed, or through witness testimony have been deemed effective assistance of counsel. So, or at least not ineffective. The bar is they have to do something that is so egregiously incorrect in their representation, and it has to prejudice the client in such a way that for the court to find liability. They just often don't.
And it definitely does not mean that the client simply lost. So, which is what many criminal defendants seem to think. I got convicted, therefore I had ineffective assistance. That's not how it works.
Yeah. And I mean, these guys haven't even been visibly sanctioned or even really reprimanded by the court. You're not going to find an ineffective assistance claim here. Whatever their performance is, these are both sophisticated law offices, right? So they're, I mean, what they've done here is a massive undertaking, and all of the criticisms that we would lob at either side have to be couched in the fact that these people have been working with teams that are much deeper than you see in court for the past 2 years, with millions of dollars and thousands of hours put into each side of this thing, and coordinating all that and collating just the raw amount of work product that's put together is a bigger task than most people would want to deal with in their entire life. So, the fact that anyone comes out and puts on a 6-week case, and just think for yourself, how do you go about contacting all of these people from years ago to come testify about this stuff, especially when you're Amber Heard's team and none of them seem to want to talk to her anymore? How do you go about acquiring all of these people's contact information, track them down? Who knows where they've moved? Considering half the people seem to be transient. Who knows where they are? Convince
and what's
them.
their recollection going to be worth? I mean, I have to be honest with you. I mean, if someone asked me to testify about stuff that happened 6 to 8 years ago, that is forever.
Yeah. And try and remember a specific day 8 years ago. That's not like the most important day of your life, which I don't even know even the most important days of your life. Like, try and remember your specific birthday from 5 years ago. I mean, unless it was a major milestone one, you're not going to remember. And that's kind of a bigger event. It's a really tough thing to put together these cases, to run a trial for 6 straight weeks, and to do it on a time budget and all of that stuff. So hats off to them. Sarge Church 1, honest question. If you tell someone to leave your home and they refuse, are you allowed to pull out a firearm and make them comply? Or would that be some form of assaulting and brandishing? It's going to depend kind of on the state that you're in.
If who's in your home?
Any person. Let's presume a non-family member, I guess. So you've got a guest over, maybe they get unruly in some way, and you say, you need to leave the home. They don't leave. Can you pull a gun?
No, I mean, they're just committing a simple trespass. I mean, you can use non-deadly force to remove a simple trespasser. Of course, that tends to escalate things. Normally, alcohol's involved in these situations, so things can go sideways pretty quick. I mean, if it were me, I would call the cops. That's very different than if you have, a genuine intruder in your home.
Right. Now, some states will have black letter law, like Texas would have some black letter law that might suggest that you would be justified in pulling your gun. I would be very hesitant to be a test case on that.
Yeah, I mean, most of those cases, when you have an actual real world outcome, it's not the result of black letter law. It's the result of subjective judgment calls being made by prosecutors or police.
Right.
So you have to be very careful, because it's very risky to rely on other people's subjective judgment calls, because when your case comes up, they may decide to throw the book and actually apply the black letter law, and that could be a very different legal outcome.
The one thing to remember is that in any self-defense case that involves a gun of any kind, drawing or firing, I would say the ultimate rule is, are you in reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily injury? That is when a firearm use becomes appropriate. And outside of that, no matter what any law or inference may be, you are on very, very shaky ground. And that's not, you don't want to go through a court case to prove that you were justified in shooting someone or even drawing a gun, because if you lose, you're done forever.
Yeah, you threaten someone with a gun, it could be 10 or 20 years in prison, and it could not go your way. I don't care how justified on the merits your threat of the gun may actually have been. You could do 10 or 20 years. So I would urge people to ask themselves, what's worth the risk of 10 or 20 years? If you're genuinely facing a threat, then it's worth the risk.
Right.
But if you're not genuinely facing a threat of serious bodily injury, is it worth the risk of 10 or 20 years in prison? Because that's the bet you're making.
Yep. Okay. THX1138, appreciate so much of all the effort you put into your channel. Your panelists are top shelf in the comedy gold. I recommend your channel to everyone. Hey, thank you. Pet Patriot at Lumber Law. Now we must cast the movie version of this with, wait, is Lumber Law? Is he, I thought he was Law and Lumber. Is he in the chat? I didn't see him. Now we must cast the movie version of this with trial with YouTube lawyers too. Orlando Bloom to play Runkle. Robert Downey Jr. Is Johnny Depp. Ed Norton to play Ricada. Hey, cool. Tom Hiddleston for Law and Lumber. Zendaya to play Camille, and Amelia Clark to play Amber Heard. You didn't get cast in the movie either.
I know, I'm such an afterthought.
Written out of everything. CS says, she said the microwave plus baby comment because it is shocking. She neglected to demonstrate any real attachment to her child or anyone else for that matter, other than feigned acts for Johnny, which is a big mistake in this context.
Yeah, in the movie, I'll probably be cast as shyster lawyer number 3.
Oh, the guy I talked to yesterday was an actor. His name is Colby Bloom. Shit, he's in. I'm just blanking on. Hold on. Boothman, Colby Boothman. He played the kid who almost died in Jurassic World. That Chris Pratt saves.
Yeah.
If you saw that. So one of his credits that I razzed him about, he was nerd number 2 in some TV show. It's like his second credit. It's like, yeah, you get to play shyster lawyer number 2. Emmy Fire, intern Jan. Hey, Emmy Fire, are you going to be at Matsuri? The only good part today was when Camille tore into Amber. The way she went after her was a sweet chef's kiss. Gonna relax tonight with some Shibui whiskey, 15-year, and take care of my 11-month-old son. Miss you, Nick. Hey, I miss you too. I hope maybe we'll run into each other at a convention sometime soon. That'd be fun. But Rosie Thorne 88, after getting $7 million divorce settlement, Amber, I just want Johnny to leave me alone. Crying face. 1K subs before 2023. My dog stepped on a bee. Mo says, I just wanted to say as a right winger in relation, but not limited to the Texas incident, ACAB. There you go. Moncor002 says F drama and F chats crying. Zeno the Stoic says Bronca and Pippa are the superpower team we need. Augusta Ramos says, love the stream. Y'all four and others have held me down over the past 6 weeks. Did we hold you down with a Maker's Mark bottle, though? I hope not. Question, how would the court/bailiff find, if any, research done by jurors? How is that regulated? Scout's honor. I mean, effectively, yeah. I mean, do they mention something? Oh, hey, I saw this. They're going to go into deliberations. If they start bringing in a bunch of out-of-court information into those deliberations, the jurors may snitch on the other juror and say, hey, this person went out and watched some videos. They're talking about them that compromise the integrity of the jury. And then the judge toss them and bring in an alternate. But usually it's going to be some sort of self-report, either accidentally or something like that. Obviously, no jurors are going to be able to find out what another juror liked on social media because they're not supposed to be on it. But that being said, that's how it's going to come out if it does. Johnny Arbor 007, Cocaine Bronca, played by Tom Cruise. Cocaine was the Twitter of the 80s. Caligulove says, "Oh, you're muted." Oh.
How'd that happen?
I have no idea.
I stand by that statement. Cocaine was the Twitter of the 80s.
I didn't mute you. I know that much.
Sometimes a weird glitch happens where I think if I'm quiet long enough, the computer thinks that I've lost my microphone. I'm not sure.
It might be that your interface has like a soft reset, and the USB connection to your computer gets reset, and then when you disconnect the mic from StreamYard, it'll mute you just in case there's like another mic that'll be way out of whack that picks it up. So it could be that too. Who knows? Caligulove says, count me in as one of the many that appreciates Bronca's presence on these streams. Heart, thanks for the lulls and info as always. By the way, I am planning on streaming the Nicholas Cruz case, which I think is coming up pretty soon. The Parkland shooter.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're interested, I think the only question to resolve is death penalty or not in that case.
Do we know when it's coming up?
Let me see. Parkland shooter trial date. Florida jury selection for Parkland gunman continues. Oh, it's on now. Judge ruled on Monday that the trial testimony is pushed back 2 weeks. Oh, what was initially scheduled for May 31st will now begin on June 13th. June 13th is jury selection.
I'll be away. I'll be going to the Trailer Palace.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay, well, I'll be there. There's
but I'm back the following week, so it's if it's still going on, yeah, I'm only back for 1 week and then I'm on the road again. So I'll have to play it by ear.
Oh shit, we got a DUI guy raid. What's up, DUI gang? Welcome to it. I'm assuming that means he's gonna probably pop on in a minute. Very cool. Very happy to have him on. Jesus Davila says, can we get a toast for chat in Kermit voice? I don't know. My voice gets really tired after all this broadcasting. Do I have an? Oh, here we go. Oh, hey, speaking of, the DUI guy is here. Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going, dude?
Hey, pretty good. How you had a big freaking stream going, man. Congrats.
Thank you. Apparently people are really eating this shit up because I remember when Ian, Rob, and I were in court that first Monday when we all showed up. My original plan, my first original plan was to show up, watch the trial for a day, and get the fuck out of there, go back home, and do my own stuff. And then everybody was talking about it. I was like, okay, fine, I'll stay an extra day. Well, the first day, I just sat there. I had absolutely no notes with me. I didn't bring a notebook. I literally just sat there the entire day just listening, enjoying what we now have come to know as the Johnny Depp show. Thank you, Amber.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking to my right and I'm looking to my left, and I see both Rob and Ian are like scribbling furiously on this notepad, and even asked me like, do you want a piece of paper? And I'm like, no, I want to watch, man. I just came here for the experience. I don't fucking care.
What are we in class? This is ridiculous.
Like, yeah, what is this? I finished law school 10 years ago. I'm not going back. So that was day one. And then day two, I was the only one who got in because both Rob and Ian were shoved out of place by 45 line cutters.
And James too, right?
And James was also out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. And that was Tuesday last week. And so I was like, all right. No, wait, no. I think James made it in because he gave me a piece of paper. I don't know. I
Okay.
forget. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I had a computer that he let me borrow, and I was writing on it. I think he sat next to me. And I took these as I'm taking these notes, and it was about, I want to estimate 10:30 in the morning, right before the break. I was like, wait a minute. And I had this idea. Because do you remember sometimes somebody goes viral on Twitter because they do something crazy that no one has ever thought about doing before?
Yeah, I know something about that.
Yeah. Did you accomplish the same feat? I'm sure you did. I just don't know about it.
I mean, like all of these trial streams that everybody's doing are kind of based on my coverage of Rittenhouse. Like I don't want to take all the credit or anything, but like this was not really a thing in the way that it's done now. And that blew up because Viva clipped out one segment of the show and posted it to Twitter, and it went to like 4 million people. So yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry. What I was referring to, I get it. You're referring to YouTube. It's same pattern. I completely agree with you. What I'm referring to is, do you remember people who are just like watching something and then they start live tweeting it, and their channel goes from like nobody to like explosive because everybody's like, this is crazy. I never even thought anybody would do something like that. Well, apparently I had one of those ideas somehow. And that's what put me on the map is my tweets. I went from, what am I at now? 800 followers is what I started with. It took me 11 years to get 800 followers and another 2 weeks to get almost 100,000.
Yeah, that's the way virality works. That's the way it works.
But you started the YouTube thing. I know that everybody's been talking about it because I mean, but it's okay. You created something beautiful, Nick, and we should all appreciate it and thrive with it. I
just was gonna cover the trial and then it blew up. So I'm happy with it. I'm not complaining. So you were in court today though.
Yes.
And I know you've probably been talking about this for the past couple hours on your stream, but can you give us some highlights or notes about your observations today? Because we did have James from court on for a little bit, but of course he's an unlearned plebeian.
Dude, the kid is sharp. I'm telling you.
I kid, of course.
I know, but he's really sharp. And of course he doesn't have the legal mind behind all of this. But I will say that he's going to go far, and I'm very proud of him. He's definitely been a staple to the legal tube community, and I very much appreciate the ability to sit next to him, and we learn from each other. I mean, he teaches me things just as much as I teach him stuff. But to give you some highlights,
yeah.
So let's see what is going to be. Oh yeah, Camille Vasquez has a "What If Anything" shirt with Legal Tube on the back.
That's great. Are you involved in the production of that? Or
yes, I made the T-shirt. I made
thought
the T-shirt.
I thought so.
Because remember in the group chat that we have on Twitter, hashtag LawTube was like a website.
Yeah, you
so
can't do it.
Legal Tube is ours. Hashtag Legal Tube is what it says on the back of the shirt.
Well, it's not ours. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I'm not.
When I say us, I mean just the collective DUI guy. Okay, whatever. Just
yeah. You take it. You can have it.
That's fine. I'll take it.
I think that's good. I think that's great.
Legal Tube. Anyway, and okay, I have to address this because this is also in my notes, and since I have you on, everybody's saying that you have some serious beef with Law and Crime because they have copyright struck you many times and they're offering me an interview and the internet is going berserk. Like, are you betraying, you're stabbing Nick in the back, the man who gave you all those hopes and dreams.
Go take the interview. My God, take the interview all day. I have issues with them, of course, not the least of which is the copyright strike and the actual cease and desist lawsuit threat that I got. which I made fun of them copious amounts for. The other issue I have is the nature of their purchasing, for lack of a better word, trusted source status from YouTube for this trial. It's why they're the top result on every single search. It's why they had 1.2 million live concurrent viewers today. They were getting outperformed by people like me. They got mad about it. And instead of competing and modifying their business model, they paid. And I mean, that's what you can do.
Business
Go
is
for it.
business.
But I'm going to mock them endlessly and relentlessly for it. But that being said, man, if you have the opportunity to be interviewed by them, I would take it in a heartbeat. That's 1 million eyes on you. Yeah, no way. I mean, they'd never offer to interview me because of my making fun of them. But anybody else on YouTube, I would say do it in a heartbeat. Who cares about law and crime? It's about the 1 million to 5 million to 10 million people who end up potentially watching that interview. You take it and run with it. No stabbing of me. Believe me, I'm Teflon. I don't know if Teflon stops knives, but it does now.
All right. I figured, and I was just confused because people in my chat, and I had, like you said already, I had over 30,000 people at one point. And how fast chat moves, that you get a very accurate picture of what chat wants. And the overwhelming majority were like, Nick has beef with them. They copyright strike and all that. So I just wanted to make sure like we're all on the same page. So
I mean, you got to make your own decisions. But for me personally, happy.
The chat was defending you. They're like, what?
Yeah.
Nick doesn't matter. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? This has nothing to do with. Anyway,
I don't care about any of that stuff. For me, I'm like grift, baby, grift, full drive. If I could go on a channel and get 1 million eyes on me, then I'm going to do it 100%. I think this is the business that we're in on YouTube. And so that makes perfect sense to me. So publicly, it would be no skin off my teeth, back, neck, or otherwise. And I fully endorse and bless nominee et patriot filiat spiritus sancti, the DUI guy grifting wherever he possibly can. And yeah, I only wish I could get on there to make fun of them live.
You heard it here first. But on my stream, for the record, you just reminded me. That's funny. On the stream, you just reminded me. I said, what if I can somehow, I don't know if this is possible, but what if the DUI guy can become the bridge, the glue that brings certain law tubers like you, Amber, oh my God, Emily, sorry. I keep, my head is stuck on Amber Heard because this is all fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
Emily,
I won't tell Emily.
No, right. No, Emily, you, Legal Mindset, Joe, anybody who's had copyright strikes, maybe I can bring the two communities together. Like I have this golden opportunity and I'm not going to pass it up. And Chad agreed that I should at least give it a shot.
Oh yeah, no, I think you should do it 100%. But I will cautionally say that I don't think the difference between people like us and law and crime is that law and crime doesn't have a community because they're faceless, right? Like their communities are incidental to issues. I would say largely, which is not a criticism. That's not like a slam. It's just that's like saying that. Yeah, that's like saying that I don't know, that NBC has a community. It's like a certain show on NBC might have a community where there's a personality involved, but the overall channel is just a channel that's presenting something. Law and Crime is very much like a traditional TV channel. They just present court cases. Now they have some commentary panels that'll throw in, but like I said, the community I believe is pretty incidental. We'll see, I guess, after this trial, how many people start watching other random trials that aren't Johnny Depp and Amber Heard on Law and Crime. But yeah, I think with the people who are doing like what we do in the analysis, the personalities that we bring build communities. So I don't know that there's, to put it in perspective.
Yeah.
Prior to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, Law and Crime is not pulling even 10,000 viewers on a stream. They're pulling like 1,800 viewers and stuff like that. So when I say that, like, they were jealous of what we were doing, we were outperforming them on every trial consistently since Kyle Rittenhouse, because they didn't offer anything. So what they did with this in purchasing that status with YouTube and being at the top search result, they catapulted on an extremely popular case that brought millions of eyes to them. But those eyes are likely tied to Johnny Depp mostly. So I'm curious what'll happen afterwards. But I don't think the overwhelming majority, probably 99.9% of people who watch Law and Crime have no idea that there was ever any sort of back and forth between me and them. Because, you know, they popped in for this trial.
Gotcha.
And if I can give you a piece of advice, I've been on Law and Crime before, and I would focus on the drama of the trial. They're not actually much interested in the law part of it.
They're public. Okay. Focus on drama. Thank you, man. That's very useful.
So,
but
anyway, yeah.
I just want to shout this out before I go into too much into depth. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but I'm trying to get to 200,000 subscribers, and I am like,
you're so close.
Shy. I'm like 400, 500, 300 shy, something like that. So I came here to celebrate. People were like, let's get it first. I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Let's go on Nick's and celebrate there. So,
well, hey, if you're not subscribed to DUI Guy, first of all, I was singing this man's praises before the trial stuff, because I think that his videos of him in court doing cross-examination of typically police officers are instructive and really, really insightful videos that I think are valuable to anybody who faces who either faces a criminal prosecution or who's just concerned and interested in how these interactions with the state play out. And it's something that you were already doing, something that is not found anywhere else on YouTube. And you may not know, but I've been watching your channel for years, like just seeing your videos pop up and being like, there's this guy, this jackass is in court again. This is great. And you had the title game on point. It was like, this guy, lawyer destroys police officer credibility on stand, and you would. And so it's a great thing. And so outside of the Johnny Depp content, because this stuff is going to end,
tomorrow, basically.
Next week it's over. There'll be some spillover, like after stuff, and then this is going away. You got to find the content that you like to stick around. And I think your content's been great forever. So, I think it's worth a subscribe outside of the context of Johnny Depp. But of course, your coverage of like the lines and your in courtroom stuff has been something that people highly value. So definitely check it out. So go subscribe, click on the damn button. Let me make it easy. I'll put it in the description. Here we go. At the UI Guy. Here we go. Save. So now you can go into the description of the video, click on DUI Guy's name. It'll take you right over to his channel. Click the red button. And let's see if we can get this man to 200K subscribers.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for the shout out. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's dive in. Let me give you just the highlights.
We're already there. We're there.
Wait, what?
Congrats, 200,000. Cheers.
I was like 1,000 away like a second ago. You guys are nuts. I love you, man. Thank you. Thank you again. Okay, so highlights are, Gilbert, let's talk about Gilbert. Gilbert, the plaintiffs put him on. I think he was very useful. The jurors were engaged. They liked him. They didn't like the cross. Again, he kind of repeated what that other ortho was talking about. Starts with an S, not Shaw. Was it Shaw? Maybe it was Shaw.
I don't remember his name, but yeah, the Amber Heard ortho or the
no.
Depp one.
The
Depp
other
one.
Depp one.
The cosmetic surgeon.
Yes.
The cosmetic guy. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He kind of like rebolstered that guy's testimony. He brought not a whole lot to the table, other than kind of reinforce the fact that yes, this is still kind of a bottle. Glass is not going to necessarily be found in a wound that is caused by an explosive bottle and so on and so forth. So he tied a few more things together because it's very confusing. You know, you imagine glass, skin, contact, you're going to find glass, no glass, therefore no bottle. And he's like, no, that's not how it works. It's a blunt object basically. And as it approaches, it can shatter, explode, and still cause damage without any glass remnants entering the wound area, which was very, very instructive. On cross, they seemed very bored. They were like, we don't really fucking care what you have to say. We already believe this Gilbert. He just reinforces stuff we already believe. Thank you very much.
Just briefly, their cross of him was so anemic. Like it was nothing. It was and I don't know what they thought they could do with it, but it was just a complete flop in my opinion. Sorry, I was just adding some editorial commentary.
And you're right. Number 9 specifically was more interested in looking at the gallery than listening to the cross at one point towards the end.
Yeah.
So they conclude with Gilbert, plaintiff rests, and defense has the chance to do sur rebuttal. And I've been getting this question a lot, even in court, because even in court they didn't call it a sur rebuttal. The judge looked at defense and said, your rebuttal. Why don't they call it a sur rebuttal is beyond me. I thought that was a term, but I guess it's not universal.
That's what I've been using lately, because my understanding has always been, in motion practice, you get motion, response, reply, and then a sur reply. If you get a sur reply, those are typically optional. And then in court, it's always, to me, it's close, rebuttal, sur rebuttal. But I don't know. Maybe that's not the term. That's just that's
just the term I've always used. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Defense gets to finally finish up their shit. Let's call it that.
Yes.
And they put on Ackert. Now, something phenomenal happened when I'm just going to jump forward in time real quick. While I'm streaming, this dude reaches out to me via text and says, I know Julian personally, and I can give you some intel, but it's like, I was like, would you like to come on stream? And he's like, well, I don't want to like give myself away, who I am and blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is he goes one-on-one. We're going to have a conversation with him at some point, and he's going to give me some juicy deets. But apparently Julian is not the hack gargoyle that I made him out to be in my stream, because that's how I perceived him. But I think it's the garbage in, garbage out kind of type of thing. So maybe Ackert
is a forensics guy.
He's
Julian
the one
Ackert. Yeah, that's right.
The one that they put on. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So and he brought nothing to the table. Nobody was listening to him. Pretty much number 8 is the only one writing down stuff at some point. Then number 7 is the only one writing down. Nobody really cares. I was wondering why they didn't do like show the photos. They just showed some metadata and code. Number 8 was extremely confused. Number 2 was interested because I think he's the young kid, he's the nerd. I don't know. And then Whitney, the whole room. So if I can describe, let me just real quick give you a quick summary. The entire room, pursed lips and whelp faces, clouds, and cheer from Johnny Depp's side. So everything else was very much like whelp towards Amber Heard's camp, cheering on Johnny Depp. That's been the atmosphere in the courtroom, to summarize. Anytime the jury looks at Johnny Depp, it's a little bit of smile. Number 6 visibly smiled at them at one point. Number 8 visibly smiled at them at one point. And meanwhile, number 8 and a couple others were doing the whelp sign, the whelp face when Amber Heard is on the stand and when they're looking at Amber Heard's camp. So that's literally
it's funny when court wrapped up and the parties were leaving, the Amber Heard team was looking pretty happy and they left pretty promptly. And I made the comment at the time that the Heard team looked like they were at a wake. I mean, they were all kind of standoffish and cold and not in a very upbeat mood.
Yeah, they were very somber. At one point, the younger lawyer with the curly hair that was very nervous visibly yesterday when he did the cross of
the neck scratcher.
Yes. He at one point he turns to Elaine Elaine. He turns to Whitney Hurd in the pews, and he does this. He kind of looks at her and goes,
Oh, that's a bad sign.
and I'm like, I mean, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know right there, right?
Yeah.
I've been tweeting, by the way, just real quick. I don't know if you've been following that. I'm pretty much 100% convinced that Johnny Depp is going to win, and I'm placing his the verdict at 7 million, 80% confidence at 7 million, 50% confidence that it's going to be 14 million, 25% confidence it'll be 25 million, and 1% confidence that he's going to get the whole kit and caboodle.
Wow.
These are just my estimates, my numbers in my head. Do you have any similarity, Nick? Do you have any ideas?
I don't think there's any way he gets to 8 figures. Joe, good logic, thinks that he's going to get north of 10 million. I think it's south of 10 million if he wins. I haven't done like a full breakdown percentage wise like that. Mine is, I think he's got about a 75% shot at winning, but I also think percentages on winning are basically useless because
it's true.
It's really, it's 50-50. I mean, you're going into a courtroom or you're going into a jury deliberation room, and this case is close enough on facts and far enough and ambiguous entirely on law.
But you're forgetting one thing. You're forgetting one thing, Nick. Jurors are
nothing.
emotional. What?
I said, I forget nothing.
Oh, well, okay. And that's DUI guy signing off. No, one thing that you're forgetting, Nick, is that jurors are emotional creatures. I think you have to take that into account. And I know you can't, I can't like feed you this as much as I would love to, but I shouldn't even argue this. But anyway, the bottom line is, because I was there and I saw, it almost feels like if you were there, you would understand how I feel. And it's a totally different feeling watching them.
No, you can can see it. Like you can see it in the gallery, and like the juror, for whatever about watching the jurors, they are the gallery though. Like it's a slice of people put into, they're just in a different box, and they know they have a little bit different role, so they're going to try and mute down their thing. And I think juries on balance tend to take their jobs rather seriously because they're there. It's not like being unserious is going to fix the situation they're in. So they do it. And I think civic duty plays a part of that. So no, I get that. I have a hard time thinking of normal people awarding any one person 10, 20, 50 million dollars from any other person, because these numbers are so unfathomably big for most people. Because even if you think in my lifetime, maybe I'll earn this, the average person thinks in my lifetime, maybe I'll earn like $1 million to $2 million. That'll be really cool. I could buy a house they aspire to buy like $1 million house. And if you're in California, it's really depressing what that outcome is. But like that's how I see the normal person. And I don't know these jurors' backgrounds. So for me, I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to award Johnny Depp 50 million or more. I think the practicality of people awarding those big numbers when it's a person on the other side, it's not like coming from McDonald's or
an insurance company.
Yeah. Or Pfizer, like Allstate or something, that they're just going to be hesitant to go above maybe $5 million. And I would,
and they know she doesn't have the money. I mean, she's
saying.
got, I guess she's
Well,
got,
of course not. She's going to have wages garnished to pay for all this shit that she's getting. She's never getting acting roles ever again. Remember what Mark said? This is a business of personalities.
Yep. It was just such a great line when he said that. It was devastating.
But it's true. It's absolutely true. Anyway, let's talk about.
Did not real quick. I'm going to dispel this in the chat real quick. Nicholas Sandman almost guaranteed did not get $275 million. He asked for $250 million. They settled with non-disclosure agreements. I would argue that likely that first settlement, he took a $0 payout. And the purpose was to use that first settlement as leverage on the next person or the next news organization. He may have gotten, and I don't think he did, he possibly got to a 7-figure payout. I would very much caution people against suggesting that Nicholas Sandmann got a 9-figure payout from a news organization. You're talking a $250 million payout from a news rag. You're putting the organization in jeopardy of not being able to make payroll. Yeah, I know people believe that because the number asked and then it was settled. Those settlements are confidential for a reason, is because the value was the settlement itself. That was the victory for Nicholas Sandmann. It was useful in leveraging on the next couple cases. That's how these chain civil actions against big organizations work. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw that. I want to put that
please.
down real quick.
This is not a soliloquy, Nick. This is a conversation.
Yeah. Well, that was my soliloquy to the chat. So, okay, sorry. Go back to where.
No. So Hughes, again, completely uneventful. I can summarize Hughes in one. If the jury collectively could say one word about Hughes, it would be boring. Next witness.
Yeah.
At one point, they didn't take a single note. They stopped writing. I'm just going to go through it. Piece it up. We got that. Redirect on Hughes. Yep, boring stuff. Not interesting. All right. Amber fucking Heard. Let's talk about the star of the Johnny Depp show, because it's not Johnny Depp. I can tell you that right now.
No.
The star of the Johnny Depp show is unequivocally, unquestionably, absolutely positively Amber fucking Karen Heard. Okay. And here's the bottom line. There were 2 quotes, and I'm going to fast forward because I think it's important to give context to the viewers. There were 2 quotes that I tweeted about.
I can empirically prove this, by the way. I don't know if people know. So this is IMDb, most popular celebrity. Amber Heard has been number 1. Johnny Depp has been number 4. Behind Rebel Wilson.
Of this lawsuit?
Yeah, this is the current popularity of searches, accumulated by IMDb.
She got what she wanted, publicity. Yeah.
And I thought of this the other day when one of the experts the Catherine, whatever her name was, the expert for Amber Heard, she testified that Johnny Depp's been number 1, Amber Heard's been number 1 at some point. And I'm like, there's no point in Amber Heard's career where she's been number 1 on this fucking list, except for now. And I pulled it up, and sure enough, she's number 1, he's number 4. I also noticed it because I'm a product of the YouTube algorithm. And when you put Amber Heard into the hashtags on YouTube, you'll find out there are more videos and channels with Amber Heard listed in them than Johnny Depp. Even though the popular sentiment is Johnny Depp, I think, I'm not saying they're aligned to her, but the overall name search recognition, because she gets so much bad stuff and that negative reaction for people is often bigger than positive reactions. She gets it. And so you're right though. She is the star of the show.
But don't forget, here's what's going to happen. Right now she's number 1, Johnny's number 4. Johnny's going to stay 4, 5, 6, 7, and Amber Heard is eventually going to drop to, the floor is not low enough.
And it'll be quick. It'll be quick when the trial's over. Because
don't forget, the problem is that she has been popularized because she's this victim for all these years. Johnny hit her and beat her and everything and sexually abused her, blah, blah, blah. And she was, because of that, people were like, she's the victim, empathize with her. She's a survivor, empathize with her. And everybody's like, holy shit, she's a fucking lying cunt. So never mind.
Yep.
I'm sorry we did that to you, Johnny. Welcome back.
Yeah, I agree. I think
once the suit's over, there's nothing to talk about via Amber Heard. There's nothing for the media to talk about. She just completely disappears off the radar screen.
She's never had a noteworthy career to go back to. That's the big damage for her.
Remember when she tried to learn guitar? She said on direct examination last week, what did she say? I'm unteachable.
Yeah.
Literally, she admitted that. She literally told the world, I am incapable of learning this. What else are you incapable of learning, Amber? Please tell us.
Well, I would think borderlines and histrionics might actually be incapable of being taught. That's kind of the nature of the gig, right? They're the self-important ones, specifically histrionics. How could I be taught? I am preeminent.
By the way, when I ducked out just now, that was my wife telling me she found the muffins for Branca hashtag to be objectionable. She would prefer it's muffins for Mrs. Branca.
Okay. We can,
All right, all right. Excuse me.
I won't put hashtag Mrs. Branca's muffins. How's that?
That's good.
There you go.
Nobody is really relating to her. I was really thankful when Amber Heard said, this is a huge point, and I mentioned this on my channel, when Amber Heard said that she's been receiving, quote, thousands of hate mails and thousands of death threats, end quote, something about, quote, baby in a microwave, telling her that she needs to put her baby in a microwave, quote unquote. She voluntarily brought to the jury something they had no access to. Since they can't do research, they can't go on the internet, they can't talk to their friends about it. She said, no, you guys, I will tell you what people are saying about me. Because when you're a victim, sure, you may get a hate mail here and there, be like, get your shit together, find yourself a right man, whatever.
Yep.
But the overwhelming majority is going to be like, we feel for you. What can we do for you? Relatable, relate to her. And instead, she just told them, basically, you guys, the whole world hates me. Give me money.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That's not how it works.
And I think it was such a mistake for them to take the approach that they took. One, because the jury is presumptively staying off of social media. But they just introduced, or she just introduced to the jury, that everybody on social media hates her and agrees and is there for Johnny Depp. And so if the juror in the courtroom is thinking, I kind of agree with Johnny Depp, now they're thinking, and so does everyone else. What are they seeing? I mean, they're seeing the same thing I am. It's a reinforcing position. It's you really should not be introducing that type of thing. And the way she did it was not people used to think this. It was now, today. I get this still today. Every day this happens. And these people are like, I've been watching you. I don't like you. Maybe that's the reason, is my thought. I mean, maybe they're watching her and they think she's a charming gem and they're very confused, but I doubt it at this point.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I at one point I thought number 5 may be an Amber Heard, but after today, I'm convinced there's not an Amber Heard sympathizer left on that jury. Just my opinion, based on observation. The data is in my Twitter if you want to double check. Cross-examination by Camille Vasquez. I mean, I thought she was going to be in and out a lot faster. I even made a bet with Runkle, which I lost with flying colors, so I owe him $20. But it was worth, because the snarls, okay? Rarely do you see a person testifying and getting snarls from a jury. This is important. I have to highlight this, because even though they're listening very intently, they're not like ignoring her in the beginning. They're listening. They're like, okay, are you, what do you got? Basically, they're still, they're interested. They seem interested, but less and less so as the cross goes on. Number 6 visibly snarls when she said, I never lied. You remember that moment when Camille calls her out like, you lied? She goes, I never lied. And number 6 is sitting there and he goes, like that, like immediately, like cause and effect. And then later on, when Camille asks her, oh, so you, about the editing of the video or editing of the, I think I have video on
the
there.
photos.
Editing the photos, editing the video. If you saw the video of the editing of the photos, maybe something like that. Anyway, number 7 snarled at her then. Number 6, his neighbor. So that was something to behold. Number 2 was all over the place. He was ready to get the fuck out of there. Number 2, number 5, number 8, number 9. They're all ready to just like, I'm done. Let's go home. They already seem to have made up their mind. They're ready to talk. They're ready to share with each other. They're tired. And I don't blame them. After 6 weeks, I would want to as well. I mean, that's pretty much it, really. There's nothing else. The big highlight was when she's said, I've never met this man, Knight, before. And when she says she couldn't figure out what the fuck this photo of the bottle that's already in fucking evidence, you stupid idiot.
That was the worst. I mean, I was communicating with another lawyer who's on Twitter, but not on YouTube or anything. And just sent me the 2 pictures. That's all he said, the 2 pictures. And it's like, what were you doing? What were you doing with that? You just showed the jury that not only do you have the same picture, but cropped differently, you've presented it for 2 different events. And Camille brilliantly, I think, brings that back, because that is, and the explanation is, well, it was just so much that I couldn't remember. It's like, but you testified under oath that this was the thing, not that you thought maybe it might be the thing. You testified that this picture represented this incident, and that picture, which is the same damn picture, represented a different incident in a different year, because you were trying to use these 2 things. And the jury's not dumb. They know that that's not the first time you've seen those photos. You're just, being presented them out of the blue. That's your team, who's been spending years on this, showing you those photos, and then you straight face saying that's from this incident. I mean, that was brutal. That was brutal.
And I'll end on this. Well, 2 things. Number 1, this is right before the defense rests, and Amber Heard is still on the stand. On redirect, Elaine asks, she looks straight at Amber, and she asks her, whoever was it Elaine asking her questions? I forget now.
Amber?
Amber.
Yeah.
Rottenborn.
I thought it was Rottenborn.
Yeah,
it was
Rottenborn,
Rottenborn.
which is
It was
weird,
Rottenborn.
because Elaine did it before.
Yeah, well, they can switch as long as it's the same lawyer doing both. They don't care. The judge doesn't care. But 1 witness, 1 lawyer. Did Depp abuse you? And she starts going into this whole yes. The jury is literally completely unresponsive. It's like, you know those things in the hospital that you need to like zap to start the heart. This is literally what I would have to pass along to the jurors to see if they're still alive when she was talking about the abuse that Depp has done at the very end there. And if gays could talk, because number 9, you guys, has been so done with this. If gays could talk, I wrote this down. He was literally saying with his eyes, please get this woman out of my courtroom.
If gays, GAZE, could talk.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, well,
we thought you were being fabulous for a moment.
I was like, gays can talk. They've had a voice for a while now, at least since the 60s.
I'm like, where is this going? So much for law and crime.
There goes my career.
That's your next book, If Gays Could Talk, by the DUI guy. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for that. That made my
That's
entire
a great
day
finale. There you go.
Even
That's
better.
literally the last thing I wanted to share. GAZE gaze. His eyes were like, get this woman out of my courtroom. Like that's how number 9 is the absolute no fucks given. I even tweeted, when I grow up, I want number 9 to adopt me, or I want to be juror number 9 when I grow up.
I thought putting Amber on the stand, my opinion is this: they shouldn't have put Amber on the stand. They buried her at the front for a reason. They knew that she was going to be a disaster. I get that they wanted to try and punctuate it, but I think they knew. And then if you're going to put Amber on the stand, though, I would have said cut the other experts and give her the full hour, of time that they had left.
And do what with it? What is she going to do? They know she's a disaster.
I know, that's why I wouldn't put her on the stand, though. But if you're gonna let her just narrate further, I guess. But I
They
don't
still
know,
had
man.
23 minutes left. If my math is correct, which is now completely irrelevant because I didn't know if they had any more. I mean, I kind of figured they're gonna have Amber for the season finale of the Johnny Depp show. But I think if my math is right, they still had 23 minutes on the clock. So
it was to me, bringing her on at the end was like the last thing they should have done. It proved out to be bad. I mean, it gave Camille time to just eviscerate her, and just tell the jury everything that they're probably probably thinking, right? Like, you lied. You lied. No, it wasn't me. It was every other witness in the case. They all came to the aid of Johnny Depp. And I made this point when you weren't on, but tell me if you agree. This jury's been sitting there for 6 weeks hearing that this man's entire career has been destroyed by her words. And now she's talking about how everybody would rush to the aid of Johnny Depp at the drop of a hat. They've got to be seeing an inconsistency there, going, but wait, his whole career's over. I haven't heard of this guy in years, and you're supposed to.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
But what are they going to do? I mean, they're like a football team. They're 6 points down. There's 45 seconds left in the game. Sure, their quarterback sucks, but what else are you going to do but throw the Hail Mary?
Yeah. And that's why I was saying, like,
run the ball. I don't know.
When on
take a knee.
During their case in chief, the defense had the option of calling Johnny Depp too, but it was way too risky because on cross you can literally completely annihilate, since you have your own witness on cross. I mean, can you ask for anything better in a plaintiff's case? I mean, fuck me.
Oh, that would have been
I would pay
amazing.
$1 billion to do that, you know?
Yeah, no, that would have been the dream. If they would have called Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's case in chief, Johnny Depp's team would have hosted a party in court. They would have burned hours of time just celebrating with sparklers and shit because of what they get to do on cross. So,
anyway, on that note,
yeah.
Sorry, Nick, I just realized
No.
the time. I got to get going. I'm actually going to go do the interview right now. So,
get out of here.
Yeah,
Good luck.
I'll talk to you guys
Good
later.
luck.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Peace.
Drama mama, right?
Yeah, drama mama. They love it.
Got it.
They love it. The salacious details is what they're looking for.
Okay, bring my notebook. Got it. All right, bye.
There you go. Peace. All right, that's the DUI guy. Thank you all for hanging out, and thank you really for subscribing to him. Again, drama aside, I don't care about that shit at all, and hate that it exists in the first place. Look, when people come on my streams, I love when people go support their channels. That's the bottom line. That's how we do this YouTube thing. So,
It's funny. I'm increasingly looking like the crippled kid at the playground. I'm still down at like 32,000 subscribers.
Have we not done this enough? Have we not done this? Get on Andrew Branca's YouTube page. Oh my God. Law of self-defense. It's
fine. It's fine. I mean, I haven't been covering the trial on my page, so there's really nothing for people to see there now. It's it'll build over time. You know, by the time I'm dead, I'll have 35,000 subscribers. It's
well, you have nudes over there, right?
It's my business model is a little different than most of the folks in the group. So thank God. I've eaten ramen.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go back into super chats. There are many of those left. And I was really glad to get DUI guy on the show though, and get his insights on the jury. And the thing, look, let me be candid with the chat. I don't put much stock in the insights about a jury. Like, I think the observations are interesting, but like what conclusions to draw from them are completely ambiguous. I mentioned this earlier, but in case it's not clear. But that being said, what I really do find interesting is the disparity in description between what James observed and what DUI guy observed. And DUI guy is a lawyer who observes juries that he's arguing in front of. James is a person who's more likely to be on a jury than DUI guy. So you have these two sort of competing ideas and interests, and looking at the differences between them is it's neat. I don't know. It's just a different thing that's there, but you have to remember, we are not in the mind of these people at all. And in fact, every one of us could be imputing, the whole world could be imputing our own bias into these jurors, going, oh, these jurors, this wink or snicker or whatever means this.
Almost always.
When it could mean the exact opposite. So
yep.
We're all kind of guessing. And but I appreciate that they're there in court, because I do think it's neat to get an idea of the vibe. And the jurors' reactions and what they react to are interesting in and of themselves, that they have those reactions. But just be cautious about putting value upon what people's interpretations are, because it's always ambiguous. With that, I'm going to start reading a whole mess of chats here. THX, read that one. Pat Patriot, Nope. Lumber Law was done. Microwave Baby was done. It was only in for 2 minutes. Emmy Fire was done. That one. My dog stepped on a bee. I think that might have been the last one I read. Here we go. August Ramos says, love the stream. Y'all four and others have held me down. No, that one was the Maker's Mark bottle joke. I recognize chats by the jokes I made after. Cocaine Branca. Caligula. I read that one. Jesus Davila, can we get a toast for chat and Kermit voice? That was the one. That was the one. And I just finished my whiskey. So to the chat for sitting through 6 weeks of trial. Kind of crazy. There you go. There's my Kermit voice. Brims Gaming says Peter Dinklage can play Attorney Tom. There you go. That's the casting that we need. That's true. Matthew Self says, play the clip DUI guy the moment Amber almost fumbled. No, it's a jackal. Can we get a classic Ricada whiskey rant like the ones we used to get during the Vic coverage towards someone in this trial? Hashtag I stand with Vic. Hashtag Vic kicks back. Love you, Nick, and panelists. Keep doing the Lord's work. I don't have enough personal animus at this point in time to do one of those whiskey fueled rants, but maybe on a night stream you can get me riled up. The people in the Vic trial, the women in the Vic trial were such absolute demonstrable garbage that it was much easier to get a whiskey fueled rant on them. And the fact that anybody who even remotely disagreed with them, they turned on them. They went after their employment. They went after my employment. They didn't realize that I am my law firm. So when they went to my boss, it didn't work so well. But those people were actively out to silence someone that they were Me Tooing. And it was, that was a special kind of injustice. Freebird says, go back and watch on Law and Crime. W face at the end of Camille questioning Amber Heard today, just for a couple minutes, as C is talking about Johnny Depp finger Mr. B to weep for Mr. Depp, or Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp. You can see how, with facial expressions change drastically, you can see Whitney is scared of Amber Heard and feels for Johnny Depp. I mean, if she feels for Johnny, I don't know that she feels for Johnny Depp so much, frankly. She could be scared of Amber Heard. I'd buy that. But like feeling for Johnny Depp at the same time, I mean, if you're scared of someone and you feel for the other, I don't feel like you stick the knife in their face. But that's me. Dr. Spoon says Amber Heard must be one of those silent fans of DSP from how he views how the world is out against him and being given money as compensation for it, along with it's never his fault. Everyone loves him and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, well, I mean, he's probably narcissistic. She's histrionic. It's a love story right there.
A romance made in hell.
Let's see. Oh my God. Do we have... Matthew Self says, yo, check Morgan Knight's Twitter. He quoted the innkeeper guitarist, and she is narrating her encounter on her Twitter. Okay. Starry-eyed 1801 says, not sure if you noticed, Johnny Depp had actual sorrow on his face when Amber Heard talked about the world hating her and threatening her child. Conversely, when Johnny Depp talked about his feelings, Amber Heard had a smug look. And Julesy Barracuda says, can you split this with law of self-defense? I'm sub to him as well, but he makes it convenient by being here. I'll toast with my Long Island iced tea. As not a whiskey fan, hubby is for sure, though. Well, when we...
You want to make a contribution to law of self-defense, just order the free book. lawofselfdefense.com/free book, folks. No need to split any super chats.
But also, when we eventually have our fateful meeting in person, I will buy him whatever drink he desires. So there you go. That'll be my split. How's that? Okay, that's the big chats. So I'm gonna read the rest of them. It's going to take quite a while, but I always respect my guest time. If you want to hang out, you're welcome to, but it's at 4:00 on a Thursday, so you may have somewhere to go.
Yeah, I think I will wrap up. I don't know if I look in an hour or two and you're still going on, maybe I'll jump back in, but otherwise I got some stuff to catch up on.
It's up to you. I'm going to be powering through. I always appreciate having you on. I'll send you the link for tomorrow for closing arguments. Should be a pretty wild day.
All right. Sounds awesome, man. Have a good night. Good night, everybody. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Peace. The last moron Heekin says, if Johnny wins any amount of money in this trial, can he turn down and afterwards, like a gentleman, and say he was only in it for the truth and redemption? Your takes? Yeah, he absolutely can. He can absolutely say, I will, thank you for the judgment. I won't accept any money from Miss Heard. I'm not pursuing it, or whatever. He could do that. He could do it publicly. He could do it privately. We'll never know. Tell you what, I have bad planning. I need to go to the bathroom. I should have let Bronca grift one time before going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I just realized I gotta pee really bad. So just a second. Okay. Sorry. Sorry about that. That was very poor planning on my part. Whoo! Oh my gosh, some of these chats, it's hard to remember that they were today. We've had so much happen. So much. There's drama. Oh my god. Oh, let me get rid of this banner. There's everything's going on today. It's wild stuff. Wild stuff. Okay, Brent Naya says, I'm herding Moscow mules over here for crazy cat lady. Blake Crass, can they call Johnny back to the text to fix the text nonsense? Yeah, I mean, they could have in theory done that, but maybe the texts were from him. I don't know. Maybe they thought they weren't important. Very possible. It'd be icing on the cake to hear Depp tie that into his long list of descriptors of the misery of dealing with Amber's lies. Dan says, welcome to the Thunderdome. Yeah. Toki Deathhammer. Hey, Nick, today is my daughter's birthday. She's watched your stream every day of the trial. Thank you for all the work you put in. Hey, thank you, Toki Deathhammer, and happy birthday to your daughter. Brooklyn Pyle says the law tube divide thickens. Again, it's why I don't. Groups make out groups. I don't like them. Don't like it at all, personally. So, I'm here doing my show. That's where I've been. That's where I'll be. Okay, next. Let me head over to Rumble. Penny Whitbrot says, Nick, try opening YouTube in an incognito tab. StreamYard customer service gave me that tip. I'll try it next time. Jenny C, I started watching this trial after the primaries last week, not knowing what had happened, so I was neutral. Amber looked like a freaking spoiled brat with an attitude. Hashtag isn't happy hour anymore. Thank you for that. And then over on Odyssey, Jay Winkler says, Nick, just ignore them, please. You know, I have a disability and I can't. Rajveer says, Amber, here's a photo of my baby in a microwave, Your Honor. What? No, that's not a potato. It's my baby they put in the microwave. Wolfie, objection. The right to a voice is not recognized by the Constitution. Johnny Reb 84. Holy shit, that was like a short film addendum to a double feature. Camille Slater with her lies. Everyone is lying but Heard. There's no fake. I was not trying to extort money. Johnny never did anything for me. I am the best actress in the world. You can't handle the truth. I'm the victim. Firefox, did Depp not call the flight attendant? He did not. I'm on Heard's Nurse Ratchet and didn't see her before the doctor. He did not call the flight attendant. Don't know why. Might have been excluded. Johnny Reb 84 says, I don't think they considered that worth their time. No one really believed it anyway. That was responding to the flight attendant, I guess. All right. Whew. Whew. Here we go. Let's see. Julesy Barracuda says, here, buy him a Long Island on me. I will buy him. Like I said, when I eventually get to meet up with him in person, I'll buy him whatever drink he wants. Maybe like 10. And that'll be hilarious. Chloe B says, the fuck is the drama, Nick? Don't clutch your pearls. I'm not clutching my pearls. Carol Johnson, will the jury deliberate over the weekend? Heard someone say they weren't. They will not. Kimberly Nelson, love the channel. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you. JL, smash the like button or you are a fig and breaded. Penis, the puffed nose dragon says, just want to hear you say my name. SM, what do you think about Amber Heard's motion, RE, keeping jurors' identities private for 1 year? UK trial outcome was suspect. Is this a sign U.S. jury was tampered with? No. I don't think it's a sign that the jury was tampered with. I think it just goes into the idea that Amber Heard doesn't want a bunch of journalists knocking on jurors' doors and getting them to say she's a fucking liar and we don't believe her. Like, go with Occam's razor. Why would Amber be scared of what the jurors might say? Like, it's a different thing for a juror, because a juror can go engage a publication whenever they want. But these publications know who the jurors are. They're not publishing the names, but they could be there for jury selection, hear their actual names in open court. So they could go to them right afterwards. Here's $5,000. Tell us what you thought. Why'd you rule in the way you did? Yeah, Amber Heard's a giant dirty liar. That's what she's worried about. She's going to try after the case, if she loses, to rehab her reputation as a further victim. But if the people start knocking on jurors' doors and they say, hey, yeah, I guess we'll talk to you. She's a liar. We don't believe her. Well, then it's over, right? So that's my theory on it. The Wireless Magpie says, Nick, notice how in court yesterday, Amber Heard with her hair up looked like the cartoon Evil Queen from Disney Snow White. Saw a lot of speculation about her hair and her choices. Caitlin Beavers, I have insomnia, awake for 24 to 30 hours at a time, and it's hell. Please take care of yourself, especially since you haven't been getting much sleep. Oh, man, Caitlin, that's awful. I had insomnia for like a temporary insomnia for a couple weeks years ago. It was awful. So I feel for you. Don't worry. I'm doing pretty well in the sleep department. Stephen Gibbons, Rackets fan for a while, managed to rope my girlfriend in two. Been tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. Fake. If you could give a shout out to my girl, she's an artist. Her art name is Cosma-Zebra, and that's at cosmazebra.com. No hyphen in the website. KOSMA zebra.com. Check it out. Check her out. Art's cool, man. Good luck. I hope things work out for you. Adam Richardson, do you think Amber Heard's team advised against Amber testifying again, but she's just too willful, or do they feel they need the Hail Mary? No, I think they probably told her you're a disaster. Or they didn't get a chance to tell her because she just insisted that she'll testify again. That's my impression or opinion. Quit Your Bitchin' says, can Depp's team keep Heard up there for the final 7 hours if her team calls her? Only if they would be within the scope of their cross-examination, which would be hard to do, but possible. The dreaded white noise says Fellowship of the Ring finger. Suck My Dick says Depp for Godfather remake role. Moni Soule, thanks for the sticker. We've got Chloe B. Oz Fed Biosecurity are investing Heard for perjury. Yes, they're investigating Heard for perjury. She lied on a form about her dogs. SSFD132. Anyone who has smacked their finger with a hammer can understand that fracture. Oh, Brent Ness, velocity. What is the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Well, that depends. Is it an African or a European swallow? Robert says, I have seen this crush fracture before. A Marine had an ammo can dropped on his hand. This was no knife wound. Something big and heavy crushed and sliced that bone. Yeah, I agree. Certainly not a knife wound. Daniel Chapman, awesome to see the court case in stop motion animation. I thought Tim Burton had hijacked it for Johnny. Oh, great. Here they come. Campy McFappy. Bro, it's lagging. SM, thanks for streaming the Johnny Depp trial, Nick. Lawyer, showed Johnny Depp's award request is for $50 million plus, not just $50 million. How are awards enforced? Amber Heard seems to have millions for litigation and PR. Awards are enforced like this. You get a judgment piece of paper that says you are owed X amount of money, and then you go to enforce that through the courts, generally wage garnishments, orders to pay, etc. If they don't pay and they have means to pay, they have assets, then they could perhaps get a contempt order. If they don't pay, but they have income coming in, they don't have assets, but they have income coming in, you can sometimes garnish those wages. Very hard to go after self-employed people, incidentally. But that being said, they have to actually do it. Her having millions for litigation and PR is her right to do those. And, it can't just be taken from her. Fictitious Dave Savage says Ricada lag. Lauren says, calm down, kids. It's just a little bit of lag. Still better than 56K. Ibrahim Al-Kabi says, RB, you'd agree that if it quacks, it's not necessarily a duck. American Legend, getting older is making me less social and active. Juan Gomez, so how did he smash a phone to oblivion without bruising his hand? These are the questions. Mason Merrick, friend of mine walked through a glass door. Somehow the glass cut a major artery under his armpit area. Dead in 5 to 10 minutes. Holy shit. Crazy shit happens with glass. Can't throw out what a vodka bottle can do. Damn, sorry to hear that about your friend. Tivboo07, thank you for the sticker. Brent Nays says, how is that Amber Heard's entire legal team are all douchebag personalities? This defies normal probability in the stats. Eric the Red, I brought the lag back. Get wrecked, Norbert. Thomas, thanks for the donation. LDG, please just try re-sharing the screen. Wasn't it? That wasn't it. Even after rebooting the whole computer, there was still lag for a while. And then it cleared up, thank God, right before the important stuff really started happening. Next, Gunner says, have you washed the stream in warm soapy water? I did. P.O. Box. Hey, does anyone else notice a lag? That one guy, I did it. I'm causing the lag. I'll bring back a stream without lag when you bring back Dr. Muffins. Dietrich, Legal Vice's favorite build in Souls games. Ooh, that's a good question. Malik Roach, I watch you live in Legal Bites at work overnight. Damn, am I thankful for you. I couldn't disagree more. Couldn't disagree more with what? Jenna, I need to know what the outcome is of the text yesterday. Were they incoming or outgoing from Johnny Depp's phone and his team been made aware? Impossible to know. Lindsay Philpott says, thank you, Nick, for your coverage. I switch between you and Emily D. Baker, but 90% of the time I watch your channel. Hit like. I love your guests. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Terry Nee, if I was a juror, I'd notice Amber Heard's new hairdo was an attempt to hide her face from me. Signs of self-guilt. By the way, lag, Succulent Orange. It's not you that's the lag. Otherwise, your camera would lag too. It's the video only. Yeah, it's super weird. Super weird. Don't know how to explain any of it. Daniel Chapman, no lag on the stream. Totally up to date. OJ is just about to take the stand. Artemis Treese, Instead of ferreting lag, make stream with pro explaining nobody doesn't get lag on net. Just matter of how much at any time, not selectable. Sal Katarinichia says, not blaming you, Nick, for the lag, but it did feel like we were back in dial-up connection days. I can't handle that in 2022. Me either. I hate it. Hated every second of the lag. Robert, my experience in combat medicine and trauma, that hand injury looks consistent with the base of the vodka bottle crushing the hand more than a phone. Yeah, I agree with you. 100%. Recovered alcoholic, long-time degenerate, first-time super chatter. Today marks 1,000 days sober. Could you please take a shot of Windsor or any Canadian whiskey in honor of my liver donor? P.S. No balls. I don't have any Canadian whiskey. Closest I got is this Japanese black Nikka whiskey. To recovered alcoholic, may your liver live vicarious, well, your new liver live vicariously through mine. But you, sir, please stay sober, stay healthy. Cheers to you and your health and your continued recovery. The dreaded white noise says his company is IBS. Carlos Miranda, the bottle probably cracked a little bit as it hit his hand, causing some cutting, but mostly crushing damage and shatters when it hits the floor. Chris Catania, thank you for the donation. Daniel Chapman, Amber's team didn't seem to be so focused on the science of broken glass earlier in the trial. Just a classy duck. I have 3/4 to half-inch scars from having a beer bottle thrown at my arm and break instantly. There wasn't a single piece of glass in any of the cuts. Frederick Acker, I was going to say this man had a good last name. The magic one, WOATFPV, thank you for the donation. Daniel Chapman, can we please get Norbert to analyze this stream? Kat Wagner, did he authenticate the log file on the bed? Nice. V. Sheldrick, can they cross him on Molly text? They could. What, the forensics expert? It wouldn't turn out well for him, though. What trial do I want to follow next? Probably the Parkland shooter. Tom Strahl. Nicholas Cruz. Hot Girl says he sounds like a gay makeup artist in Mrs. Doubtfire. NZ Family / Archie, where's Legal Vice's Village People hat from yesterday? YMCA. Duelin Finley. Amber looks scared of her own rebuttal witness. D-60. What bathhouses are Turds team getting their witnesses? Lamonk says, Cecil, is that you? Girl by the numbers. Pervs. Butter and toothpick. Lamau. Brent Naas. His cert is the entry-level one that GIAC offers for forensic. No one targets it that actually works in this field. They go over the upper class. Big red flag for those of us who are in the field. Claire Goodman, he's proving photos weren't created for the hoax. Daniel Chapman, way to counter a dude with 42 years experience with a bloke who clearly is experienced taking photos from on his iPhone. Legal advice, say ones and zeros. Dan Greenwald, do their experts all look like exes or addicts? Yes. Andrew Hansen, am I crazy to think maybe Team Amber Heard didn't provide all this to Johnny Depp? No, they probably did. I mean, he got beat down on cross by Dennison. Robert Leather, he said, had access to the devices. Depp had a backup. Bullet in my beard. Why do all experts from and within the Turd team look like they were ordered off a Wish? I'm so confused because they were. That's the secret. Mike the Dad Crosby. Haha, there are 4 files with EXIF editor in their name when you run a search in the App Store. Cheeky Mare, individual fingers. I have 1 finger injured each hand from breaking up a dog fight. My whole hand was in the mouth. Only 1 finger took the force. Cyborg, he sounds like the brother from Mrs. Doubtfire. Brett Naas, the way he tags his data in a forensic analysis tells me how pitiful he is at his job. I hope the Johnny Depp witness is around to give notes on how to destroy. Daniel Chapman, if you close your eyes, that witness sounds like Elaine. And if you close your eyes. Damon Kelly, a request for post-trial Playboy spread for Camille. I don't know if she needs the money. Law of self-defense is at $35K. Good. Good. Worthless drivel. Original versions show the versions of photos he's referencing. David Chapman, please finish your testimony before you die of lung cancer.
I'm not going to die of lung cancer.
Zyphus says, heard expert on photos. He specifies he found the originals of the photos submitted into evidence. Notice he makes no claims that the photos submitted have not been modified from the originals. Brent Nias, his testimony undermines their position because they have the device but didn't give that information to the court for obvious reasons. Ooh, very ominous. Let's see. T. Odom says, did only Amber Heard team have access to her devices, or did Johnny Depp have access to them? My understanding is that it was only Amber Heard's team, but I don't know. And they may not be able to raise, like they may have argued that point and not been able to raise it afterwards because they worked it out. They worked it. Timothy Reaper, I had to leave around noon to take a test. Just got back. Did anything interesting happen while I was gone? Also, to celebrate passing my vocational school test, please explain Ralph's Portugal visits in the Johnny Depp voice. You see when a man goes overseas to another country, he might encounter resistance and violence in a manner that he might not have understood. There you go. Zyphus, Heard expert on photos. He specifies he found the originals of the photos submitted into evidence. Notice he makes no claims that the photos submitted have not been modified from the originals. That's correct. Brent Nias, his testimony undermines their position because they have the device but didn't give that information to the court for obvious reasons. I just read that one. Fuck. Asha Terrence, the issue wasn't that the original photo didn't exist, but that the ones shown in court were edited. I'm confused about what the defense is arguing. They're arguing obfuscation. That should be obvious. Dark Matter, Julian Ackert is a liar and needs to be prosecuted for unethically manipulating evidence in court case. How are we in a world where we have such blatant lies and manipulation with such disregard? Jack or not, Julian Ackert is Norbert from AliExpress. Psych says, you guys remembered to use the like button. Thanks for awesome coverage and commentary. Thank you. Macnan Packin says, lag the lag, come back so we don't have to listen and watch this Karen bitch flappy fish hoe bag. Matthew Looney, she projects the charisma of a Karen, which is off-putting from the narrative she's trying to deliver. Polar opposite of muffins. D-Flesh60, interesting. Another turd expert testifying by looking only at the jury. Adam Naisbitt says, your channel has become my home for this trial. Thank you for the coverage and commentary. Hey, thank you, Adam. Thank you. Newbin says, it seems a bit like Amber's experts get instructed to look at the jury. Oh, yeah, most people do. That's a normal thing. Supermom says, what does this have to do with the counterclaim? I thought that the rebuttal was limited to the counterclaim. It technically is. But I guess Amber Heard's honesty is in the counterclaim. Not sure. Wick Dipper says, would it be constitutional? Oh, shit. Would it be constitutional for a state to designate a puppy as its elector for selecting congressmen, so long as that was also how they choose the members in their most numerous branch of the state legislature? I think it's got to be people, but I'm not sure. Hey, you. Does anyone notice that the liars and people on Amber's side look to the jury more often? It's like, please believe me. Fauci lied, puppies died. Amber is distinctive in her lack of nuance. Bumtown won. Dr. Hughes rebuttal. Nuh-uh. Daniel Chapman, right now, the bailiff is asking the jury to remove their belts and shoelaces. Mike the Dad Crosby, the soulless eyes of a future porn star. Diana B., she's an angry person too. RF, read that one. Read that one. Shayla M., she needs to stop the Slim Fast and have a muffin. I need a muffin. Timothy and Nicole Uding, I guarantee the jury is checked out. I think so. Sal Cataranicia says multiple experts with certifications and years of experience that give different results to the same question that are most likely wrong anyway. This is why I have trust issues, Nick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the expert witness industry is garbage. Fauci lied, puppies died. I wish to see Dr. Muffins cross-examine this nervous Nelly. Bet on the back roads says Snorefest. Christina Pirosco says, how many times do you think Amber went down on Dr. Huge? Gross. Hopefully for Amber's sake, 0. K-Dub Smile says, I'm triggered every time she says, I told you. Her tone is condescending. Not applicable. This is why people have so little faith in psychology. Joy Hughes, ugh, with the I told you. Yeah, that was bad. Ibrahim Alkabi says, Dr. Hughes listening. Daniel Chapman says, caps 5, daily 5 caps at Coachella. Elaine Minzart says, please someone make a meme from this woman with the slogan, as I told you. Oh, there we go. There it was. Mason Merrick, Turd's team has a bonus for all witnesses if she wins the case. I've heard that allegation. It might be true, but I, can't substantiate it. Recovered Alcoholic says Elaine is lagging. Yes. Nabor 605, Hughes speaks mad at jury for listening to the another doctor. Just another red shirt outed. Amber's lawyers found a less sympathetic witness in Dr. Hughes than Amber herself. I don't know. But they managed to. Daniel Chapman says, is Elaine Scatman John? No, not this time. Anna P. Wait, wouldn't Amber Heard have a reason to exaggerate her symptoms with Dr. Muffins? If she's more emotionally damaged, she gets more money, but because the evidence is against her, she has to explain it away now. Oh, yeah, she'd be way more motivated to have PTSD with both. That'd be better for her testimony. Girl by the numbers says, oh my gosh, you're too nice. KY Jelly theatrics in court were obnoxious and disrespectful to judge in her court, but he's happy. Guess that's what's important. Law, great coverage. Go to sleep. Thanks. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Upper Echelon Gamers. Hey, man, appreciate the coverage. I sent you an email tonight with a legal question. If you get a chance, it will directly impact my next vid. Oh, shit. What's up, Upper Echelon Gamers? By the way, guys, Upper Echelon Gamers has been putting out quality content on YouTube for quite a while. Go check out his. Go check out his channel. Austin C. Honestly, Amber probably has PTSD from the car accident years ago with her friend. Just nothing to do with the Depp case. Diane Moore, I'd love to see the jurors' faces right now. Gamer Boleen, yeah, people with PTSD still function. Is it complex like in the movies or compound where it's more internalized? Tortheo, my tests prove my tests are good. Dr. Karen. Roderick Embark says they're arguing over whether she's crazy or a liar. Anna P. Bennett Chu is what I'd expect from competent Mr. Bean became a lawyer. Daniel Chapman, I've never seen anyone do cross without cross. What? Diana B. My psychologist does not use any of these tests as too unreliable. Yes, we talk about this case. Grace M. Cabrera says, hi, everybody. Love your analysis. Happy to see Legal Vices with the group. Me too. He's been just a gem of an addition to the show, in my opinion. Sazzy is elite. How much time does Amber's legal team have left? 0 now. Grayson Cabrera, read that one. Shit. Fauci lied, puppies died. Dr. Hughes seems personally offended, whilst Dr. Muffin seems professionally offended. Sal Catarinicia says, Ben Shoes tie is making me hungry for carnival cotton candy. Oh, I'm starving.
I'm starving. You know, back in the day, in the trenches, they didn't have bread. They were unbreaded.
Not applicable. Don't think Heard is helping herself smirking here. No, she's doing terrible. Malch says, I'm confused. Shouldn't their rebuttal be concerning the countersuit from Heard? I'm assuming this means the Heard team has completely abandoned their countersuit. Doesn't mean that. They're still maintaining it, but they know they're going to lose it. Mitch Kraft says, Chemical Brothers, push the button. Fortnite editor. Oh, shit. Says, since Amber's witness Dawn didn't administer the PTSD test correctly according to the instructions on how it should be administered, wouldn't that void any test results and or diagnosis? It's up to the jury. The jury is the one who finds the facts. So if there's a competing narrative about a fact, the jury finds the answer. Sorry, I'm really tired. Ryan McKenna, hey, Nick, have you seen the meth-addled twin brothers that stream EQ out of their long-term hotel room? Character name is No Teeth. They're also addicted to scratch-offs. Pure gold. I've never heard of them. Unin Stealthfoot says, the somewhat collaborative test reads each question as, is he an alcoholic? Did he abuse you? Test bias against men much? Colo sign, tests can't be done past a year because our memories are too damaged to be reliable. Dr. Hughes is a hack and should not practice. Damn. Brando Commando, Lamau Radio Ricada looking ass. What? Not applicable says, comes in and out. It's like a crackle. Gone for now. Oh, the Ricada. Yeah, the audio distortion. That was great. Restless Medic says YouTube is trying to obfuscate this damning testimony of Amber's expert with the lag. JDV, Hughes is so naive or deceptive. Believe me, all the times I was psychologically tested, I was very aware of how to manipulate this. Do you think Hughes really believes herself and Amber? She might have had to convince herself. She might have had to do that. See ya, see Goody. Quitter. Here I am. 9 hours in. A while to go. Okay, here we go. Just another red shirt says, hats off to your mods, Nick. Oh, well, let's not get too hasty here. Roy says, refresh worked for me, chat. Torthea, what's in the box? What's in the box? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Andrew Starr, Depp's lawyers suck, dude. His lawyers don't suck. I mean, some of them may have underperformed your expectation, but they all certainly perform competently. Engineer, you don't hear it, but in my work, we had it before. Your CPU is being overly taxed by your streaming software, I bet. I mean, I doubt it. I doubt it. Alex Martinez, thanks for donation. LDG, F the lag, I don't care. I'm loyal RL. Thank you, LDG. Not applicable. Pretty sure it's StreamYards or YouTube throttling, by the way. I think it was the connection between StreamYard and YouTube, which, because I think when my connection to StreamYard is messy, we got that at the beginning of the stream, and I had the lag indicator. I was mentioning that. It tells me when that happens. But when it's between StreamYard and YouTube, I don't think it tells me. Ender says it's not lagging, it's roboting badly. Brain, at least Nick's whining at chat is clear. That's right. Fauci lied. Puppies died. 'Tis spazzing, Nick, but we know it isn't your fault, buddy. It's okay. No worries. Joseph Barreto, pretty sure it's YouTube having streaming issues. Cavaliers, stop yelling at your streamers for trying to help. The lag is on your end because you guys are also lagging. Your RAM is maxing out. My RAM is not anywhere close to maxing out, but thank you. Ron White, just hit F5 refresh and the audio refreshes. TJW says, hey, Nick, first timer, the audio lag is on your end, but I agree with you. People should find different broadcasts or tank through the lag. Cheers. Again, it wasn't on my end. It was somewhere in the middle because the other people on my stream couldn't hear the same audio issues. So if it's on my end, the audio going from me to our meeting room would have an issue, and there wasn't. None of us knew what was going on. And then it goes out to YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey from the meeting room on StreamYard. I think that's where the issue was. Ron White says, just hit F5 refresh and the audio refreshes. Read that one. Real Jay-Z says, so easy. Middle finger is the longest. Put your hand such that adjacent fingers are right at the edge. Middle finger will stick out farther. Romulus Crushman Project. Clearly, you haven't done an oil change on your PC. Not true. I poured oil on it this morning. Vegetable oil. 11 Bravo Crunchy. It's not just YouTube. It's on Rumble too. And it must have been the distribution from StreamYard. Pincalo the Driving 8. It is so intermittent, it could only be YouTube side. Slaglust. I remember when Nick first had Bronca on. He was so nervous having a real lawyer on his little show, and now look at you guys. Yeah, it's a true hand jobby tale. CS Branca, it's because you're the best on this channel. It's not worth following you elsewhere when you are pure gold interacting here and here often. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Anna's Gameland Law Tube, more like Beard Tube. Thanks for your coverage, guys. Much respect. Squirrel69 is a former streamer who used two PCs to stream. What I'm seeing occur happened to me when something was being downloaded to the streaming PC, Windows Update, large files, etc. I got all that shit turned off, so don't know. Les White was still happening when you were gone, Nick. Thank you. Vindicated. Did DUI guys say what made the judge pissed off at the gallery? I mean, David Rottenborn asked the judge to address the gallery. That's what. I don't think the judge was pissed. She just said, look, effectively, you guys are making audible reactions. The jury can hear it, and the jury is reacting, so stop it, or I'll kick you out. Tomby says, choppy is sporadic, was not lagging at the same time with tug screen side by side. Have restarted the browser multiple times. It'll be downstream of you and nothing you can do. Satellite on 1 gigabyte line. Yeah. And I have a gig down and 60 up, which I would prefer gig down, gig up, but I'm in a small town still. And so I'm just ruined on that one. But 60 up is plenty of upload to support streaming in 4K. And I don't stream in 4K. Mr. Squiggles says, Nick, I'm telling you, you have to download more RAM. Listen to the experts. Sometimes the downloads even come with a free antivirus. Laughing Dog, I love you, Nick. Press F for John Goldman's crying in the chat. Stephanie FBD. Found you during Rittenhouse and have been an avid fan since. Thanks for making sense of the chaos. Keep up the work. Love you, Steph from Customs. Oh, thank you. Ace says, pour hot sauce on it. I wish. In my mouth. Ron White, thanks for the donation. TC Barnett. To help develop a new alternative to StreamYard, screw them and rock on. Audio problems suck. As a streamer, I feel much love. Keep it up. There is one. There's Wave, I think, that Eric Hunley uses. I have an issue with Wave in that it hates my camera setup specifically. So I'm not sure what's up with that. but I like everything else about them. Penis the puff-nosed dragon says, I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. Not applicable. Yelling at the audience for being annoyed. Good call. Damn right. Alicia, well, when the audience is the one annoying you, you should yell at the audience. Who else am I going to yell at? Anonymous says, what's the deal with DUI guy and Legal Bites' drama? I would direct you to their respective streams to get the full. Did I say 60 gig up? I meant 60 meg up. Fuck. A gigabyte down, 60 megabytes up. But yeah, I would direct you to DUI guy and Legal Bites' individual streams. I don't care what their issues are. I'm just me. I interact with people who want to come on my show. That's it. That's it. Alicia GDA, thank you for the donation. James Knoll, quit yelling at me. Fauci lied, puppies died. Nick is silencing us. Hashtag me poo. Engineer, not saying it's the issue, but one time we had issues with GOT meeting. And as it turns out, one of the Amazon Web Services servers went down. Roughly 70% of the internet is hosted on Amazon Web Services. Karn Reaper from Is It Down? YouTube is having some problems. Yeah, I think that was the issue. For Frankie Ferran, here's your bottle, baby. Ron White, Nick, I keep hitting refresh and it clears it up. Janine Thompson says, just shut up and ignore them. Yeah, it's choppy, but I'm not complaining. Zankrigor says, have you tried hitting it with a hammer? Boomer, on today's edition of Bad Chat Advice, check your PC blinker fluid. Robert Kavanaugh, get Doc Brown to change the flux capacitor. Jokes aside, it's intermittent. Space Cake. In the UK, there's a saying, face like a bulldog chewing a bee, was made for Don Hughes. Moshe Kaplan, what's your favorite scotch? Look, the go-to... No, that's my go-to scotch. My favorite scotch that I've had, I've only had one bottle of it, I would love another, is the Dalwhinnie 25-year. As far as scotches go, it was pure butter. Rio Marcantonio, just start drinking and out the internet and put the internet in rice. Yes. Josh Jones, hey, Nick, thank you for everything you've done. Me and my missus, Michaela Lawson, have watched you every day for 5 to 6 weeks. Been invested in Johnny Depp case for the last 4 to 6 years. Much love, brother. Love, hard to convict, too. Thank you. Sinatra says, get hip to Angel's Envy and Eagle Rare. Message me about the Boss Hog. It's everywhere here. Shit. My poor liquor store, and I bought, I think, 4 Boss Hogs on my own in a tiny town. He can't get one to save his life. He's pissed. Great US says, holy shit, Ricada Law, you're still doing super chats. You must have a Tesla by now. By the way, I got the poll link from Viva Barnes Locals poster. Cheers and hope your sleep is bliss. Sinatra says, I know you're not here anymore. Maybe you are. Angel's Envy finished rye. This is, I mean, it's a masterpiece. It's one of the best $100 bottles you can get. Fishing 4x4. Is it just me or does Elaine's jacket always make her look like a kid borrowing his dad's suit at prom? Not applicable. Pronounce Nika. Some stress on the knee. Nika. Super Colin, opinion on Wild Turkey 101. Wild Turkey 101 is the only whiskey I like to drink with ice. But I like to drink it with ice. Other whiskeys I don't. Roberto Souza, no. 2 lawyers on each side will do closing arguments. Colin Fisher, have you ever tried monkey shoulder? I did. I've heard lots of good things. I was not super impressed with it, personally. Not my thing. It's not like a bad whiskey. It's just not my flavor. Oh, TM, the lagging was 7 hours ago. The Quantico man says, how do you feel about the last few witnesses? Are they looking better for Amber or Johnny? Johnny. Hands down. Mad Matt 20, does board certification matter in terms of law, as Turd's team seem desperate to make sure everyone knows Curry isn't and Hughes is? No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. What matters in terms of law doesn't matter for the jury, right? All of this is performative for the jury. Oh my gosh, this drama is going all over the place. Holy shit. Dean K, it started popping as soon as you came back on the stream. There was, look. Yeah, never mind. Shock the Casbah. Wife and I almost got married at the Stanley, chose Red Rocks instead. We chose wisely. Michael Cohen, hey, from Ireland. Nick getting his testy about his internet issues as Dr. Hughes was about her testing methods. Love the stream. Nebulaeus is Law and Crime paid YouTube Extra today. 10th Planet. It seems to happen when viewer count goes above 40K. At 30 and above, it was fine. 40, it was a bit choppy, but good. Over 40 went nuts. Might be a coincidence. I think it was just the time of day, honestly. Homar311, I think the issues between StreamYards and YouTube. Bingo. Jen A. Speaking of bottles, she'd never convinced me that she wouldn't feel dry entry of a bottleneck and didn't realize what was happening. Bad lie, huge tell. Christopher Svan says, I can recommend Macmyra Swedish whiskey. I'd love to try it. Let's be real. Nick probably doesn't know about the lag that he's addressed several times. Probably should keep commenting lag over and over again so he can repeat himself. In fact, more messages will speed lag. Oh, Alex Martinez, objection. You can't talk about chromatics. Joan sings, any chance in the future you could live stream and break down a Matlock case? Still the GOAT lawyer. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I feel like right now I have a stoma in a voice box. My throat kind of hurts. Fauci lied. Puppies died. P.S. No rational person believes the lag is bigger issue for the viewer than the person running the channel. Correct. Believe me. Tiberius Gracchus says, Mike Myers and who behind you on the painting? Mike Myers, Pinhead, Freddy Krueger, Jason, and Leatherface. It was from an artist named Robert Hurst. He has unfortunately passed along. He was a friend of my mother's. And before he died, he had terminal cancer, I believe, for a while. It was aggressive, but he was around for a little while. Before he died, his goal was to try to get rid of his inventory so his wife wouldn't have to. So I bought that one, which was an artist print. It was like a special edition print. He had other prints of it. This one was the upgrade. And then my mom messages me after he dies. She's like, oh, hey, did you see the piece I bought? The original? I was like, Mom, I was so pissed. So pissed. I would have bought the original in a heartbeat. Now my freaking mom has it. Chronal says, oh my God, wait, never mind. That's Elaine. Gunblade Night. I'd love to watch you guys more, but about to go to donate plasma. Oh, have fun with that. Lord Ravener. He put bees in front of my dog, Tortheo. Amber Heard, my palms are sweating, knees weak, arms heavy. Oh no. Oh no. Arms heavy. Mom spaghetti. Not your problem, says what bad acting, speaking in cheap cadence. Camberosa, she is crazier than the people threatening her. Hashtag heard say skeleton. I'm a human bee. Natalie Brathwaite says, ooh, boo-hoo. Let me play you a sad song in the world's smallest violin. Brian Wick, acting like this is why she isn't in more films. This is pathetic. American 300 says, as soon as Heard started talking, it's almost as if she stepped into a role as if Elaine's question was an action and objection. Cut. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was terrible. Wondering what mics you guys are using? This is an Electro Voice RE20 microphone. It is running to a Universal Audio Apollo Twin input. You have to buy an interface to plug into your computer. So I use the Apollo Twin from Universal Audio. Before that, I use a Scarlett 2i2. Their audio qualities are similar, but the Apollo has some other options, like I can do auto tune and shit like that. There you go. Brian Wick, acting like this is why she isn't in more films. This is pathetic. American. Wait, I read that one. Ashley Ogburn, Amber are the statements in the room with us now. Fancy Nancy, Amber Heard should have not lied. She would be enjoying the $7 million in Musk baby daddy money. Ramashadran Kandaswamy says she officially lost me. There you go. There you go. But listen, to the person who is asking, my eyes are more teary-eyed than Amber. I have something in this eye right now. It's bugging me. Person who asked about microphones. My mic setup costs way too much. Don't do it. You get a Scarlett 2i2 and like an Audio Technica 2035, and you like a third to half the money maybe, and it sounds great. It sounds great. I upgraded for the business expense tax write-offs, frankly, on a lot of this stuff. So you don't have to have this mic setup when you're just starting out. I started out with a Blue Yeti. I wouldn't recommend actually a Blue Yeti to anybody. There's a lot better USB microphones out there now. Check out Alpha Gaming, guy named Harrison. He's got stupid hair or whatever, but he does really good reviews for streaming equipment. Check him out. There's a newer USB microphone that seems to be really good. It'd probably save you a ton of money. Doug Murray, I haven't missed your super chat. I'll get there. Kingslayer 07, tell me when she's done, please. Just pathetic. Nomad, she charges $33,000 to speak for charitable events. Yep. Robert Gorchanes says, how much trouble would Depp's lawyers get in if instead of yelling objection, they yelled cut instead? That'd be funny. That'd be very funny. Jensen Zeiger, how does she know people are mocking her online if she isn't supposed to look into the trial? No, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are fully able to look into the trial. They're fully able to look online. It's witnesses that are not parties who are not. Worthless Drivel, still no tears. Carrie says, as a genuine DV survivor and genuine sufferer of PTSD, her masquerading as a DV survivor and PTSD sufferer feels like mocking and is offensive. Very insulting. Blue-eyed Roof Korean, right, as an American, Hollywood elites hate America. Not your problem. Her PTSD doesn't let her cry properly, guys. Can't you leave her alone? Habeas Corpses says, hoisting an eagle rare in your honor. Skull. Eagle rare is good stuff. I like it. Macnan Packin says, couple of things. Is it weird that Rottenborn is doing the rebuttal versus Elaine? Also, Amber's team has around 40 minutes left. Matthew Self, your honor, may I approach? I'm going to need some lube. Gamer Valine, selfishly sharing. You mean her voice that was blindly believed by media even after Kate Moss proved it was a lie? Brain says, Lifetime Channel's level of bad acting. Heard's over. Chris Catania, wasn't she just laughing and lighthearted when she took the stand? She had to get her water, then immediately tragedy. Yes. I'm not snickering in this case. Yeah, you were. Dustin Hannon, thank you for the donation. Mommy Pickles, Amber needed an expert to explain why she cannot express actual tears. She had that, her acting coach. Jackernaut says she takes zero responsibility for her actions and 3K. Court TV found a single Amber supporter today, a girl 18-ish years old. She believed Amber and supports her because nobody else does. Oof. Goji, all these rules everybody has to follow around her. It sounds like she's controlling everyone that she meets. Also, lol, this acting. Ibrahim Alkabi, she had to clarify she was a human. Her and Zuckerberg. Cartel, the biggest problem isn't just her bad acting. It's actually more about her bad writing. Her monologue lies are poor scripts. By the way, thanks for the great commentary, guys. Heart, thank you. Why won't Johnny look at me? Amber looks like she's constipated on the stand. Simon Scott, I changed to 480p and have had no lag since. Dead operator down Damo. Computer engineer here. That guy put in the bare minimum effort. He assumed a lot on the root authenticity of the file. I'd leave my wife for Dr. Curry. Holy shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. To be determined, PTSD, IPV, victim, disabled children started an org to help all gain career independence. Please help us get started. Yunin Stealthfoot says, what do you tell an Amber with 2 black eyes? Nothing. She's already heard it twice. Brian A., thank you for the donation. What do we got here? Paul, who has helped JD more, his witnesses or Amber? Amber's done so much damage to her case. So much damage to her case. Zachary Malaya says, make sure to pick up a 3D printed Amber turd on Etsy. Thank you. TCV Titan Jeebus, this sidebar. Air Chunk says, Richards, if it pleases the jury, I can poop out a better performance than Miss Turd. I mean, Miss Heard. No, turd. Emphasis on turd. May I approach? Chad Michael Taylor says, what's your favorite 40K faction? I want to paint and send you a mini. My favorite are custodians, honestly. They are. I know it's super lame, but they are. They're great. D Cross, lucky for Amber, her baby also can't cry. Worthless drivel. Is this what triggered looks like for her? Skeleton, get your popcorn, boys. Let's fracking go. Law for the law god, skull for the judge's throne. Go for the throat, girl. Emmy Fire, dude, need the extra coffee because I can't handle the bull crap. Later, gonna enjoy a Shibui Whiskey 15 year to wipe my brain. Miss you, Nick. And my son just turned 11 months old. Oh, that's so great. Emmy, I can't wait. That first birthday is going to be so much fun. So much fun. Torthea, what actual survivor of domestic violence wants that? Good question. Slick Gaima, the cap is strong with this one. Chrissy B, hi Nick, big fan since the Vic case. Happy to be a part of your community. Your commentary are always informative and fun. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Time Walker, Terragor, hey man, I want to send you a book. Oh, I read that one. Black Tiger says, believe heard a bit more today. She claimed to live with much abuse. Well, after Camille ravished her, she turned over and smiled and asked her to do it again. Slick Gaima, Camille kissed her blade and went for the throat. What is it? Shit, I can't think of that song. Never mind. Only SAS. Lawyers, is this the champion of liars you've ever seen in court? Giving the Golden Turd Award today. She's a big one. Dude with an opinion says, and the Razzies go to... Christina Perosco says, somebody ought to tell her the horns slipped down to her cheeks. Mitchcraft, this is amazing. Michael Epley, Camille is like Captain America. I can go all day. Aaron Gray, it was genius to have the young, attractive woman cross Amber. Amber seems like the type who is constantly comparing herself to other women. Camille's intimidating on multiple levels. Oh, yeah. Yep. 100%. And I know there's like lots of media shit about Camille dating Johnny Depp and stuff. Their flirty-ish interactions piss Amber off. No joke. No joke. Toby DeRossi, thank you for the donation. Says, question, is Camille a living saint punishing heretics in the emperor's name, or she had chosen of corn with her brutality spilling blood for the blood god? The second one. Brooks Bailey, I bet one of the jurors is going to come across your channel in the future when they're getting context from outside the courtroom. Maybe you could interview them one day. They'd be welcome to come on after the trial is over. Tortheo Camille looks genuinely upset. On Union Southfoot, who thinks Amber is almost as good an artist as Hunter Biden? Let's see. Next, we've got Andrew Clark. This is what I was talking about. Defense Exhibits 512 and 725. Poofy, Camille has chunky rings on her proverbial fists. Stark Art 87. Amber Turd or Amber Tard. Nathan Dust, I would simp for Camille Vasquez. No simps. Hayes, rackets you mentioned in EDB LA Times article. I mentioned an EDB LA Times article. Oh, Emily D. Baker. That one. Damn. No one writes articles just about me in the mainstream media. Megan Fox will mention me and stuff, but like, come on. Me, what are you scared? You scared? Scared of endorsing me? See what it says. Among other prominent law tubes are Alina Elite Mazaika, who runs the channel Legal Bites. Alita. And is a member of the California Bar and DC Bar. Nick Ricada, a Minnesota lawyer whose channel Ricada Law has 435,000 subscribers. 440,000 subscribers. Kentucky-based defense attorney Larry Foreman. Oh, that's it. That's the only mention? That's it? That's all I get? Racists. Racists. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Hayes. Charlie says, Runkle watching Camille do this to A Turd looks like he's staring at every love he'll ever have in his life. An orange sea lion says, Camille is going to be disbarred for violating the 13th Amendment after this cross. Not only is she owning Amber Turd, but she's ruthlessly beating her like a redheaded stepchild. Damn. Redheaded stepchild's on life support. 441? You guys are ridiculous. You're insane. And I love you. I love you. Subtitles. Anyone realize Dr. Hughes was sitting with Heard's family and left after Camille brought up the two pictures and skedaddled? Lamfau, she knows. She knows. Black Tiger 001, they're reenacting Vikings how Vikings treated captured women. Low Watermark with a huge chat says, here's an article all about you, Nick. Can't wait to see you back on Friday Night Tights. Hey, thank you. Love those guys. Love that show. Will be lots of fun. Hopefully after this trial, I can pop back over to Friday Night Tights because they're my peoples over there. Joshua Cornelius, they're definitely psychopathy here. She doesn't experience the sheer anxiety that any normal person should feel at being caught in bold-faced lies. Ashley Rogers, Kate Moss coming out of the woodwork for her 15 minutes of fame. Kate Moss really needed this trial to invigorate her career. Just in time. Humans produce tears when they cry, Amber. Andrew Fitz, what if this is some kind of public shaming kink playing out? Would explain her awful defense. Rooster Cogburn says she said 5 minutes ago she had never seen Morgan until now. Then she just said she's already been through a trial with him. Effing lulz. Effing lulz. Lilu says, Camille is my hero. Your channel and panel have been great. Glad I found it. Thank you, Lilu. Chimney Joshi. So she said, that's why I wrote the op-ed, direct connection to Johnny Depp. Bree, I'm playing the Me song over Amber testifying. Please make a video of this. John C. Cook, ladies and gentlemen, the vast squeeze is in effect. Demos Lady OGC, poor choice of words. She said I didn't need to fake bruises, so if she needed to, she would. Flash the Mystic, can we get another over 9,000 views joke from you and Legal Mindset? No, Legal Mindset is gone, but what? After 9 hours and 21 minutes, we're still over 9,000? That's impossible. Brotherhood of Steelman, Heard just admitted to the article. Again, I don't think it was at issue, but there you go. William Knowles. Johnny is going to get Amber Heard another role when they remake this for Netflix. Christina Perosco. Did everyone see Elaine sniff her fingers yesterday after she pulled them out of her ear? Gross. Gross. Tribaceous T. Camille Vasquez. Ace Attorney. Psych. Amber just admitted she wrote the op-ed. Rip Ray Liotta. Yes, Ray Liotta has apparently passed on, a legend. People asked me, I saw earlier, they're like, do a Ray Liotta impression. I don't have a Ray Liotta impression other than from Goodfellas. Tor Theo, even if jurors didn't think Johnny Depp had enough to win, he clearly has quite a bit. And Amber Heard claiming that the trial itself is abuse in front of them. Bad. Kara, can her lawyers get in trouble for the few times where they were busted falsely putting in info in front of the jury to win $100 million? They knew it was false. Probably not. Harsha Reddy, she said, that's why I wrote the op-ed. Doesn't that mean she intended it to Johnny Depp? Isn't that all Johnny Depp had to prove? The article was about him. She did that on the first day, though. Like her first bit of testimony, or the first day of her testimony, she said that. It was also in the opening argument. No one's, I don't think, worried about proving that. Cremoni says, could Camille have asked Amber to identify which trial participants had lied, triggering another round of defamation lawsuits? No, you actually have litigation privilege. So unless it is evident that you are solely pursuing litigation or litigation efforts for the purpose of bolstering a defamatory claim. And before you say that Amber Heard's doing that, what I mean is, the way this works is, I want to defame you. We don't have a history. I want to defame you. I file a lawsuit with a bunch of false claims. I take that. I file the lawsuit. Then I run to a newspaper or your boss or your competitor with the lawsuit that I filed, and I give it to them and I say, look at what they've done. There's a lawsuit against them, right? That's a child molester. They're being sued for child molestery. That pierces the litigation privilege. But if someone has a bona fide lawsuit, even if their prospects of winning aren't good in the slightest, then it's not. So you have to do it for the purpose of trying to defame someone through the courts. So that's not going to happen here. We're well beyond that. The fact that this is going to jury and all that stuff, we're pretty sure that though her legal theory may not be correct, in my mind, Amber Heard has presented at least fact questions for a jury to resolve. Don't know what happened to the flight attendant, by the way. Who was supposed to testify? No idea. William Knowles, how much would you pay for your ex-wife to be called Miss Turd from now on? Johnny wins either way. Lillian Erickson, did you see Ben chewing candy when Amber Heard testified? Yep. Ethan M., how does that go with the jury? Same picture deal. You're all lawyers who look for this. How often do jurors actually pay that much attention? Well, it was just called out to him. Very, very specifically. That's the trick. Johnny Cause, Amber admitted to writing the op-ed during the cross. It has to be the nail in the coffin. No, I mean, her writing the op-ed isn't a problem if the op-ed's true. If the jury finds that he was an abuser and that she stood up against domestic abuse, then it's true and she wins. Copperwise says, if they find she lied and is not credible, can she still win on a counterclaim? I mean, yes, but logically think through it, right? If this is a question of honesty before the jury and they find that she lied, do you think they're going to award her an award of money based on dishonesty of the other person against her? I mean, it's possible they can hold those two things, but if they don't trust her, I don't think they're going to give her a defamation award. Scholargrim DMB, Johnny might have been listening to music, but Camille was blasting No Vaseline by Ice Cube during this. Attila Signer says it was like Hulk smashing Loki's face to the ground. Daniel Arendt, thanks for the donation. Tommy Dune, thank you, Nick, for keeping the workday more bearable. Started following with Rittenhouse trial and love to hear you and the panel insights into law term and what's going on. Thank you. Andrew Clark, I sent you the story on shoes and several super chats. On bird, robin, cardinal, a red bird, and several super chats. Okay. Oh, at Twitter. It's probably on Twitter is what it's supposed to be. The Flesh 60, that Umbrella Guy and Popcorn Planet had the bottle photos on their streams weeks ago. Oh, okay. Well, I must not have understood what was being talked about, which is possible. Useless piece of shit. Thank you for the donation. Tortheo Amber Heard opened the door by testifying to her honesty. Quicks, as a lawyer, if evidence presented to you is clearly duplicative, do you offer a FU quote or show them the door? Does the panel have the experience? No, you just tell them, I'm not doing this. This is my name on this, my professional ethics. Like, I'm not going to do this. That's what you do. Quick Toes, since Amber Heard brought the internet in it, can jury view? Only on stuff that's in evidence. They can't just go to the internet. Ferret on the Rocks, had my finger clipped by a manhole cover. My middle finger swelled to twice its normal size. So much relief when it finally ripped the nail open. Oh, Pasha, last night at Disneyland, it was quite quiet before the fireworks show. They showed Johnny Depp's image and played the Pirates of the Caribbean theme song. Everyone went crazy. The world is on Johnny's side. Connor Herndon, did anyone else notice she admitted to writing the op-ed about Johnny? Isn't that case closed? Nope. Timothy Reaper, Camille, Your Honor, we would like to call the internet to the stand to rebut Ms. Heard's testimony. Her engineer, the worst picture I've seen, my username should indicate my backstory, is from a longshoreman whose head was pinched by 2 containers in a yard and the brains were on the container. Oh, F. Tor. I usually use a 1mm bore and power drill when dealing with blood under nail injury. Thank you for an awesome show. This is awesome coverage. Hey, thank you. Lucky Behemoth. As a submariner in the Navy, they teach you about backlash zones. You do not straddle lines. That man is lucky he was not cut in half. Thomas McGrath, have you heard of cases where a lawyer has given up on their defendant in closing arguments or tried techniques to limit the punishment of guilt in their closing arguments? Great stream, by the way. Without being able to name specifics, yes. God Dark Death. I once had a 12-foot metal bar crush my finger. Fuck. Blazemonger. I witnessed an accident in the Navy when someone came down a 6-foot staircase while the ship with 3.6 KT water replacement came up 30 feet in 2 seconds. Ooh. AP, guy at my company. So he was falling down a 6-foot staircase and 3.6 kilotons of water straight up right into him. Did they die then? AP, guy at my company lost his pinky and half his thumb to a 40 press for SUV body panels. Would have lost his entire hand if not for a pressure relief zone and the press dies. Ron Merrick, another nurse here, critical care for me, and I've got some good stories about urinary catheters, rectal tubes, and wound vacs. Gross. Barbie Dracules, I'm feeling so smug with satisfaction after that beatdown. I can't even imagine how gratifying this was for Johnny Depp. Yep. Amber, I have a big picture question. Who was the burden of proof in this case and what elements they have to prove? They both do. Johnny has to prove the elements of defamation in his case. Amber has to prove the elements of defamation in her case. TLDR on the overall day for Johnny. Johnny's team called a hand surgeon and rested. It was fine, kind of pointless at this point. Amber Heard called a digital forensics expert, Dawn Hughes, and then Amber Heard, and then rested. And all of the damage in the case is done by Amber Heard to herself. Devin O, ER nurse. ERs are a haven for the darkest of humors. We've cracked jokes and laughed during CPR, family not present, to get through the hardest ones. I'll take dark humor any day. God, it's got to be hard. Human Phil says Legal Bites banned DUI guy from her streams and Law and Lumber threw him under the bus. Drama time. It is drama time. That's how it goes. Perception check says Whitney's jaw looks like it's constantly hanging open behind pursed lips. That's incredibly uncomfortable for me to do. How is that just her face? Dude in a Z007. Whitney looks like a cult member. She needs deprogramming. Wafala Fiak joined the Discord yesterday after the stream. Never met a more based place. Thanks for the recommendation. I told you not to go. They're awful. They're awful. Marius, Amber Heard, I'm not sitting in this room snickering, laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. Right. Greetings from Norway. Yeah, I mean, the jury can see her doing all of those things. This guy, my grandma doesn't speak English, saw Amber Heard testimony, immediately says she's lying and badly, then continued to bake unbothered. Mark Van E, that's a grandma right there. Mark Van E's at 10, I got my finger stuck in the locking mechanism of a door. Also, I did Iedo. A lot of dudes had cuts on their arms because of stupid sword use. Oh, I bet. Geek Eternal, do you think Amber and her team got to any jurors and that's why they requested jurors' identities be sealed? No. Mitch Kraft, Ray Liotta has died. Tay Logan says, was Amber Heard not directed to stay off social media and discussion of the trial? She can't post to social media. She can read it. Dino, hey mate, is there a way to view the beginning of today's episode or do we have to wait until you stop being live? You should be able to take the slider all the way back, but I don't know. But yeah, she could go on social media. She can't post. If so, how does she know negativity or death threats, as she said to this very day? No, she can be on social media. She also probably likely got emails about it. Monster Mangler says, please make an unbeshirted shirt. Thank you. Christian Anderson, Vices and Mindset. Is it coincidence that you're both living, working in Korea? Yes. Are there a lot of opportunities for English-speaking lawyers? That I don't know. John Bassinger, remember how they were all supposed to tell their fondest memories of Amber during her birthday party? Everyone kissed her rear except Johnny Depp. Alan Girl, unrelated, but rip Ray Liotta. To be determined, we can make your website not look sketchy, cheap, and you would be helping people. Ooh. Easy Dozer says USCCA, US Law Shield, or other, just more ammo. I think he uses Law Shield. You'd have to check, but I think more ammo is the answer. Fabulous 5, Amber admitted to writing the op-ed about him in her last few sentences. Christina, thanks for your hard work. Been watching since Manana. Shout out to Legal Mindset and Vices watching this trial live from Tokyo. Sleep is completely effed. Hope everyone gets good rest after the Anubite. Search for Pretty Parrot on TikTok. She has great courtroom animation. Royce the Ripper. Damn, Chantix taking out Ray Liotta. Sal Katarinicia says the shift of power to Depp's team and confidence they have over Amber's is pretty crazy. I was neutral coming into this, but after seeing everything, they and Johnny made me believe him more. Kelly and Ian Quinn. I only wish the amazing Camille had gotten Amber Heard to call the WB exec a liar too. Pizzo 1, go rotten bum. Piss the judge off more. Legal Mindset. Can you get bulk seppuku knife set for Team Amber Heard before Amber Heard gives them as a set? They may save a little honor that way. Austin Inglis says Ray Liotta apparently died at 67. Cameron Martin, can you please look into the Mercedes Carrera case? Her trial's been postponed for 3 years. Is this normal? Cameron Martin, I am following that case. Have been for quite some time. Let me tell you this about the Mercedes Carrera case. The delays largely are coming at the request of Mercedes Carrera. I know she has done interviews with print publications and a weird podcast that has shitty audio through her jailhouse phone calls. I know she's done interviews suggesting that she is not getting the right to a speedy trial. She's requesting the delays. I've been watching the filings, waiting for something more to happen. So that's what's going on. part of the reason she doesn't have any money, and she knows she's really got a problem with this case. The evidence against her is very, very difficult to overcome. Henry K, thumbs up. Joseph DeMartino, even most of Johnny's legal team and experts are better looking than Amber. Janine Thompson, do the lawyers always determine jury instructions? Yeah, they argue them out. The judge will make a final determination or they'll agree. Catherine Smith, loyal AF to the rackets, no drama and highly and enjoyably appropriate. Jonathan Turner, can we appreciate that Ben is such a Chad that he sits back in his chair and tells his paralegal, take care of my light work? Hako, vicarious liability, somebody call Russell Greer. Stephanie King, Amber Heard out of Aquaman 2 are innate. I haven't seen that news specifically. "16 hours ago, The Independent writes, Amber Heard, all the celebrities who have supported the Aquaman star during the defamation trial. Julia Fox and Kathy Griffin are among the stars to have taken sides with Heard. Yeah, no one's surprised there. Yeah, I don't see her actually being removed yet in this. So lagging, says everyone here, hates me, not sure why. I love me. Of course, I love puns because I'm a punny guy. You're banned forever. The civil rights lawyer says, have me on sometime. Maybe next trial, have your people call my people. No drama, only questionable advice. I will do that, the civil rights lawyer. I will do that. We need to get into contact. Barry Soitoro, will Amber win a Razzie for her terrible performance in Depp vs. Heard? That would be awesome. The end is near. Beware. Does Andrew Branca do lives on his channel? Yes, as I would like to hear if he thinks USCCA is worth paying for. Have some specific questions in particular. He does. I don't know how often he does them, but he does them. Darcy says drama is lame. Thank you, Nick. I could not agree more with that sentiment. Diablo Bataille, here's to Nick's editor doing God's work. Cheers. Jared D, what would happen if the jury disregards their instruction and finds for one party or the other based solely on, for example, who they're more a fan of? Would it just be grounds for an appeal? Nope. They don't have to give their reason why they do anything. Oh, Bronca uses CCW safe. Thank you for that, chat. Ms. Admiral says Amber Heard sued Doug Stanhope in 2016 for defamation. Doug Stanhope wrote an op-ed saying Amber Heard was blackmailing Johnny Depp. By the way, I made out with Doug Stanhope. There you go. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base. Judge sunk my battleship, or these Powerball numbers. MI58, maybe your turd's next victim. Mike the Dad Crosby, that sound was Amber Heard throwing something at her TV 2.35 miles away. MI58, I think turds experts advising have rubbed off on some of the chat. CE Northeast, I don't want anything from Jay except his money. Abby Norman, what part of Kentucky is the baby shower you're going to? Close to the London Corbin area. First name's pronounced like AB, by the way. Oh, AB Norman. I don't know. I don't know. I've never been there. Aaron Allums, having worked child welfare, totally understand the dark humor and your soul dying. I can up your story of the father impregnating his daughter. If you work child welfare, I know you can. I don't want that story to be one-upped. Blaine's Escape Corner. Black Nika is a bottom shelf convenience store whiskey in Japan. I've been to 3 Japan distillers. When you're ready to learn about Japan and talk escape through anime, I'll be waiting in DMs. Magician Sapphire, The Pummeling in Portugal 2, Electric Boogaloo, starring Ethan Ralph as the Gunt. That Somebody 7. Is this the new installment of Law and Gunt Defense? Hard to beat. Phoenix Lord Asserman, it's Aim Gunt Edition. Hugo de Vezes, Portugal is one of the safest countries in the world. Didn't see this in any of our media. If he is right-wing, then he deserved it. Damn. I don't personally think that right-wing or left-wing persons automatically deserve a beating, and the person administering the beating is probably right-wing too. Moon Henry says, appreciate the Gunt date. Hugo says, it's true drug consumption is decriminalized in Portugal. Veronica Goncalves, thank you for the donation. And the sticker Neuroloki, Portuguese here. Drug use is seen as a medical issue. They get referred to medical institutions. However, sale and distribution is illegal. Sam Walters to Branca, I submit it. It was called a Gunt watch. That alone kills intent. They had multiple opportunities to jump him, but didn't until he confronted them. Kevin McGrath, thanks for the donation. James Knowles says, who is Ralph and why do we care? You shouldn't. Just know that I do, and I find him hilarious. Tanya Mailhot, 2:19 mark says, Amber Heard says she wrote op-ed about Johnny Depp. Yes. Robert Norman, does anyone actually care what goes on at SimpTube? Go DUI guy. I hope not. Halo Millennium, you should check out this music video James Lee just posted about Johnny Depp. Style of videos are unique, but you might get a kick out of it. John Gilbertson says, choose stuffed alpaca was the highlight today. John Gilbertson says it's peeking out his pocket now. Mistreat RE this Molly text. It's known as incoming text and apparently missed by JD attorneys, although he adamantly denied this. Would you think that the jurors, at least one, will pick up and question it? No way to know. We'll see. Is it possible the jury comes back with a decision tomorrow? Yes, it's unlikely, but possible. How am I still live? Because I'm going to finish these damn super chats before I leave, and I'm almost done. Juzzy Barracuda. Ugh, just reported Ray Liotta has died. He was 67. Tor Theo. Amber Heard's team was like, reminder why you hated her. Yep. Colin P. Rip Ray Liotta. Fit Bay moves. Love the content. Did you guys find it weird when Rottenborn and Amber Heard started calling each other by their first name? Was this the first time they've done that? It felt weird. Yes and yes. Joshua Daly, if Amber's team didn't preserve/produce original evidence/metadata, why is there not a negative inference in the jury instructions that hurtful metadata was destroyed? It's probably a stipulation, honestly. Let's see. Brent Nayes, as someone certified in forensic analysis of mobile and PC devices, Johnny Depp's witness was 10 times more technical than Amber Heard. Kelly is nice. Who decides which jurors are let go? I would assume they'll have some sort of lottery system or like a bingo, the bingo numbers. Ocean Redux, I don't think I've missed yours. I'm getting there. Dude in a Z007, $5. Thank you so much for that. Where the hell are we? Orc Reviews says Spiegel looked like a failed mutant clone of Jordan Peterson. Bob A, I wish the final question to Amber was, have you had your 15 minutes of fame now? That would have been good. They got to be careful though. Like they can go too far on this stuff. Jordan Patterson, if Johnny Depp wins, he should donate $7 million to Children's Hospital and on the check memo Aquaman. Sam Walters, tired of hearing people who don't know or ask about your workflow offer troubleshooting. Stop, you're not customer support. Irritating AF. Hashtag unbreaded. Spectre 189, the only thing I can say for certain is that Elaine is a virgin. Gardyloo, A said she had the right to tell her story, meaning if she wins, she will continue to lie. Oh, if they win, they will continue to lie for sure. Absolutely. They've been given permission from the court to do so. Reason for the jury to rule against her if they don't believe her. Tara Rayner, was anything mentioned about the incoming outgoing text from yesterday? No. Did you have a chance to go look at the panel codes I shared last night? I mean, I saw some of the panels that had phone numbers on them, but I don't know whose numbers they were. Bad Dragonite says, internet drama is gay. Oh, wait, I read that one. Mint Sky says, you think Amber Heard actually believes her story? Her delusion seems to be real today. Kogan, have you tried Suntory Yamazaki? No, only Yamazaki 12 and 17 year. Also, thanks for the stream the past few weeks. Great having you and the guests provide commentary and insight to the law. Thank you. May Lily, will the verdict be aired live? And how will we know when to watch it? Yes, probably will be aired live. I'm sure it'll be covered in various places. I will try to cover it here. How will we know? You got to just keep your eyes glued to Twitter or something. Engineer, check out Strasburg Railroad in Pennsylvania. I took my son when he was 3 and he loved it. They sometimes have the Thomas train pulling the historic cars. Purple Brain Heineck, I'm from the Netherlands. Used to be very skeptical of trial by jury. We don't have it. Your streams have really changed my opinion. Thanks. Hey, cool. Fogel McLovin, thoughts on making a tier list of the witnesses? I've heard people suggest that. Maybe. Dude in a Z007, if the jury finds for Depp, can Depp go after Amber's assets to satisfy the judgment? It's going to depend on the type of asset. I'm not familiar with California's laws, but yes, but there's going to be exceptions and exclusions. Sin7KAL says, rape it, Ralph. Absolutely felt it. Bad Dragonite, I still hope one day to see Nux Taku back on, but with Drexel, you can call it the Nux and Drex show on gender equality. Meta4 sent a sticker. Thank you. AWM Fishing for Bronca. Do you do any trout fishing in Colorado? I was looking to take a trip out there when I get time. So what's a good place to stay to hit a few different streams? No idea. Ocean Redux. Did you see that Elon Musk plays Elden Ring? He has a spell, sword, power mage, strength, intelligence build. He posted his build on Twitter, literally. What a nerd. Finrod, Longmorn, 16 years of sublimely smooth Speyside whiskey. Ooh. I'll look for it. Daniel Ryan, did Amber commit perjury? Yes. Will she be prosecuted? Probably not. Fear Sundown. Amber Heard is Tug Speed Man in Tropic Thunder. Kirk Lazarus needs to teach her ass to cry. Rachel Espinoza, thank you and the team streaming with this, your insights. Well, thank you. Darth Mack. PSN apparently doesn't allow Amber in chats now. Had one deleted and I can only conclude that Amber was the cause. Roy, the microwave baby story was stolen from Vardy versus Rooney. Selrin, Heard's child is a girl named Una Page Heard, who was born via a surrogate, according to the Hollywood Reporter. My question is, who's the father? Elon Musk. Stephanie King, with so much news about Amber Heard being an abuser, surely child services must be concerned for the baby. Actually, it's weird, but there's a good amount of data that says that spousal abuse is not directly correlated to child abuse. And the presence of spousal abuse does not indicate that the child is in danger from the parent. So, Tofu Poncho, Japan is unreal. I'm a picky eater and not big on seafood, but I resolved to go with a recommendation every time. Ramen is great. Never pass up the chef's choice, even if it's a takoyaki. My God. 2 Eye Strong, found out last night that my father was diagnosed with esophageal cancer. Man, his integrity like no one else I know. Prognosis bad and little can be done. I can't lose my dad. I don't know how to deal. I know someone going through almost the exact same thing. Father with esophageal cancer, and that sucks. I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna have to prepare for a new avenue of life. Spend your time with your dad. Spider Custom updated, unrelated to Depp case, but to Branca, could mutual combat be applied to the dumpster mattress boys in Texas? You don't get to mutually deadly combat someone usually. Let's see. Nicholas says, plot twist. Johnny Depp wins, gets $50 million. Next day, several charities receive non-donations totaling $50 million. Pepsi Man says, tell Legal Bites to stop huffing her own farts. I'm not going to tell her anything about that. Like, it's not my, I don't want to be in there in that drama at all. Spencer Walsh, what time do you guys think closing will start tomorrow? 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. Walter Deadman. So apparently Ralph wants Interpol to get involved for the hog off yesterday. No clue how or why they would. No, Portugal or maybe England. Engineer, someone shared a story of Rebecca Vardy and a baby in the microwave from the Mirror on Twitter. Amber Heard is Kaiser Sose, piecing together a story from Bulletin Board. TCV Titan, those special rules would be easily verified by a stunt coordinator. Shame none showed up to vouch for her. Peter is my first name. Her PTSD is so bad she can't produce. Torgo the White, Law of Self-Defense anime review. Holy smokes, this is weird. Roy, Rip Andy Fletcher of Depeche Mode. Jalapeno Milk, don't know about Aquaman 3, but Morbius 2 is looking good. Yay for Amber Turd. Reldy says, Andrew, do you have to be a lawyer to take the law school course, or would it be a good for a layman? No, I think it's designed for a layman. That's the purpose. Crusader says, I believe surrogacy is generally an abomination, but it did save an innocent baby from being born of Amber's own wretched womb. The Underground Auditor sent some chats. Thank you. August Ramos, love the stream. Y'all 4 and others have held me down. I read that one. Gonzo G, can the jury award Johnny more than he is asking? Yes. Millennia Blade of McKella, what's more likely? Epstein is dead or Amber is telling the truth and Johnny has duped us all. And would you ever consider running the Greedo shot first with a few panel members, including Branca? Maybe, but the more likely is that Epstein is dead. Men Are Victims too says, can an attorney sue a lying client for a bad rep? Really hard to do. Lieutenant Hughes says, I think you need the 24 hours for tomorrow. I foresee a verdict 100%. I'm not doing the 24 hours tomorrow, but I will be doing the stream all the way through until the jury goes home. Just a second. I need to respond to something real quick. There we go. Millennia Blade of McKella. Wait, I read that one. Johnny Arbor read that one. Jeff Anderson, Ray Liotta is dead as of today. Great channel, and I appreciate everything you guys do. Love to hear you on. I'd love to hear you on Joe Rogan. Me too. That'd be great. Hit me up, Joe. Joe Pancakes, DUI guys on the way. We're almost at the end. We're almost there. UKLSA. Nick, what do you think about the police officers not going into the school in Texas with that active shooter? Well, this would be the second school where we have a police officer not going into the school while a shooter is there, wouldn't it? And so we have to Abysmal Rapture. Oh, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. It's just no purpose doing it Friday. It'd be a waste. It'd be a complete waste. But at some point, we're going to have to figure out how to protect kids and not rely on cops who won't go in. Right? Like, we're going to have to figure that out. Mr. Hedgebull says, did you see the Kevin Spacey 4-count sexual assault charges? Yes, I did. It's going to be really rough on his accusers because they don't tend to live very long. Richard Mayan, hey, new to the channel, came over from Tug's channel. Hey there. Speaking of cocaine, Dr. Brown needs to lay off the nose candy, just saying. Lee Courtney, speaking of actors, Ray Liotta passed today. John Harrington, may be too soon to ask, but I need my next. I refuse to call it LawTube Fix. Which trials are you eyeing for future streams? Thoughts, Branca? For me, it's the Parkland shooter, which is coming up next month. That's the one. That's the next one, I think. Minnie Mouse sent a sticker. Brims Gaming, thank you. Read that one. Vila Tuominen, thank you for the donation. JDV, are lawyers allowed as jurors? Yes, but most of the time the lawyers will remove them. Dip I Dip You Dip says, did Johnny sacrifice Cross to bait Amber into accepting being called again? Opinion. I think they had an idea that Amber was going to be called again. Hey, boss, appreciate the content and coverage. Been following since the viral Grosskritz clip. Any idea who will handle the closing for each side? How jurors are selected? Jurors will probably be selected by drawing lots or like a number selection thing. Who will handle the closing for each time? Elaine and Rottenborn, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, just like opening. Mad Matt 20. You know, Amber Heard's threats to microwave my baby is stolen from the UK trial of Runer versus Vardy, as it was Rebecca Vardy got 2 years ago. Oh, Rebecca Vardy is the I read an article about how alike Amber Heard was to Rebecca Vardy. That makes way more sense. MG Wally 11, love the lighthearted banter between everyone here. Would appreciate a shout out on Twitch. NMG Wally 11, former EMS, LT, and Navy supply officer about to be medically retired. Focus on mental health. Go get it, brother or sister. Lazy bastard just found out Ray Liotta died in his sleep last night, 67. Renee Trujillo, cheers for making me do an actual spit take yesterday when you made the Marissa Tomei, my cousin Vinny reference. Dead Man Walking, should I go to law school? Way lawyers can just rip people apart is fascinating. I only hesitate because it's a very long, expensive commitment. Go to law school if you want to practice law. If you don't want to practice law, don't go. If you want to make money, don't go. If you are like having a transient interest in law because of a trial, don't go. Two Eyes Strong. Amber, who do you believe, me or your lying eyes? Camcoo, can you explain what is going on now, please? No. Eve Lexi, 8 million plus legal fees. That way he gets the divorce settlement back. Blaine Thomas, Fairfax is one of the richest counties in the whole country. Daydream Pictures, what did Hulk Hogan get against Gawker? Anna D, last thing Amber Heard will ever star in. Computer Cat 101, DUI hot 200,000. And then you now hit 200,000. Kevin McGrath, thank you for the donation. Gunnar says, are you married to the Muffin Man? Lucy Mellon, Fairfax County is one of the top 5 richest countries in America. High percentage of millionaires and foreign-born professionals. Dinner, that's because they're right by DC. Dinner's ready. Baby and microwave used on Twitter before. Look up without a crystal ball. Appears to be a common threat. Art and Rules, I have sent you a gift. It should be there Tuesday. I got one for Kurt also. Hope you like it. I'll look for it. Thank you. David Hollister, if I take Branca's class, can I become a shyster lawyer and get my own law tube channel? Of the streams, raggets. You can try. We'll snuff you out. Mo says the bottle also made an appearance in Australia. Katara, she wanted to be on the stand. Kelsey 206. Camille, Mike dropped Amber. Oh, we're so close. Nickels and Lemons. Read in Joker voice. Every poop. I don't know Joker voice. Every poo-poo time is pee-pee time, but not every pee-pee time is poo-poo time. Ever think of that, Batman? Blue-eyed roof Korean DUI guy. How did jury react to Heard crying? Seemed to indicate not too much. Trish Morfitt. What's up, Trish? How you doing? I hope everything's going well with you. Nice to see you. Oh, what a great name. What a great name to see. Daphne Lansborough, I never get picked for jury duty. Me either. My brother was the U.S. attorney for Arizona under Bush, and I never get picked. Even now, I never get picked. All the judges know I'm law. Love that you're doing this and living your best life. I've never even been called. Steve C., it will be interesting to see what happens when there is no trial. You make it look easy. It isn't. Being naturally entertaining is a gift. Also, have you seen the Florida Circuit Judge Elizabeth Schurer let the simping begin? Oh, yeah, we're going to be watching that trial. We're going to be watching that trial. I haven't missed your super chat. I haven't gotten there. I'm getting there. Shermo says, with attorney's lens on. Trish Morfitt, by the way, the reason I reacted, I went to college with her. She's great. Shermo says, with attorney's lens on, top, bottom, 3 highlights from each side during witnesses and cross. First super chat ever. Congrats on your success, my friend. There's only one thing to talk about. And it was like, honestly, today, there's only one thing to talk about. It's when Camille Vasquez put the 2 pictures that were the same picture up and had Amber Heard try and explain how she testified to each one of those being related to separate events. So, Dorilla, do your 24-hour stream on Monday if there's no verdict. There's no court on Monday. It's Memorial Day. What, if anything, you talk about the LawTube drama? I've spoken to it a couple times. Drama is stupid, and I cannot believe it actually exists. The Red Gamer 7 says, never heard. How did the Vic case end? It hasn't. Well, I mean, he lost the district court case. We're still waiting on the appeal. Trish Morvitt again. Hey, there we go. Knob Creek is a step up from what we imbibed in college, but dorm room Ricada ramen is the best I've had. Thanks for the knowledge and entertainment. Thank you, Trish. Dorm room Ricada ramen. That's good stuff all the time. I'm going to eat ramen after this, I think. AA Ron, we need to get on a gun meme review over at AK Jesus's channel. Yes. SCFU says, as a man with 2 ex-wives, I can confirm Oscar Wilde. Women choose the second husband because they hated the first. Men choose the second wife because they loved the first. Scott Fillinger, notice Amber said, I'm the only one who's made these accusations. Telling choice of words instead of using the word abused. Another slip. Another slip. Ocean Redux. Nick, for real, thank you for the entertainment over the years. You keep a lot of us sane. Also, I know you've been up for a while, but take a quick shot of whiskey for us in chat. Also, hello, chat, lol. I'm not drinking any more whiskey for this stream. Sorry. I've had way more than I should. Timothy Reaper, I had read that one. Anchor Fist, trying to stay that caught up. Am I to understand that last week Camille put her fist up Amber's peach and today she had her lick it clean? Yes. Yep. Holy hand grenades. I didn't have drama with Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph had drama with me. I'm not involved in other people's drama. And when people like, again, if they want to come after me, that's on them. But I don't make drama for anybody. Not my style. What a waste of time. Now Ethan Ralph is content because he made himself content. Anchor Fist. Wait, read that one. Calvin Pontius. Nick, can both sides be punished for bringing in fake evidence since Australia doesn't exist? Yes. Fortnite Editor. Thank you for the donation. Doug Murray. Rackets, you should get someone to record the theme song for every time you have to talk about Ralph, the theme song to the People's Court, but it should be gun, 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 gun. Show Bob and Vagine. Indian Simp entered the chat. Nick, say my name. Show Bob and Vagine. Fortnite Editor, since Amber's witness Dawn didn't follow the instructions when administering the PTSD evaluation, wouldn't that void the test and results? If the jury thinks so, it's now a fact question for the jury. They can rely on them or not. D. Mickey, didn't Amber Heard say to Aaron Cross that she didn't know Knight, but after she said that she had trial with him? CB Anderson, time frame for Money's award if Depp wins? It could be her entire life. Sam Hegg, how did Amber become an expert on metadata? She testifies she didn't know how to doctor a photo. Oh, it's amazing, right? Nick, who did you send to the trial? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I did that personally. Lotus, was the duty of candor to the court violated by Heard's legal team? So much false evidence, no legal repercussions for allowing false evidence. You'd have to prove that they knew it was false. Gets sticky. Court's not going after it. Not on a public thing like this. Sterling Pictures, I appreciate all your work here, Nick. The commentary is awesome. Do you think Camille can bring those text messages back during closing that clearly said incoming as opposed to outgoing? Yeah, if she thinks it's worth it. Technic Red, thank you for the donation. Masizam says, that's a palindrome. Amber not only took a crap on the bed, but the whole community of true domestic violence victims. Disgusting. Keep up the solid work. Kathy Richardson, can't the jury just vote in Johnny Depp's favor because they hate Amber as much as we do? Yes. Nikki Nicole, watch the lady next to Whitney Heard smile when Camille roasts Amber Heard after telling her she needs to stop talking to the jury. Who is this woman? Not a fan of Amber, I presume. If she's sitting next to Whitney, she'd be on Amber's side, probably. JF, is there a minimum time jury has to spend deliberation? No. Also, awesome channel. My father and I have been watching and the commentary helps. Hey, thank you. Nope, no minimum time. They could go in and walk right back out. Drew Jansen, she shit the sheet she shit, and on the shitted sheet she sits. Love from Amia NWNEE server. Oh yeah, the Amia Neverwinter Night server. Cool. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base. 60 gig up. Nick's the Fed confirmed. Snowden said so. Stephanie Armas, if Johnny wins, I hope he will. Futterwalken vigorously. Sounds sexy. Stephen Woolery. What if instead of trying to make Depp Hitler, Team Amber narrowed the scope of the accusations to a couple maybe unverifiable but less fantastical incidents? That's what they should have done. I've been talking about that for a couple days. Again, he threatens her a lot. He punched her in the stomach a couple times, pushed her around, choked her a little bit, and she didn't like it. That those things would have been way more believable than her stories, and it would have been much harder to fight. Citizen 1, 310 into stream. Amber admitted op-ed was about Johnny. Cross-exam during rant. Why is this not directed verdict? It being about Johnny doesn't make it false automatically. The jury has to determine the falsity. Natalia Budzinska. I honestly can't believe that in the whole Me Too movement, if Johnny Depp is really such an abuser, why nobody is willing to speak out until their experience? How's it that nobody has come forward? Jack Rabbit, thanks for the donation. Daremouth says, this is my beginning pledge of the $1 sextillion toward the Rekieta Law Fund. Thank you for all you've done, Nick, for your personality and honesty. Hey, thank you. Jack Rabbit, does being crushed in a very public trial have any impact on an expert's career? It can. Yes. RN Rules. Yes, I read your chat. I did. Skeleton. I am Camille, Blade of Depp, and I've never known defeat. Vasquez, as she's walking back to the public arena to pummel the loathsome herd eater for a second time. Flofi. Who did better cross, Vasquez or Sharafsi? And what would they look like if they, what would they look like on the same defense team? It'd be great. They both had their moments on cross. Today's cross from Camille was phenomenal. Her other cross of Amber was phenomenal. Both of those top shelf. She had an expert cross that was great too. But I mean, she took down their main witness, the party. Sledge. Legal Bites disavowing DUI guy actually made me respect you more because I've never seen you act like you were better than anyone else. Respect, mate. That's because I'm not. I'm just an idiot with a microphone, man. That's why I never understand drama stuff, because like we're just goofy people talking. The Lums says no matter if Johnny Depp wins or not, he's getting payback. Blue-eyed Roof Korean says some point you can game out if/how appeal can go. Appeal's going to be really hard for either side. Really unlikely. Overturning a jury verdict's near impossible. The judge hasn't done anything particularly egregious. Has been really conservative on rulings. I don't think there's anything that they could appeal on at all. RGK86, thanks for the donation. Your message was retracted. Lindsay, can I request birth information in Minnesota if I live in Canada? My dad was born there. I think he passed, but trying to track down the info. Yeah, I think if you might have to write to the particular county where you think he was born. I think you can do it by letter or their website. Ash Chan, what are some of your top in-court moments so far? Again, all I can think of today is the headshot of the two pictures put next to each other. That was so devastating and so obviously seeable by the jury. Catherine Ferris, hey Nick, all said and done, do you think Johnny Depp has proved he lost jobs? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think so. Justin Fulkerson, it sickens me that if she wins, she'll become the poster child for IPV, doing interviews and speeches for profit so others can bathe in her trauma. Yep. Dev, appreciate the content, but I can't be the only one who's curious about what Nick's feet smell like. Today, not bad. I'm not wearing socks. Cool in the room. Ocean Redux, here's one more because I'm sick, drunk, and autistic. Lamau, sorry. No need to apologize. Tara Rayner, not panel, penal. Shit, I don't remember what the chat was. John Johnson and Mad Chameleon, welcome to Paralegal Status. Tom Grawl, have you had Blue Run High Rye? I noticed you like ryes better. I have not had that. Reality Check, Morgan Knight, I owe you emails. Reality Check, Morgan Knight and other employees pissed off over Amber Heard calling them liars. He's prepared to give interviews with himself and others. Amber Heard loses either way. Natalia Budzinska, I honestly can't believe in that whole Me Too movement. If Johnny Depp is really such an abuser, why nobody's willing to speak out about their experience? How is that? Nobody has come forward. Oh, shit. Maria Espinoza. Sorry, I missed this one. You should ask someone that does graphics and online animation to make a vid of 2 cartoon boxers representing Amber Heard and Camille. Play the audio in the background and build up the punches one by one from Camille to Amber Heard, ending with KO. Natalia Budzinska has another one repeated from the before. Politique Republic, frustrating the LawTube Top 10 Award Committee stripped DUI guy of his award and gave it to Richard Hogue. When will the drama end? He did not. That's not real. Is it? That would be ridiculous. Mr. Tech, heartbreaking. Husband of one of the 2 teachers killed in Uvalde dies of heart attack Tuesdays after his wife leaving behind 4 kids, parentless. I read that. That sucks. Steel Curtain says Camille Vasquez has a new name, The Executioner. Gethralkin, DrDonHughes.com/media shows just where Dr. Karen's focus in her career really is. That's it. That's it. Guys, I'm not doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow. I will be streaming until the jury goes home, but because of that, I'll probably be doing a stream tonight. Will be the idea. So thank you for hanging out with me. I'll be back at 11 p.m. Central Time, 5 hours from now. Catch you then. I hope you guys have a good night. Don't get too wrapped up in the drama. It's just stupid drama. Until next time, have a good night. Peace. Wait. Ola Kyle says, that it? You sure? I am sure. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lafroig. The spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what